Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marty.
And I'm JTG, aka Jay the God.
AKA the Human Shopping Channel come to life. A brand new Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review begins now.
Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, in-cyber autograph signings, support wrestling superstars, pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty.
This is Mick Foley.
This is Harley Race.
This is Shelton Benjamin.
This is Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff.
This is the Monster Abyss.
And this is Daniel Bryan.
This is JBL, and you're watching the MWF.
Be there live.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to the August 21st, 2021 SummerSlam Saturday edition of Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review. Dan Marty here at MWF Studios, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, in the zip code of Champion 02176. Per Marty Jannetty, I will not reveal to you how many consecutive days in a row I have worked because Marty says you guys don't care. But I will make this quick note. The reason I state the date or the days in a row I work is not because I'm trying to brag and get that Barry Horowitz-like pat on the back. It is because I'm trying to show you guys how much we love and care about you and want to give you great content 7 days a week, which is why my life is complete and utter insanity. I tried to take the time to scoot out of the studio a little early yesterday to attend Little Marati's very late birthday party. We had a heck of a lot of fun, but back to the danger zone here at the studio. Believe it or not, we've been talking about hot and humid weekends here in Melrose. But this weekend, we're on the lookout for hurricanes. Can this weather get any crazier? Speaking of crazy, our 6th featured superstar for our Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, is indirectly involved in a COVID situation, which has slowed things down. Still hoping to announce this Hall of Famer during SummerSlam. So you will know who will be joining America's hero, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and a host of others. We will leave the VIP package and ticket discount online until the official announcement is made. So again, if you want to save a few bucks, head on over to bostonwrestling.com. If the announcement has not been made yet about the 6th star, you can still get those discount prices. We want to give you not only the most excitement, the most memories, the most action in professional wrestling, but we want to give you the best value as well. Again, just click the image to Back to the 80s on the front page of bostonwrestling.com, and there you shall have it. Also, as part of our big NXT TakeOver 36 watch-along tomorrow night, we're going to be holding a major NXT mega raffle where one lucky fan will win a jackpot of at least 6 autographed NXT posters to help us continue to produce Wrestling Insiders. But, depending upon how many raffle tickets we sell, it could be bumped up to anywhere from 7 to 12 total posters. That's right. Once we reach certain thresholds, we're going to add more awesome rare items to this raffle. Again, head on over to bostonwrestling.com for the raffle ticket information and details on how you could win thousands of dollars worth of prizes for as little as one $5 raffle ticket, all while helping us bring wrestling superstars' stories to life here in the studio and on the road. It's a really cool thing we're trying to do here. We got some great prizes for one fan to walk away with. If you're unfamiliar with this program, Wrestling Insiders Weekend Review, the concept is simple. With your busy lives, perhaps preventing you from being able to join us for original talk shows 7 nights a week, we bring you easy one-stop shopping to catch up on all of our programs from Monday through Friday. Sit back and relax. Listen to it like a podcast. Use us as second screen enjoyment to something else you might be watching, or just watch it as a video. For the next several hours, we'll be talking 80s, 90s, and current events in the world of professional wrestling. If you missed the fun with the past 2 Sunday nights where we went live doing SummerSlam 1988 and 1989 watch-alongs with Captain Lou. Again, thanks to all the great fans that joined us, especially Joey out in Michigan. We're going to be doing live episodes on Sunday nights the next 8 Sundays. Some of these episodes will be live pay-per-view watch-alongs. Some will have guests. Others will have retro watch-alongs, plus we're going to have trivia and prizes. We're still working out the kinks to the complete format. It doesn't even have a name as of yet, but we're going to have a lot of fun, and we want you guys to join us each and every Sunday night live, at least through mid-October, I would say, once we start getting closer to the Back to the 80s WrestleFest. As we've noted, it's become harder and harder to pump out quality in-studio content like any other classy human being, which I'm sure you are. Your super chats mean a ton to us. It's that little gray button under the Premier Chat that allows you to make a donation of any size. You can also use Venmo. Our good friend Captain Lou is trying to get me up to date with technology in 2021. If you use Venmo, you can use @Boston Wrestling and do the same. Likewise, if you use PayPal, you can use the email address bw@bostonwrestling.com. Every dollar raised go towards bringing you great in-studio guests. Again, we're going to have Marty Jannetty with us September 1st, September 2nd, September 3rd. But before we get to Marty, we're going to be having another in-studio guest making his debut a week from tomorrow, Sunday, August the 29th, shooting Wrestling Insider episodes for our new Tuesday night format. Then, less than a month from now, we're going to be in Las Vegas, Nevada for the Cauliflower Rally Club reunion. We'll be conducting some great shoot interviews for Wrestling Insiders, live episodes, cyber autograph signings as the unofficial kickoff to the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. It's a great time for us to line up some unique guests for yet another holiday effort in the name of Paul Bearer. There are going to be some folks in Vegas that would be difficult to get here, so we're going to go for the gold. There are so many ways, folks, you can help this show. No effort is too small. We need our Boston Wrestling MWF Warriors to be loud and be proud online. Give us a big Hacksaw Jim Duggan-like thumbs up if you enjoy the video. If you haven't already subscribed to our YouTube channel, it's absolutely free. It alerts you to premieres of all of our great videos. If you could share the link to our videos across social media with your friends and fellow fans, and share your opinions, whether it be in the Premier Chat on the right side of the screen during the premiere or in the comment section below if you come across this program after the fact. Millions of fans have left pro wrestling after that mid-1980s boom. Millions more left after the Attitude Era in the Monday Night Wars, but I know once fans of those generations find these talk shows, they're going to become new friends, new fans, new family members, if you will. And I like that. That's a positive thought to stick in my head. It was another busy week in the world of professional wrestling, especially here in the studio, let me tell you. Let's kick off Wrestling Insiders Week in Review podcast style with former WWF Tag Team Championship manager, Oscar of Men on a Mission's Monday Night Mission, where the former tag team champion shoots on... Did I say former WWF Tag Team Champion? See, I shouldn't be doing these in the morning. I really do need to do them live at night. The former WWF Tag Team Championship manager shoots on Mr. USA Tony Atlas, AEW, the Nature Boy Ric Flair, the passing of the legendary Dominic DeNucci, and more. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, it is Monday night, August the 16th, 2021. WWE Monday Night Raw has come to an end as we are now just 5 days away from the biggest party of the summer, SummerSlam 2021 in Las Vegas, Nevada. As we speak right now, though, I am Dan Marati, joined by the man that nearly blew the roof off of the United Center on night one at SummerSlam 1994, a WWF Tag Team Championship manager extraordinaire. I'm talking about the one, the only, the host of Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission, a man with only 5 letters in his name, OSCAR, Oscar. Oscar, it is a pleasure as always to have you here on your show.
I gotta dispense with the pleasantries. What the hell happened?
It's out of control with Atlas. He went on the show with sunglasses at night over the weekend with his sob story. He went from saying he made $55 a night when he was here to $200. So I think he realized everyone knew he was lying about the $55. So he's slowly increasing it. And then he tried to claim that we're trying to take his Social Security check from him, Oscar, and he started to cry on Sunglasses at Night's program.
How could you take his Social Security check?
Well, here is what I will tell you the truth and tell you what really happened. I was explaining to one of the professionals here at the studio the ongoing saga with Tony, and they said, well, you know what, if he stole the money and he doesn't want to do any of the work and you really want to zing him, you can send him, I forget the number of it, but basically an independent contractor form from the IRS for him to fill out. And I guess once he got that text message with the picture of the form, he was rather upset. But I'm not trying to steal his Social Security check. As you know, Oscar, the only thing I would like the man to do is the work that he was paid to do. I never wanted him to leave. I never wanted any negativity. I like Tony. If he would do the work that he said he would do, and the fans wanted him back, I'd welcome him back. It's ridiculous. But I tell you this is what gets me though, Oscar. You know what? I can take the bullets. I understand. I don't know these people that host that show in New York. They could be good people for all I know. I've never met them. But they have leached off of our work. They have tried to come up with these clickbait headlines trying to knock Boston wrestling and everything we do, and I don't like that. But what really bothers me is when they put out fictitious content like that the kids can find someday. I work too hard with what I do for my kids someday to question me about trying to steal Tony Atlas's Social Security check. You know what I mean? So with that said, tomorrow night, folks, at 10 p.m. what a night, if you're on the Patreon, as Billy Jack Haynes said, bombshell tonight. Because when I got home from our live SummerSlam 1989 watch-along Sunday night, Oscar, do you know what was waiting for me in my email box? Are you there? Are you guessing? Oscar. Baby, brother. Indiana's finest. Oscar, where are you? Are you still there? Let me see if you're... No, Oscar is gone. I guess I got to call him back. All right, let's see. I have a new iPhone 12 that Howard Miller is trying to teach me how to use along with baby Marty. Call Oscar FaceTime audio.
Making a FaceTime audio call to Oscar.
Thank you. All right, let's see what the hell happened to Oscar. Oscar was in shock, I guess. Oscar!
Hello?
Oscar!
Yeah, I don't know what. Oh, I know. I moved my headphones, and when I do that, it automatically falls off or something. That's totally my fault.
Well, that's all right. We had a nice conversation when you weren't there. Where did we leave off? What did you last hear me say?
You was talking about Tony Atlas.
Oh, no shit. But did I get to the point where I said, I was angry about the interview that he did? I wish, Tony is invited to come back into the fold. But after we did our SummerSlam 1989 live watch-along Sunday night, which was a great success, the fans had fun watching a great old classic 80s WWF event with us. When I got home, Oscar, I think you know the answer, but the email that was waiting in my inbox, can you believe that? That was a gift from the wrestling gods that said, Dan Marati, you do not deserve the knife in the back.
Right.
Well, if you don't want to say it, I will. It was an email from Tony Atlas's daughter-in-law, who had a lot of stories about the Tony Atlas that lived with her mother behind closed doors. She had photographs. She had stories. She had a lengthy recorded phone call that the fans are going to hear where Tony's wife, she talks about a lot of things. She talks about money that Tony stole from her. She talks about many children, apparently, that Tony has that he doesn't acknowledge. He's a controlling man. He's cheated on her. So, I mean, this is really getting deep, almost Jerry Springer-like Tony. But you know what? Tony continues to shoot those bullets in my direction. And, brother, at some point you got to pull the gun out and shoot back. You know what I mean?
All right. Okay, now stop.
All right, let's hear it,
Let me
brother.
just give you a little warning.
All right, let's hear it.
Just a little warning. Be very careful. Getting into
We
a
lost.
fight with Tony Atlas is not like getting into a fight. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Getting into a fight with Tony Atlas is not like getting into a fight with Marty Jannetty.
Now, why
Tony
is that?
is because he's an older Bobby Lashley. That's why.
Well, like I said, all I have done.
Wait, no. Well, my ass. You don't want to get into a fight with no damn Tony Atlas. I'm telling you, you're not exactly in the most physical condition to be tussling around with no damn body anyway.
Well, I'm not looking to tussle. I'm just looking to resolve the issue.
People like that, you make him mad enough, he gonna come there looking for trouble.
With his $90 rent-a-car?
With his $90 rent-a-car, however he gotta get there. You make him mad enough, he gonna come see you. So
Well,
you better watch your walk.
As I've said, Oscar, all I have ever wanted to do is try and be a friend and help the man. I want him to try and have the best.
And another thing, why do you keep
what?
Why do you keep getting into these wars with everybody? Why can't you just be the bigger man and walk away?
Because it continued. I had nothing to say about him, and then again he went on the program on Saturday and started
So
firing.
what?
I
told you this before. So what? If they want to talk, if it ain't true, leave it the hell alone.
Well, you know what? I know Tony's daughter-in-law would like to do the interview. So what do you think we should do about that?
I think you should. Let me tell you what you should do.
What should we do, brother?
If you want to be a friend and you want to talk to her on the phone and let her grieve and vent. Matter of fact, I'll tell you what, she can even call me because, if she want to vent and grieve, she can do that. But as far as all of this public stuff and putting it all out there in the atmosphere and all that, no, stop it. Seriously, cut it out. No good can come from this.
Oscar, I respect your opinion. I really do. I hope you know that. I consider you a great friend.
Nothing.
I know you've got a couple of years on me. You've lived more life than I have. You have much more life experience than I do. But you know what? At the end of the day, like I said, at some point, do I want our junior ambassadors, Brandon J. and Devon Brent, going on YouTube and seeing this shit and having them question me as if I was trying to harm someone and do them in that way? I would never want Tony to lose his Social Security check, ever. I don't want him to be poor. I want him to do well. You know, that was the point of the whole show. He was the one that stabbed us in the back. And not only did he stab us in the back and steal from us, but then he wants to go online and besmirch us on Sunglasses at Night's talk show. I don't agree with that, Oscar. I think that's 110% wrong. That's classless. I think Tony's a better human being than that, in my opinion. But you know what? Not according to his daughter-in-law, that's for sure.
Okay, well then you don't. Like I said, you don't need to. You do not need to have. You don't need to have an interview with her like that. I'm so serious.
Well, tomorrow.
Think that through.
Tomorrow night, it's pretty simple, Oscar. Lord. Unless the fans are on Patreon now. Yeah, I say this. I almost had the the saying where they have the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other. I had John Cena Sr. on one of my shoulders, trying to insert his good thoughts into me, and then the red-faced Dan Marati devil was on the other. But you know what? I almost gave Sunglasses at Night an episode. I said,
"Wait, what did John Cena Sr. say?"
I don't think he's familiar with what happened over the weekend, but, I think he was pretty disappointed in Tony with what's gone down, and he thought if we just left things alone, things would calm down.
Boom. There you go.
But nothing is, it hasn't stayed quiet. So what do I do?
Stay quiet, leave it alone.
So I should just let him continue to attack me like that?
Yeah, he can shout to the moon. He can go, I told you this before. He can howl at the moon. He can go on all the shows he wants. You don't have to respond. It ain't gonna make you look no better. It ain't gonna make you look no better constantly being in a war with him, Marty, John Cena Sr., me, Satan, whoever. It's not gonna do nothing for your career. Certainly ain't gonna make you no money. And it ain't
Oh, wait,
gonna
Oscar.
do nothing for the common cause or the common good.
Well, like I said, I gave Sunglasses at Night about 20 questions to ask Tony next time he's in the studio. And then we have the phone call with Tony's wife and Tony's daughter-in-law. We had Tony's wife, isn't exactly complimentary about the life she's lived with Tony since she found him living under a park bench in Maine.
Okay, well, you don't need to. Okay, wear sunglasses at night. Blind people and assholes. We want to entertain either one of those. We want to entertain either one of those four.
Well, you know what? At the end of the day, we've never named them by name, so we haven't given them any publicity, right?
Yeah, well, that's what you're doing. You're doing it now.
Yeah.
And I done told you. I told you. Stop using my damn show for these fools.
Well, you brought it up.
Well, I was concerned about you. But I thought Tony Atlas literally hemmed you up in New York and jumped on you. So I was making sure you was all right.
Oh, no. He didn't physically attack me. He was just verbal.
All right.
Howard Miller wasn't happy, let me tell you, and neither was Lou.
Who?
Howard Miller and Lou.
Who the hell are they?
Our crack staff studio here. Our support crew.
Okay, well, you say that like I know them, like I know who they are.
I think you've met Howard before. He was the one that was the stunt double in Private
you know
Parts.
what?
You remember Howard?
I met Randy Goldsmith before, and I don't remember who the hell that is. So you can't. So what?
All right, Mr. Chicago. A lot going on in the world of Chicago. A lot of AEW action coming your way. This is the big week. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Do we see CM Punk at the United Center Friday night for AEW Rampage's debut in Chi-Town?
I would if I were them, but fans, I wouldn't count on it.
Why is that?
Because, let me tell you.
Let's hear it.
I would do it on one hand, but at the same time, they probably, I believe he signed a contract. I believe he's coming.
Yeah.
But because it's so anticipated, they probably drag his appearance out maybe until 2022.
I look at it like this, Oscar. They have 3 dates in Chicago the next week.
So I'm saying that to say, no, I understand what Chicago is. And like I said, I would definitely do it, but they may not.
Why would they add the 4th date in a bigger building before they have 3 dates they have to fill in one building the next week? That doesn't make sense to me.
Because you don't have to.
Because what?
You don't have to.
What? Chop, chop. Where are you, Oscar? Are you there? Oh, there you are.
Yeah.
All right, what did you
don't have to use CM Punk in order to have a show. Even if they had it 5 days, they'll get fans in there in the anticipation of Punk coming, but they didn't make no promises.
Well, they've all been advertised that they allow the fans to chant CM Punk because they zoom in on the fans chanting CM Punk.
I can't see Punk.
I can't see them renting that building for no reason. They had to have gone out of their way to rent that building for a reason, Oscar.
Nah, it's not a matter of no. I put it like this: Is CM Punk advertised to come?
Well, the fans are advertising him. That's for sure.
I'm saying what the fans were doing. Did they advertise Punk to come?
They have teased it strongly, but no, not verbally.
Okay, that's the reason why they don't have to do it.
Well, I think it's a huge mistake if they don't.
No, well, I understand why you do, but I can understand it. I can understand it if they don't.
Why would you want to make your fan base angry?
Because
If here's my point of view.
They can get angry.
I look at it like this, where they've teased it so strongly and so hard, all you're going to do is let your fan base down if he doesn't show up. If he's no, my turn. Let me finish, and then you can say whatever you want. If he's let's just say you're right, he's not debuting this Friday on Rampage. Why let the fans encourage it so much? Why not cut to different things? Why zoom in on the fans chanting it? Don't set the fans up for disappointment. They have a rabid fan base that loves them right now. Go ahead, your turn.
Okay, the reason why you can do it and get away with it is because if CM Punk come Easter, all is forgiven.
Well, like I said,
whenever he comes, that's gonna make it up. That's gonna make it up for Friday night.
They have 4 shows in one city over the course of, 9-10 days or so. The fans are anticipating Mr. Punk on Friday night. They went out and booked a massive arena. They had to have booked that arena for a reason. If not CM Punk, what is the reason?
They having they having a show regardless whether they use CM Punk or not.
But why would they go
I'll
out
put
of
it like this.
Why would they book? They're having a hard time filling the shows up with fans as it is. Why would you book more shows in a city that they're already not even sold out in for the other 3? Why not go somewhere else?
Because anticipation is not a promise.
Well, I think it sets up, like I said, I think it sets up disappointment, but we respectfully disagree with each other.
They're going to keep coming back until he's still, okay, you know he signed the contract, right? And we
technically don't know that. What's that?
We don't know he signed the contract?
No, Tony Khan will not publicly
comment. Okay. Oh man, that's all the more reason. I didn't say he signed the contract. I didn't say he was coming. Y'all assumed, so they gonna come the first night to see if he comes. He don't come the first night, they gonna come the second night. He don't come then, they still coming the third night. They gonna come every night of them shows to see if he don't show up. If he don't show up, all they gonna do is get in the parking lot, shake their fist, and get in the car and leave. But they still gonna watch, and they still coming back wherever the hell they go next.
Well,
I'm telling you.
That type of shenanigans really hurt WCW over the years. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, but see, the difference between that and this is eventually, okay, it's like the chick that keep coming over. She come over with her cleavage out and her ass hanging out and her lip gloss popping, awesome. knowing she ain't planning on giving you shit.
Awesome.
But every time she call, you gonna tell her coming over because maybe tonight is the night. And you will do that. You will do that until the wheels fall off.
Well, I expect him Friday night. I guess you don't. It's going to be interesting to watch. They've got everybody talking, if nothing else.
Same thing.
Everybody's talking.
So I'm not saying he's not going to do it. He probably come out there the first night. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I put it like this. I'd be pissed off if I sit through the whole show and watch it and then I don't see it. But what you gonna do about it? Come back the next day
exactly.
to see if it happens?
It's not like you can ask for a refund because they didn't really advertise them. But
it didn't. Just because you thought it and you expected it, don't mean it has to happen. See, that's the point I'm trying to make.
I just think when a company has so much goodwill, you don't want to turn off the fan base. That's just my opinion.
Well, see, I'm telling you, what I'm trying to tell you is in all likelihood, I'll put it to you that way because I don't know the situation. In all likelihood, it's going to happen. And if I'm pissed off the day it do happen, believe you me, I'm gonna forget about all the days it didn't.
Well, that's a good point, too. I respect that. But do you think over the course of those 4 days we're going to see Daniel Bryan?
Did you hear about a contract signing with him?
Rumors. The rumor mill says that
Okay,
he's in.
yeah. See, rumors. Okay, rumors don't make the steak medium well. Hell, it don't even put the steak in the oven.
He's a free
Hell,
agent.
it don't even go to the. So what?
He's a free agent. He can sign anywhere he wants with no restrictions.
WWE still might be hunting in that forest for that dog too. So they in the running.
Well, in addition to that, Tony, what about a guy? I'm sorry, Tony. I've got Tony on the mind. Oscar, I should say. What about a guy that no one's really talking about? What is going to happen with Braun Strowman?
What's going to happen with Bray Wyatt? Ain't nobody talking about that either.
Well, Bray Wyatt has a no-compete through Halloween, so he's not going anywhere anytime soon.
Okay.
Strowman is legally able to go to a promotion now.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I mean, it would be good to have Strowman, but you really don't need him right now because you got way too much going on. If you did have CM Punk coming, and then you are on the cusp of signing Daniel Bryan. I mean, it's a thing to how much talent do you really need? Because see, what my point is, you get too many people, especially top tier players. You get too many top tier players. What the hell are you going to do with them?
I believe. Here's where I agree with you on that. I think if you introduce them too close together, I think it takes away from their impact.
Exactly.
You need to spread it out. You need to share the wealth a little bit. You know what I mean?
And they already got their top guys that they trying to they're trying to get over in angles, in title shots, and all those other kind of stuff like that. And if I'm them, I'm nervously / pissed off at this point because they done took all this time to build this promotion. They're doing their thing. So when these other top guys coming in, I don't care what you think about it, these guys are going to have to move over to some extent in order to make room for this new crop of seasoned professionals that have a history of putting asses in seats. They're going to have to move over, right, and that's not going to make people happy.
Well, I think here's the problem, and I've mentioned this before. I think that AEW would be wise to do anything possible to avoid AEW Rampage turning into what WCW Thunder turned into, watering down WCW Nitro, and the same can be said for SmackDown. When SmackDown has been hasn't had dual brands where it's just been everybody's on both shows, that's hurt SmackDown an awful lot too. I don't think AEW should do that with Rampage. I think no one should be on television twice a week as a general rule of thumb.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, it's
Well, why give someone the chance to watch someone on television for free 104 times a year as opposed to 52?
No, I know.
I don't think anyone should be on TV once a week. I think you should make their appearances have more value.
No, I got you. I'm in complete agreement with that. I understand, but yeah, like I said, I don't know. I mean, it's. I'll put it like this: don't try too hard to beat WWE by making all of these spectacular moves to where you can't beat WWE.
Well, all right, let me throw this out at you. Interesting point of view.
Because,
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That seems to be the way I see it, that seems to be their end game. And if you go natural and you take your time and you build the brand, you might get up there with them. I'm not saying beat them, but you might get up there with them. But you just keep shooting your wad with just making all these movies, spending all this money, trying to get all these people on TV to where it's cramped so much that it don't even make sense. Like J.J. Dillon used to call it. You cram all these people, and all you got is scrambled eggs.
Interesting. Well, let me ask you this. A man that left WWE, they say he's AEW bound as soon as he's legally able to head in, the Nature Boy Ric Flair. What do you think about Nate going to work for Tony Khan?
I think that it would be perfect because the talent could use the tutelage and the knowledge and the mentorship of a Ric Flair. It cannot hurt, certainly. They're already talented, but having Ric Flair in there, especially if he's in a helpful mood, which that ain't no guarantee. But if he's in a helpful mood, he can't hurt the promotion. That's what I say about it. It can't hurt.
Well, it's going to be an interesting time. I think Ric Flair is an icon in this industry, a household name. Even if he really can't do anything in the ring in 2021, when it comes to third-party licensing, I think it helps an awful lot to have Ric Flair under contract. When it comes to try and set up international television deals, having someone like Ric Flair under contract certainly helps. I think it's a loss for WWE, and they just kind of let him go, which was kind of sad in my opinion. I don't know what you think of that.
Yeah, no, I think it was a real loss because Ric Flair, in one sense or the other, his name carries wrestling wherever he goes. He is that much of an icon. He is that much. You got that much weight in the wrestling business. I mean, you talk about him, and you talk about living people. You talk about him, and you talk about a Bret Hart. Some of these people, they can only enhance a brand just by showing up backstage every week.
Yeah, no, I think the moment Ric Flair walks in, AEW gets more credibility.
Yeah, most definitely. So I would definitely be on the hunt to sign him. If it was my brand, if I put it like this, if we had that kind of money, I would push and talk to Dr. Reese about that acquisition.
All right, let me ask you about this one, Oscar. A man that I believe officially becomes a free agent on Sunday, Adam Cole. Certainly one of, if not the top stars of NXT, is a free agent on Sunday. His girlfriend, Britt Baker, is, I believe, the AEW Women's Champion, one of their top stars. Could you see Adam Cole making the big jump from the WWE universe, at least, to join his girlfriend in AEW?
Positively. I mean, just the fact that she's over there makes it damn near a slam dunk that he's gonna wind up over there eventually. And then he's one of those people where you can insert in situations and then it makes total sense almost right away.
Yeah.
Without it offending anybody. And people don't gotta get pushed over. They don't gotta make room. Adam Cole will be able to slide right in.
Well, I think he, again, to the AEW fan base, I think he'd add an awful lot. I think the fans would go nuts. I think size-wise, he really fits in well in that promotion, as opposed to someone like Braun Strowman.
Right. I mean, he can have matches with Johnny Gargano or John Moxley, whoever the hell else, and they will be good matches. Adam Cole is a talent.
Yeah. He's fantastic. It's the only issue as far as WWE goes. I think it's just he's a little thin and he's a little on the shorter side.
Yes.
And you know how they look at their quote-unquote superstars. That's why they had so many cuts recently. They want people that they can push on WWE TV is superstars. They're not looking for guys that are 5'7", 5'8", 180 pounds to push on Raw and SmackDown. They want big guys.
I don't know. I think it's a mistake because it's going to hurt in the long run because these little mid-sized guys make good matches. Good matches make good television. And see, with the problem with the bigger guys is the bigger guys practically always got to be in a tag team situation because they get blown up real fast.
Yeah, I agree with you. At the end of the day, Oscar, now that it's almost time for him to make the choice, where do you think he goes? Does he stay with WWE or does he join his girlfriend in AEW?
Well, that depends on something that we don't know about. And what that means is the contract negotiations. That just depends on what they're offering. If they're offering him the same thing, then you go to AEW if they're offering you more. If they're offering you more, not just money-wise, but they offering to call you up to the main roster, but with the stipulation in your contract, they're going to give you something that's going to elevate your career. And that's a different story.
Well, all right, folks. We'd love to know what you think. If you're watching the premiere after Raw, share your thoughts in the premiere chat box on the right side of the screen, or if you're watching after the fact in the comment section below. Also, if you could give us a big Hacksaw Jim Duggan-like thumbs up, as well as subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's absolutely free. It costs nothing. It lets YouTube know that you're liking what we do and that you want more and more of us, and they'll showcase our video to new fans. It's very important, especially as we head into our Back to the 80s WrestleFest reunion Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts, just 2 blocks away. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we'll be joined by the man on a mission, Oscar. Stand by. Tickets are on sale now at BostonWrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Met Center in Minneapolis, Minnesota, Thursday, August the 16th, 1990. In the opening contest, Haku beat Barry O. The Barbarian with the win over Rugged Ronnie Garvin. Coco Beware defeated The Genius. Marty Jannetty and Shane Douglas, who replaced Shawn Michaels, victorious over the Orient Express. Dustin Rhodes beat Bob Bradley. $1 Million Man Ted DiBiase with the win over the Big Boss Man via disqualification. And in the main event, WWF World Champion, the Ultimate Warrior in the Texas Tornado, defeated Ravishing Rick Rude and WWF Intercontinental Champion Mr. Perfect. If you were in Minneapolis live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Monday Night Mission. Dan Marotti, along with your host with the most, Oscar of Men on a Mission, former WWF Tag Team Championship manager. A lot going on in the King of Sports. Oscar, one thing we failed to mention with all of the AEW happenings is that music video that we premiered on the show last week. It got a great reaction from the fans. What the hell exactly was it?
Over a year and a half, I've been working with a company called GTS Productions, and I actually put out an album.
And you said there is, 14 songs?
Yep, 14 songs.
Well, this studio is welcome to you if you need it. I already spoke to the powers that be. I think we could have a lot of fun if you needed to, whether it be for recording or video content for some of the videos. You know you can always come to the place where everybody knows your name. And I'm not talking about Cheers. I'm talking about MWF Studios here in Melrose.
All right. Well, I will definitely keep that in mind and talk to my powers that be and my bailiwick, and we'll see what we can work out.
All right. Well, to Oscar, we had a big loss in the world of professional wrestling this week. A man that was going to be joining us at the Cauliflower Alley Club in less than a month. The late, great, a man I was surprised was not in the WWE Hall of Fame, Dominic DeNucci.
You know, I'm going to tell you why that hurts. Dominic, I've told the story a million times about when I first started watching wrestling when I was 8 or 9 years old, and I watched it on Channel 9 in New York at midnight. And Dominic DeNucci was one of the first talents that I saw in wrestling. I remember when he lost the tag titles to Lumberjack Pierre and can't remember the other one. Lumberjack Pierre, and he got the double axe at Madison Square Garden. And he was with Dino Bravo.
Yes, they were tag team champions. Yeah,
Dominic DeNucci was the tag team champions. But I was in Madison Square Garden the night that they lost the title to the Lumberjacks. I was so heartbroken, but he was the one that put them over. But he was one of the first ones that introduced me to this thing called wrestling.
Well, and you know what? Think of some of the greats that he trained. Once his in-ring career wound down, Mick Foley, Shane Douglas, probably the most well-known of the crop of talent that came out of Dominic DeNucci's school. But even in his 80s, I believe he had his retirement match at the age of 80. Can you believe that?
Well, yeah, I can believe it because, I mean, the man was in shape back then. If he was training people, he had to stay in shape to keep up with these young cats. So he was mindful of that. So, yeah, I do believe he, at the age of 80, he could have pulled it off.
All right. Well, he did. I think it's so sad, Oscar, that next month when we're enjoying our... Now, have you booked your slot for Sin City yet for the CAC?
No, I have not, but I am going to definitely do it this week.
Well, I have a great idea I'm going to shoot you a message of, because I forgot to shoot you the message last week when it first jumped into my head. But I think we're going to have a lot of fun in Vegas. We're lining up some great guests for Vegas. I think we're going to do some early Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks toy drive work in Vegas. So we got a lot of cool stuff happening. I love the Cauliflower Alley Club. Things right now are in a little bit of chaos. As we know, Brian Blair's son unfortunately was murdered. He's dead. So that really puts the club in a tough spot where Brian Blair is the president. But to me, what I think is great news, Carl Lauer has returned to one of the executive positions. I love Carl. Carl has been a friend going all the way back to 1995 when they used to have East Coast Cauliflower Alley Club reunions for a few years. And you know what? He's not going to steer the ship in the wrong direction, but it's just as far as who's going to be there, when, why. I'm trying to get a list so we can line up as many great guests as possible, Oscar.
Yeah, but my man is gone. That was my favorite guy.
Who?
I told you his name.
Oh, Morgan.
Yeah, Morgan Dollar.
Well,
damn.
Morgan was a great guy. I thought the world of Morgan.
Yeah.
Morgan had some issues with Brian Blair, and he decided to step down from his position, unfortunately. But no, you know what? I'm going to shoot Morgan a message and see if he's going, because he's got a great personality. He's a really fun guy. He loved the club. He was everything about what the club was for. You know how much we love the Cauliflower Alley Club here in Boston Wrestling. Anytime we can do anything to help raise some money for a talent that's in need, or, just to help the club in general, we're very, very willing to do it. So I'm really looking forward to hitting Sin City, Oscar. I fly in on 9/11, which is kind of an odd day to fly, but you know what? It is what it is. I'm not worried about it.
Okay, now, what are the dates?
The reunion activities would be taking place the 12th, the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th.
All right. Okay. Now that makes it easier on me because
you have that cyber signing or something like that.
Yeah,
right?
I got that thing in Jersey on the 15th, so I actually can.
It's on the 15th. That's a Wednesday.
Yeah, it's on the 15th. Yeah.
That's a Wednesday, Oscar.
Yeah. Well, I don't book these things. I
thought it was on a Monday. I apologize.
Nah, it's on the 15th, and then the day after that, I got a thing in Baltimore. So no, I thought that what did I think? I thought that it was gonna conflict with my time in Vegas because I thought it was the 15th. I thought it was the 15th on
No. I guess you'll have to miss the big awards banquet, but there's still a lot of other stuff we can do.
Oh yeah. So
now the big question is, will Dreamy Mimi be there?
She told me I ain't going nowhere without her.
Without you, she needs to be there.
Yeah. So
right. Well, I understand. She spoke with President Reese Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose as part of Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Mimi will be singing the national anthem, from what I'm told.
Yeah, Reese is starting to piss me off.
What did Reese and his pieces do?
I keep asking him, is he coming to hell to Vegas, and he still ain't made up his cockamamie mind yet.
Well, I'm going to break him on him after the episode, too. I'm going to send him a group text, and it's not the same without President Reese.
I know, I know.
What the hell else does he have going on in San Diego? Does he have are there that many pieces?
I don't even know.
David Reese must have the best cardio of any male in San Diego with all these pieces.
Reese, when I talked to Reese walked like 2 or 3 miles a day to get to work when he was out there in Melrose.
I don't think he needs to be doing any walking with all the cardio he's getting with the pieces, but that's a different story for a different time.
Well, he does the walking to get the cardio so he can keep up with the pieces.
Well, I tell you that there's pounds of sweat in the sheets from what I'm told from some of these hotels that he stays at with the pieces.
Yeah, well.
Pounds of sweat.
You know, Dr. Reese is a pimp.
Well, that's why he's got the establishment out in Vegas. Maybe he can confer with the Godfather. Maybe get a few tips from him on running an establishment like Reese's Pieces out in Las Vegas.
The Godfather, he done quit too, so I don't got.
Yeah, he retired from the industry. I was kind of surprised by that too. You never know in the king of sports professional wrestling what's going on with our craziness. But hey,
so what? All right, so he quit Cheetahs. What is he doing now?
Just enjoying life, I think.
Oh, well, good for him.
He likes to go we're friends on Facebook. He likes to go and do shooting, and he likes to play pool, and he's just living it up. I'd love to set something up with him when we're out there as part of the Paul Bearer Toy Drive. It'd be nice and easy. Instead of having him fly to Boston, we're going to be in Vegas. We could meet up with him.
Yeah, no, positively, yeah. So there, let's get in touch with him and see what we can do.
Shoot him a message, yeah. Well, a lot of folks we're looking to be talking to. I can't believe I'm already thinking about a toy drive considering it's August 16th. But you know what? I am not going to put... Every year I say I'm never doing it again. And then, of course, I change my mind and I say we have to continue to honor the legacy of that wonderful human being, Paul Bearer, who I still love so much and think about every day.
And then, too, it would be a shame to quit because it's for a great cause. It's for the kids.
But I can't put myself through the December I did last year. It was insane. So my goal is in 1 week, let's bang out some people in Vegas. Let's do a Wrestle House 2 after Thanksgiving. Bang them all out in 1 week, and then it's done. All I have to worry about is mailing the stuff out. I can't go through every single weekend someone flying in. I was mentally and physically exhausted. I was working here at the studio on Christmas Eve and Christmas. I didn't even take those holidays off, still trying to do the holiday headlocks work. It was overwhelming for even I. And you know my work ethic is pretty strong.
All right, well, if you, wait a minute. Wait. I'm a little confused. Let me get this right.
What do you got?
Cauliflower Alley is what dates again?
The 12th through the 15th.
Of what?
September. Jesus, Oscar, get with it, brother.
Nah, you know what? I'm totally out of it. Guess what?
What?
Okay. My deal that I got going on is in October.
So you're going to be in Baltimore and New Jersey. And you know what? That makes more sense because I'm looking at the calendar right now. The 15th of October is a Friday, and then there's that convention in Baltimore on the 16th. Maybe we should go down to the convention and promote the show.
Yeah, no, well, it ain't that far from you, but no, my point is that totally frees me up the time to go to Vegas free and clear.
So you're going to be there for the whole reunion, none of this half and half stuff.
Yeah, I can go. Yeah, I can come for the whole thing. Yeah, I better get on the good foot and make some arrangements.
Well,
okay.
There are still rooms available at the Gold Coast Casino for you.
Oh my God, how much a night are they now?
$40-something, I believe. Or are you going to get one of? Are you going to get one of the suites? Which one?
One of the suites. It's called Hilton Grand Vacation Club.
Well, I know Howard Miller is anxious to head over to the Gold Coast. He's heard about the world-famous buffet, and he wants to have a buffet on some of the women. But I don't know. That's a different story for a different time, I guess.
Don't do. No. But you know what? We go in there at least once so we can have a good time.
Just so we can laugh at, I guess, at their buffet.
Oh,
I don't know.
No, we definitely go. we definitely gonna get a lunch in. But that's it.
You know what's got me agitated, Oscar? I just mentioned that the regular rooms are so cheap. But like I said, for us to do what we want to do as far as the interviews and the toy drive efforts, we need to have one of those bigger suites. Those go for over $300 a night.
They got a lot of nerve.
So even when I win, I lose. Story of my life, I guess, right?
Yeah, the last time I was in Vegas a couple of months ago, I stopped by the crap table with $100, and I walked away with a couple of grand. And
Did you?
That was at the Rio.
Well, next door at the Rio. Okay.
Yep.
Well, I know.
Oh, and another thing that'll help too. Guess what?
What do we got?
There's a place out there that we got to call in advance because you walk with the cane and stuff, but they got them scooters you can rent. They bring those straight to the hotel.
The Gold Coast has them for rent.
Oh well, why you never get one?
1 year I had to before you and I became friendly. That would have been 2011 because I couldn't walk. I literally had to have medication mailed to me at the casino, which still didn't help all that much, and I had to spend the money on an electric scooter for the week.
When I was at the Rio, I had a scooter the whole time, and that made life a whole lot better getting around.
Well, Harley Race and I actually had a race in the scooters. Another great Dan Marotti memory. But no, again, fans, if you're not a member of the club, caulifloweralleyclub.org. I know a lot is kind of up in the air this year where, look at how many of the award recipients have passed. I mean, Road Warrior Animal. Now you're talking about Dominic DiNucci. He was supposed to receive an award. So it's disappointing, but I know we're going to have a good time no matter what.
No, we're gonna have a great time, and
even if we have to create our own fund.
Yes, that's right. That we do it anyway.
That's the only way you can do it. I tell you this though, the fans have continued to suggest that not that, my God, if we were to go to the lengths to try and create, an official nonprofit organization, the work that would take. But fans would like to see some kind of a similar banquet out this way, here in the Boston area. And it's something I've thought about. I just don't know. At the end of the day, it's all about if the fans going to support it or not,
Well, I put it like this. You know what? Let me tell you something. If the fans support it, that's a bonus. But if we had something like that, even if it was just us, we deserving to do something like that.
Well, it's Kowloon Entertainment Dining Complex would be a great spot, but unfortunately, that establishment that we love so much is going to be closing down over the next couple of years and turned into...
Oh, is it closing down, really?
Yeah, they're going to be turning into a multi-use complex, I guess. So the Kowloon that we know and love is no longer going to exist, but... that doesn't mean there aren't other venues where we could do something like that. Even, Memorial Hall does weddings and banquets and things like that, as much as I don't want to have to deal with that creature, Piggott, in the corner.
Well, you got to deal with her. No matter what you do there, you got to deal with her. She run the place.
Dealing with Piggott?
Yep, you got to deal with Piggott.
Well, maybe you can deal with Piggott on Saturday.
No. See,
You don't want to deal with Piggott.
I'd have been there, cuss Piggott out, and we'd be banned for life.
Oh, you'd cuss Piggott out?
Yep.
Well, we'll have to talk to Howard Miller about that. I know he wants to do, he doesn't want to cuss her out. He wants to do something with her, though, but I won't say that on the air.
Oh, Howard Miller got the hots for Piggott?
I think Howard has the hots for Piggott, yeah.
Okay, all right. That takes it to a whole nother direction.
Yes.
This is what we got to do.
All right. Well, Oscar, any final thoughts on the world of wrestling this week?
I'm getting ready to tell you what Howard Miller got to do for us.
What's Howard Miller got to do?
Stay on task. Howard Miller can sweet talk Piggott and turn her into one of Howard's pieces, then Piggott will be a whole lot nicer to us when it comes down to the things we want to do.
Let me ask him. Howard, can you hear me? What? Oscar wants to know, can you take one for the team with Piggott and help make life easier for us?
No.
You're very familiar with what she looks like, aren't you?
Come on, Howard.
He said, come on, Howard. Come on, can you take one for the team or what, Howard?
How much am I getting paid?
He wants to know, how much is he getting paid for Piggott?
Well, he's getting laid. What the hell?
He said he's getting laid. What the hell?
With a woman named Piggott?
With a woman, that's what he said, with a woman named Piggott?
Howard, think about what it's going to do for us in the long run.
Oscar said, Howard, think about what it's going to do for us in the long run.
Do I get any of it?
We're not saying you have to go for hours.
Yeah, wham, bam, all right, Piggott, hook my boys up.
Oh, if Piggott ever heard this, my dear God, that might be the end of it all. All right. Oscar, is there anything else that we're missing this week in this crazy world? We lost poor Dominic DeNucci. We're talking about Howard Slam and Piggott. We got the Tony Atlas scandal. We got AEW on fire right now. Vince continues to look to try and rebrand NXT. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, one more thought.
What do we got, baby?
Leave Tony Atlas alone.
After tomorrow night, if Tony doesn't have anything more to say, that is fine.
Hey, we didn't make no headway at all. Forget tomorrow night, which I know you ain't. So
it's already online. I can't control it at this point.
You ain't got to put it out there.
It's already online, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, all right, man. No, ain't nothing else.
So, you know what? If Tony wants to make peace after that, I am more than willing to let there be peace.
Hey, you talk to his daughter-in-law and see if he want to make peace.
All right, well his daughter-in-law reached out to me. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, he going to kick both y'all asses.
It's like what it said on your Facebook. Dear God, no matter what is happening in my life, thank you for the privilege of being alive today. Amen. What a nice message.
Yeah, you ought to read that a couple more times and think about what you're doing.
Well, you know what? We'll never get to relive today, will we?
All right, I'm done.
Oh, you're done. All right. All right, for my partner in crime, the man on a mission himself, Oscar. We look forward to what'll probably be a very big week here in Boston Wrestling. Again, we're going to be announcing the 6th featured superstar for our Back to the 80s WrestleFest reunion when we relive that great decade that was the 1980s when Oscar was rocking and rolling with Andrew Dice Clay. Remember, the ticket prices go up after we make that announcement on SummerSlam Saturday. So save yourself a few bucks. Head on over to BostonWrestling.com. Chairman Neil Manolian, he's checking those tickets on the hour, baby. He wants those VIPs sold out. Tiger Mulligan put me on the spot, Oscar. He said, if the VIPs sell out, you have to bring Ric Flair to WrestleFest. I mean, you talk... Rick, he said, if the VIPs sell out in advance, I have to bring Ric Flair in. That's quite a challenge.
All right, well, you tell him whatever he drank and share it with the rest of us.
Well, what if the VIPs sell out? Then we got to do it.
We're gonna use that money for something what we really can afford.
Well, if the VIPs sell out, we can certainly afford something great, but that's up to the fans. If the fans get those tickets, baby, we'll be rocking, we'll be rolling. All right, for the man on a mission himself, Oscar, I'm Dan Marotti. We will see you next Monday night after WWE Raw. Enjoy SummerSlam weekend. Don't forget, we're going to be having live watch-alongs during SummerSlam and then during NXT TakeOver 36. Oscar, maybe you can even chime in on YouTube while we're watching them.
Yep, that's a bet.
Wrestling fans, join Boston Wrestling Sports as we explode into our 20th anniversary. Live events, live watch-alongs, new hosts, a new Tuesday beginning September 7th, and shoot interviews 7 days per week. This Sunday night during NXT TakeOver 36, help keep in-studio shoot interviews rolling as we're having a cyber mega raffle for a lot of officially autographed NXT posters. One winner will get a jackpot of Adam Cole, baby, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Nikki Cross, pre-superhero, former NXT champion Finn Balor, and now Ring of Honor superstar EC3. On eBay, that's a $250 plus value. That's just the beginning. Once we sell $250 worth of raffle tickets, we include an autographed Leo Rush NXT 8x10 photo. Once we hit $500 worth of raffle tickets, we include an NXT 2019 roster poster signed by all 15 superstars. Once we sell $1,000 of those raffle tickets, it includes the NXT 2018 roster poster signed by all 21 superstars on the poster. As we keep going, when we hit the $1,500 mark worth of raffle tickets, we include an autographed NXT Halloween Havoc 2020 autograph poster signed by every superstar on it. Then, when we hit $2,000, we include the NXT War Games 2020 1 of 100 autograph poster signed by everyone on it. Then, the big mark, the jackpot, when we hit $2,500 worth of raffle tickets and more, we're going to include the last one we have, the NXT TakeOver Phoenix 2018 autograph poster, 1 of 50, signed by every superstar on that poster. If you want more Superstar Shoot interviews, more live episodes, more cyber autograph signings, this is the way to help. Raffle tickets on sale now at BostonWrestling.com. Wrestling fans, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where you'll meet the icons up close and personal, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more 80s Hall of Famers to be announced SummerSlam weekend. Plus, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with a hot night of in-ring action at this interactive wrestling event and Fanfest you'll never forget. Make your plans to be there live. Get your tickets at BostonWrestling.com now. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, and cyber autograph signings. Support wrestling superstars. Pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at BostonWrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty. Don't forget that Oscar's Wrestling Insider's Monday Night Mission is back with brand new episodes every week in its traditional time slot of Monday night at 11 p.m. after WWE Raw. As we continue with Wrestling Insider's Week in Review, don't forget discounted all-inclusive VIP packages and event tickets to our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, are on sale now. We have a special price available until that 6th 80s WWF legend is announced, who will be joining Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and good old Marty Jannetty himself. On November the 13th, we're going to have a VIP exclusive Legends Q&A, an autograph photo fan fest, and white-hot in-ring action. If you're in the Northeast, or we have fans coming from as far away as Virginia, head on over to BostonWrestling.com now to get your tickets. The VIP packages, especially the Ultra. If you want the Ultra VIP package, hurry, get it fast. If you're part of a nonprofit organization looking to raise cash for your cause, let me tell you, do I have the turnkey solution for you? Visit WrestlingFundraisers.com. Myself and John Cena Sr. explain how we can become tag team partners with your group for an interactive night fans will never forget. Tuesday nights are going to be getting a lot more interesting here in the world of Boston wrestling beginning September the 7th. The more news on that to come. But along with original episodes premiering, I don't know, what should we do with the Tony Atlas Classics that some newer fans may have never seen before? It would be nice to get some value out of Tony after all the money he stole from us. That's a different story for a different time. But looking for your input, even though we have a new Tuesday coming in September, would you guys still enjoy some of the old Tony classics or no? I pass the baton to you. Speaking of our favorite thief, Tony was not happy once he saw the episode coming up, as he continues his sob stories of woe is me on different interviews he does with sunglasses at night after he was the thief that stole from us. Bought his computer, did one live Facebook episode, then he closed his Facebook account down. but continues to put these lies and misleading stories out there in response. In the video coming up, I give his dear friend Sunglasses at Night an episode worth of questions to ask Tony. Plus, last Sunday night, I heard from someone else that Tony is slandered online with false information. Who is Tony's stepdaughter? Tony's stepdaughter became quite concerned for her mother after Tony stole $5,000 she saved to move out and live with her daughter. This is certainly one of the deepest, most memorable episodes of the program we've ever had. I will warn you ahead of time, it is very light on professional wrestling content, but very deep in human emotion.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome to a special installment of Wrestling Insiders. Not your typical Wrestling Insiders at your house with Tony Atlas. I recorded this version last night, and it came across as angry, and it almost presumed that everyone that sees it knows what's going on. So, that's not reality. So what I want to do is just try and explain a little bit about what has happened over the past 6 months and go from there. Actually, 6 years. When Tony got involved with us, Tony I had first met when working for the late Boston bad boy Tony Rumble in 1993. He came back into our orbit in the early 2010s. He became a contributor here at the studio in 2014 and became a weekly part of the family, and I think it was 2017, early 2018. So hundreds and hundreds of episodes of Tony has been taped. Dozens of studio visits and appearances have been made, and it was what I thought was a great relationship. I genuinely cared about Tony Atlas, the human being. I considered him a friend. As he stated on this program many times, I reached into my own wallet and helped him pay his mortgage and other bills he had going on at the time. In June of 2019, his wife, lovely wife, Monica, suffered a stroke. And Tony lost her income, not only from her Social Security check, but from her regular job where she worked as a seamstress. So it was a tough time for Tony. He's a pro wrestler. He could always be odd at different times. But genuinely, someone I trusted and thought was a great friend, someone I'd go to for advice for certain things. And all was well in the world until this past February when, and some of the fans noticed this, one of the last regular episodes Tony did, he debuted this logo that he painted. He wanted to do his own talk show on Facebook because he went out and bought a $200 computer with his stimulus check he was so proud of. And that turned into a complete and utter disaster. Him and his expert technological hillbilly friend up in New Hampshire, and in Maine, I should say, did one live video on Facebook that was seen by about 30 people, and I don't think it did all that well. But sorry, Tony. Sometimes you got to put in the effort as opposed to just hitting the on button on a computer. But nonetheless, when Tony was last here, and over recent final visits, he was paid a substantial amount of money for several drawings, a podcast, Back to the 80s WrestleFest live event and fan reunion Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall here in Melrose, Massachusetts, when we celebrate 20 years of Boston wrestling, featuring Jake Roberts, Hacksaw, Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more to be announced. All-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Got to get that plug in. But you know what? I want to set the record straight. This past weekend, and this is what bothers me, most of the time it's wrestling. People are going to say things out of anger. They're going to say things because they're nuts. They're going to fire bullets in your direction and whatever. I am so busy with what we have to do work-wise, I don't even pay attention to those types of things. But what Tony did this weekend was over the top. It's something that's online that someday my kids could access. And, I don't like that. So here's what we're going to do. I am going to, instead of ignore the situation, I'm going to confront it head on. There is this talk show out of New York, Long Island. I like to, because of the irritation they've caused me, I call the co-hosts Sunglasses at Night. They seem to want to be these Andrew Dice Clay and Howard Stern cover bands as far as the content and of their show goes or whatever. But, different people say different things about them. I don't know them. They could be great guys. On Sundays, they might go over to their grandmother's house, give them a kiss, and mow the lawn for them. I don't know. But to me, they've been a pain in the ass and an irritation trying to capitalize off of the hard work we put in 7 days a week. And our Boston wrestling fan base knows that to be the truth, because I love you guys, and you know that. I don't know, sometimes, I don't know what you think about me, but I love you guys. But, so Tony had these great claims. He had these giant crocodile tears. Big bad Dan Maratti's trying to take my Social Security check from me and all these other lies, and I about had it. Maybe someday on Patreon at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, where you can access, again, hundreds of studio shoot interviews, early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online, millions more on the real Howard Stern, who wears his sunglasses anytime he wants to, plus all kinds of Patreon exclusives. Maybe someday I'll show you guys that video, just so you could see how angry I was when all this was happening. But I'm in a more zen place for a very interesting reason. But this is what I want to do. Because I don't know these two men that host this show, I don't know their backgrounds, I know next to nothing of them, and I have very little in knowing that. But as far as I know, from what a couple of guys have told me, they don't go out of their way to book talent. They piggyback and they sponge off of independent events in the area, conventions, autograph signings, things like that. So I don't think they truly understand you know, the pressure and the stress that goes along with working with some of these talents. It would be great if all I had to do was sit down, a talent is sitting here in a chair waiting for me, and I talk to them for an hour and then they go home. When we do it, we're responsible from point A to point Z, which is from the moment they leave their house, them getting to the airport, getting through the airport, on the plane, flying to Boston, picking them up, or making sure they get to their hotel room, checking them in, paying for the hotel, making sure they're ready to go the next day on time, getting them to the TV studio, doing several episodes of the talk shows because that's the only cost-affordable way to do it. End the day, maybe go to eat, maybe get them back to the hotel, and depending upon how many days they're here, repeat that, and or make sure they're on the flight to go home the next day and they get home okay. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of pressure. And when you deal with, again, unique, eccentric personalities in a lot of cases, which, if you've ever watched our show, I'm sure you've seen. We do have some eccentric personalities. So again, I'm going to play devil's advocate. I'm going to pretend that these two sunglasses at night that love Corey Hart, they have no idea what that's like. So here's what I'm going to ask them to do. I imagine they're going to have Tony back because Tony, you know, is willing to bend over for just about anybody and take just about any booking he could get. I'm sure he'll be back on their talk show again. So here's what I'm going to do. Much like myself, Tony wears the cross. He claims to be a man of God. So I'm going to ask these two gentlemen if they would get a Bible for the show and have Tony put his hand on the Bible and ask him some of these questions that I've come up with, because I think the fans deserve honest answers. When Tony first turned quote-unquote heel on us last winter, when I was angry that he took this money for all this work he was supposed to do and then refused to do the work, he had his hillbilly friend in Maine blast me on Tony's Facebook page, which that incarnation of it no longer exists. But I'll ask you this. The walking contradiction that Tony is, in his first Facebook post claimed that every time he came to the studio, not once, but dozens and dozens and dozens of times, left here with $55 in his pocket, coming all the way from Maine to Boston, and paid $90 for a rent-a-car to do it. Does that make sense to any of you? Does that make sense at all? So I think Tony realized he sounded like a fool, and when he was on this talk show over the weekend, he upped it. He started to make $200, and he was insulted. I mean, God, I know I would be. He was insulted that he had to pay for his own dinner. Oh, can you imagine going to work and having to pay for your own lunch and dinner? I'd be highly insulted. Every day I'm here, I'm fed 3 square meals a day, right? I'm sure that's how life treats you at home. So anyway, Tony, again, what is the reality of the situation? When you, with your hand on a Bible, when you left the studio in February of 2001, how much did you leave within your pocket? How much more was it than 55? How much more was it than 200? Now, to be fair, maybe Tony doesn't remember the number precisely. I'm cool with that. But Tony, is it fair to say you left with substantially more than either $55 or $200 when you were here in February of 2001? And I asked the same question about your visit in January of 2021. your visit here the day after Christmas, when the studio staff was kind enough to accommodate your need for financial resources, and everybody came in the day after Christmas to do your talk shows. How much did you leave with that night? When you were here in November, how much did you leave with in your pocket? In October? And if WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas, if bodybuilding Hall of Famer Tony Atlas was treated so bad, why did he come back-to-back weeks in September, not once, but twice, for this abuse, to be paid so poorly and lose money and be paid next to nothing? Why would he come back-to-back weeks? Now, again, there are a lot of fans out there that want to believe the WWE superstar they know from TV. They like that personality they know from TV, whether it be his athletics, his interviews, and that's cool, I get that. But just because someone was on WWE television doesn't mean that they're being exactly an honest, truthful person, or, let's be fair, maybe Tony just has a really bad memory and forgot everything that's gone on over the past 6 years. I don't think that's the case. I think Tony genuinely has a very good memory, but we'll play devil's advocate. We'll give Tony a fighting chance that he's not a complete and utter liar. So again, I asked my friends that host this show, that my only interaction with them ever was when they tried to acquire the private footage of the Marty disaster, the Marty Jannetty live watch-along disaster when Marty was having a tough time recovering from ankle reconstructive surgery, that I didn't want to share with people. So Marty was hip to the blade about that, which was great. But anyway, I want to continue to give my friends material to work with Tony. I'm giving you an episode that you're going to get people to watch. I want to thank you. I want to thank you. I'm giving you the material. Ask Tony Atlas how often Tony would call us, asking us to use him on a Friday night to come to this studio to help cover his expenses when he had weekend personal appearances in the tri-state area, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania. How many times did Tony call us looking to come down, where we did him a favor by having him in the studio? Even if we recorded footage at that point in time, we didn't need. You have to remember, at one point, we didn't have just one episode a week with Tony. We had so much footage, we had two. That was a gift to Tony. Not to say that he didn't, put in his time and put together some interesting interviews when he was here, but we didn't necessarily need them. We certainly didn't need to do it twice a week. That's why we put Marty on Thursday night. That took that second Tony time slot. So again, I'd like my friends that host the show to ask Tony with his hand on a Bible how many times Tony called us asking to come to this studio, not vice versa. All right, we continue. I think I already asked this. Between his efforts here in the studio, the cyber autograph signings, the photos, his drawings, and his personal appearances, how much would Tony leave with when he went back to Maine from this TV studio? If Tony is a good person, he'll answer, and if you hosts are good men, if you're honest men, you'll ask the question. As Tony continues to put out a lot of fictitious information, ask Tony Atlas how much he was paid when he worked our live wrestling events. That turned into an issue because Chairman Neil Manolian couldn't stand Tony. He found him to be overwhelming, overbearing, and created a lot of stress and headaches when he was around, especially as we tried to wrap events up when he would be with us. So if you'd like, if you want another maybe interesting answer from Tony, have him put the hand on the Bible and answer that one. When Tony worked Fanfest and conventions with us, ask Tony Atlas, with the hand on the Bible, how much he was paid for those. Typically, when a third-party vendor or an agent sets up an appearance for some of these talents, they genuinely take 15 to 20% for their time and efforts to try and set everything up to make income for this person. So I'm going to throw this one out there again. With Tony Atlas's hand on a Bible, ask Tony how much money Dan Marotti took from him when I took the time to set up personal appearances for him, birthday parties and private functions, personal training sessions, and wrestling seminars. Ask him how much money Dan Marotti took from him. Was it 15%, 20%, or out of all four of those different categories I just described, was it $0? Because I'm going to tell you this, with my hand on a Bible, it was $0. I never took a penny from him to set up any of those things. Nor would I, because I considered Tony to be my friend. When Tony came to the studio and we did cyber autograph signings, the idea was, well, we'll do a 50-50 split. He loved it. But between the studio costs, printing the photos, the online fees, and the taxes, Does Tony really think it was a 50-50 split? It wasn't even close to it because we were covering his costs. And I don't think he's that dumb that he doesn't realize it, so I guess he just didn't appreciate it. For Tony's artwork, with another point of contention for the Hall of Famer, again, with his hand on the Bible, ask Tony how much does it cost and how much time does it take to promote one of his pieces? How much of a percentage does the online platform take once one sells? How much does PayPal take for credit card processing? How much is taken out in taxes that I had to pay? Ask him. See if he has any idea, or if he's just going to play dumb, or whatever the response may be. Then, think about this. Now, this goes for anybody. The host of this program, fans watching. Imagine you pay Tony Atlas to do a personal drawing for you. What Tony does is, before he gives it to you, he goes to, I think it's a FedEx copying place, and he has 11 by 17 prints made up. He'll then go off to his different independent shows, conventions, autograph signings, whatever they may be, and he'll sell the prints that you paid him to make, or I should say he'll sell prints of the drawing you paid him to make for $40 to $50. For infinity, because he can print as many as he wants at any time that he wants to. That's not a little shady, Tony? You know, if I had a nice custom drawing made, I'd want it to be for me, not for you to make prints of it to sell to every Tom, Dick, and Harry you ever come across at a live event. I don't know. Maybe that's something the hosts of this talk show would like to bring up. Ask Tony, and this is a stickler to me, ask Tony if I ever said I wanted him to lose his Social Security check. Ever. As I have said countless times on this program, all I've ever wanted is for Tony to have the best life possible. As Tony has said numerous times on this program, as you can see in the hundreds of episodes we have online, Tony himself said, Dan Morella is my only friend. He's the only one that opened his wallet to me and tried to help me pay my mortgage. So which one was it, Tony? Were you lying then, or are you lying now? I don't want to see you lose your Social Security check. I just don't want to pay your taxes, nor should I. Doesn't that make sense to anyone out there, even if you are a Tony Atlas fan? Why should I pay Tony Atlas's taxes on his work? Doesn't make sense. But I never wanted to see Tony Atlas lose his Social Security check. All I've wanted Tony Atlas to do is the work for the money he was paid. And he has ignored, since February, hundreds of phone calls and text messages. The only way to really get through to him is with his hillbilly friend up in Maine. So, I don't know. I tell you this, I'll ask you another one. If you want to slap that hand down on the Bible, ask Tony Atlas how many times when he was leaving in private, I took him aside and said, Tony, do you need any money for anything? Do you need an advance for anything? Because I genuinely wanted to help him. He lost half of the home's income when his wife suffered the stroke, losing her Social Security check for the health care, and losing her job as a seamstress. So, again, if you're honest people, I think you'd want to ask those questions. Ask Tony why, if he was treated so bad, why did he continue to come back to this studio dozens and dozens and dozens of times over 6 years for either 55 or 200 or whatever the next number is he creates? Why would he keep coming back if it was so bad? It doesn't make any sense to me. He's a WWE Hall of Famer. He's in 2 bodybuilding Hall of Fames. Why would he need to be mistreated so bad by us for so many years, dozens of times? It doesn't comprehend to me, because it's not true. But I mean, it shouldn't make sense to you because you act like you believe it. And there are certain fans, because he's a WWE Hall of Famer, are going to take everything he says at face value. But I'm going to ask you that, folks. If you were mistreated that bad, would you keep coming back dozens and dozens of times, month after month after month after month, sometimes more than once a month, for years? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Again, that's just me. Again, to try and show Tony's character and integrity, ask Tony why he stole $300 from Rocky Johnson when Rocky forwarded him some money via Western Union to help pay his mortgage. He saw Rocky in person at a live independent event in Pennsylvania. Then after they were paid by the promoter, Tony put on his running shoes and he got out of PA pretty quick, stiffing old Rocky on the 300. Now, you know, it will be fair. I think Rocky Johnson can live without that 300, considering how much his son is making in Hollywood right now. But it's the point of the matter. You know, Rocky, for all his positives and negatives, he tried to help Tony, and Tony ran off on him, and he was insulted by that, which is why Rocky buried him in an interview that he did before he passed away. Ask Tony Atlas why on this very program, Wrestling Insiders, that Tony has praised Vince McMahon at times, and then other times he's called him a racist-ass bastard that called him the N-word regularly. Which one is it? Do you have a lot of praise for someone that calls you the N-word regularly and is a racist-ass bastard? Which one is Vince McMahon? I don't know. I don't know. Asked with his hand on the Bible, asked Tony Atlas how many times Tony robbed people up in Maine to try and get drug money. Again, which he admitted to verbally on this very program. You know, is that a high-quality individual that goes around robbing people and hijacking them for money to go and buy drugs and get high? I don't know. I've never done it. Have you? I don't know. And then, you know, I was reminded of this clip, which we'll take you to right now. Again, words coming from Tony's own mouth.
I could tell you some story and make your head spin, brother. I know a lot of wrestlers. I'm not going to call their names. This was the gimmick in my day in the 70s now. They give it called a mickey.
Yeah.
You put it in a girl drink, she fall out, the boys run a train on her. She would come to the room to be with one wrestler. He would give her a mickey. She'd fall out. He would call the other wrestler, hey man, I got some ass up here. Y'all come on up and get yourself. Here they got this girl laying on the bed. Don't even know where the hell she at. Guys taking the turns on her. I have seen that.
Gang rape.
Just
gang rape.
That have went on in wrestling for decades. Decades until Vince Jr. took over. It was in the 80s. I have seen women get raped many times by wrestlers. I could call some names, but I ain't going to do it because they got family, they old now. But I know a lot of
they're rapists.
Oh man, I know this one wrestler, and people pay him $15,000 to $20,000, $60,000 for his autograph. And he used to get women that put him out and stick all type of objects up in them and ruin them. They had to go to the doctor when this man got through with them. Woo!
So to our friends in New York, Sunglasses at Night, I ask you this. Ask Tony why on this very Wrestling Insiders program he has had such great praise for Ric Flair, but yet he talks about watching Ric sexually violate these women with different objects and toys and quote-unquote ruin them, which I presume means their body parts. That's someone you think is a great guy because he went out and bought you a drink? Or is he lying? Which one is it? Did Ric harm these women? Or is Tony lying? I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. Then also in that same clip, where were we now? Again, to show the high-class individual that Tony is, Tony discusses all of the gang rapes that he used to watch in his early days in wrestling. Now, I've never seen anyone be raped, thankfully, but I'd like to think if I did, I would A, try to stop it, or B, contact the police. Tony made it sound like he sat there and ate popcorn while it happened, hoping one of them would walk on him. Now, what does that say about him? He watched gang rapes, and I believe he said he's watched them over and over and over again. My friends in New York, is that something that you condone? And you're not going to ask them about it? Or are you just going to shrug your shoulders and say, geez, we have a unique guest that'll give us an opportunity to bash Boston wrestling? Those words came from Tony's mouth. You just heard it right there because, again, we came across the clip. I guess Tony found gang rape to be suitable on these young women, where he wouldn't try to stop it, and he didn't call the police. I think that says a lot about his character right there. But, again, one man's opinion. In the end of the day, again, Tony blatantly stole money for a live event Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall, back to the 80s WrestleFest. When we celebrate 20 years of this great organization, he stole money for podcasts. He wanted to do this world news type show online. I know a lot of fans, including myself, didn't want to hear Tony's political takes on a wrestling talk show, so we were going to create that platform. I made the mistake of paying him in advance to do it. Tony took money for drawings he didn't do. He screwed our good friend Michael down in Australia, which still bothers me, and I still want to get that drawing. And then he has the audacity to put that BS on the internet that I'm trying to get a Social Security check stolen from him, or that he would leave here with $200 or $55. And there are some people that don't know us that believe it. Wrestling fans, Tony Atlas is full of bullshit, let me tell you that. And I am talking to a very interesting person that wants to be a guest on the show that could tell you far more about the real Tony Atlas than I could. I hope to have this person on, maybe if not tonight, in the very near future. So I'm going to look at it like this because I'm still trying to navigate things here. I feel like I have given Sunglasses at Night the chance to really have an in-depth discussion with Tony. They think they're getting one over on us, having fun, laughing, those big mustache twirling villains in Boston that have abused Tony Atlas and Marty Jannetty. Ask him some of those questions and give him an old Bible. He wears the cross that his lovely wife Monica made for him. Ask him the question. So right now we're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we're either going to have a classic episode of Wrestling Insiders at your house, or maybe my special guest. With that said, folks, right now I'm going to take a brief timeout. We'll be right back.
Tickets are on sale now at BostonWrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was live at the Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland, Saturday, August the 17th, 1985. In the opening contest, Johnny V beat Steve Lombardi, Cousin Jr., with the win over Moondog Spot. Adorable Adrian Adonis defeated Tony Gurria. Terry Funk victorious over Salvatore Balomo. Junkyard Dog and Ricky the Dragon Steamboat defeated Magnificent Don Morocco and Mr. Fuji. The Hart Foundation with the win over Sweet Hansen and Leaping Lanny Poffo. Macho Man Randy Savage defeated Rick McGraw. And in the main event, the WWF World Champion Hulk Hogan retained the title over Brutus Beefcake. If you were in Landover Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Arguably the greatest professional wrestler of all time. Get this limited edition collector's autograph print personally signed by two-time WWE Hall of Famer Nature Boy Ric Flair, inscribed 16 times for each of his recognized World Championship reigns. One of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Also signed by original artist Rob Schamberger. Help keep wrestling legends working. Get this awesome Ric Flair collectible for your wrestling collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com /Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889. Wrestling fans, we promised you a good one for those that are not familiar with Boston wrestling and have automatically sided with Tony Atlas because he was a WWE superstar, not knowing the real human being behind that superstar persona. Well, here is something to reconsider that point of view with. On Sunday night when I got home from our SummerSlam 89 watch-along, we were contacted by Tony Atlas's daughter-in-law, who is furious about some of the things that Tony said about her online and hearing about what he's been saying about us after we were so good to Tony. The following is a telephone call that Tony's daughter recorded between her and Tony's wife, her mother, Monica White, a.k.a. Monica Atlas, about living with what sounds like a very controlling, overbearing, and dominating Tony Atlas. Tony's daughter-in-law shared many more stories with me via email. I've invited her to share those stories from her own voice on this talk show if she so chooses. I think it's unfair if I do it. They're her stories, her experiences, her observations. I think she should share those if she wants to. So for now, hear from the lovely Mrs. Atlas herself what it's like living with a man that apparently cheated on her and apparently has many children across the country. Again, from his wife's own mouth. This is how she was treated by a homeless Tony Atlas that she found living under a park bench in the winter when Tony hit rock bottom in 1989. If, and I do say if because there are two sides to every story, but if true, it really showcases Tony Atlas's true colors behind closed doors. Again, I want to say I find this very, very sad and disappointing it got to this level. Since we've known Tony, all we've ever wanted to do is produce great content with him. I help him have an easier life with extra income to pay his mortgage and his other bills with, and for Tony to simply fulfill his obligations for work he was paid to do, like any of us do at our regular jobs day in, day out, in or out of professional wrestling. This is the path Tony chose. This is the karma that Tony Atlas created.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm all right. How are you?
You feel better?
Yeah, I feel fine.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah. Because I was really heavy-hearted today. Because I had so many things to do, and then there were so many revelations that was amazing. You know, so many things that you said, wow. You know, I got to tell you this because you are a woman and you understand men just as well as I didn't in your age, okay? You know, finally it's lifted. But this one here, and in general, do you know why he calls me every day when he's out and why he always wants to know where I'm at?
Right.
Because he's afraid that I spent money.
Yeah.
Even that it is my own money that I'm spending.
Yeah, because he sees yours as his.
Huh?
Because he sees yours as his.
Yeah, you know, but I don't do that with these. He's spending on shoes. He's spending on dining and wining them and playing the big shot.
It's because he sees you as a resource.
He sees me as a resource, Todd?
Resource.
Oh, resort.
Resource.
As the last resort?
No, as a resource.
Oh, resource, yes. Yeah, yesterday before he left, he came with flowers and roses and, you know, because he knows when he has overdone it, you know, all this mistrust and all this stupidity I got to go through with this outfit, you know. And then he comes, oh, you know, I mean it, and I'm sorry, and this and this and this. He's mental, you know, because he has nobody else to run to, you know, and all the others before, I don't want to go to races, but they were all black that cleaned them out, okay?
Yeah.
He took the money force, and then he kicked them in the ass, you know, after he found out he was incurable.
Yeah.
You know, So, and now I got a thicker skin, actually. I can endure quite a bit. But after a while, it's nerve-wracking, too, if I cannot even go to the store and do my business. He's getting to that point. I can't even take care of my sewing business. He tells me, oh, you could have picked that stuff up tomorrow. Right. Who in the hell is he to tell me when to do my sewing business? He is totally out of control.
Because you have that power. He has the power over you.
Yeah, because I don't know where to go after he stole all my money.
Well, you can come here.
Yeah, but I gotta pay for the airplane too.
Well, I can figure that out.
Right. Well, anyway, and then I got so much over 10 years, everything that accumulated.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a computer, I have a printer, I have my sewing machine, my sewing room. I got a business here. And it's doing me good if he wouldn't be such a pain in the ass.
Well, pack it up a little at a time and send it, and then come here.
Yeah, how much is a plane ticket?
Tell you in a minute.
How much? How much? Yeah, tell me how much it is.
I'll tell you. Hold on. Okay. Hold on.
Yeah, it's not that easy.
No, well, I gotta do the whole.
Right.
Oh, it's processing. Just checking. Okay, so let's see. I can get you out of here for $370. You want to go today?
How much?
$370, June 1st.
300?
Yes.
That's it?
$70 one way, June 1st.
$300.
Right now, yeah.
Oh, wow. Right.
Yeah.
This is getting to the point where, I think I hope he doesn't flip out on me,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't think so. He wouldn't, because that would put him away. I know he would put him away.
Okay, just so you know, whenever you're ready, just let me know. We'll figure it out, okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I know, because you know what, I don't see why I should be living like imprisoned for nothing, for his sins. I'm paying for his sins.
Yeah, I know.
That is really ridiculous. For all the shit that he did in the past, I'm supposed to pay for it. I'm not his mother.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know why they hang themselves so onto other people that they don't even like, that don't even make sense.
He's a parasite.
Parasite, right?
Yeah.
Parasite, yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, I do slowly. I wanted to go the other way, and you know which way I wanted to go, right? Back home.
Yeah, I know, but you can go the opposite direction, that's all.
How is that? I could also go to Europe back.
Yeah, but
I got a passport.
Now. Yeah, that's not the point. But that's not the point. It's not whether you have a passport or not. It's whether you have a place to go when you get there.
Yeah, I know that. But I already have relatives over there too, I still have a lot of relatives over there, cousins and stuff like that. All I have to do is basically write a letter to them,
Yeah.
But I'm trying not to get too far any farther away from you, because my idea was always you and I going back home.
Yeah, well, I'm not going. I have a life here.
Yeah, I know you like your life there.
Yeah.
And I don't want to take that away from you,
Okay.
But on the other hand, I really never thought I'm going to end up in Hawaii. That was my last thought.
Oh, well, I'm sorry.
Well,
Couldn't.
but it is what it is, right? It is what it is, you know. And I gotta make up my mind here because, you know, why should I live the last few years in my life with somebody that is tyrant, you know?
Right.
Because he can't handle fame. That's what it is. He's not able to handle fame.
Right.
Or he cannot distinct between private life and business life and show business. You know, he doesn't know the difference.
Yeah.
You know, he wants to always be show business, even in privacy.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Yeah, you know, he cannot get over himself. You know. And besides that, everybody is telling me now that he's getting so out of shape. You know, he has a pot belly. You know, and he doesn't look good anymore. In other words, he's getting old, you know, and that is bothering him too, but it isn't my fault. Then he got to go and put himself on a diet, you know.
Yeah.
You cannot go and smoke and eat a whole pot of beans and have frankfurters and then expect to lose weight.
Well, of course not.
The man has no willpower for anything.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! And I'm always the last anchor. The anchor for the sinking ship. Yeah.
You like sinking ships for some reason.
So much shit. That's why I like shit.
No,
I said.
I know. I said you like sinking ships.
Oh yeah, the pirate, right?
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah, I'm the pirate.
You're a pirate. Yeah.
Pirate, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's ridiculous, you know, it's ridiculous. And then I gotta be the psychiatrist and, you know, play like, oh, this is also wonderful and he's so great, and then in the meanwhile, you know what I'm really thinking. Right. You know. But I see, you know, because I'm starting to get my shit here together. But you know, in 10 years, 20 years, I would think a lot of stuff has accumulated, you know, that I liked. I got a book collection, very expensive books, you know. I have beautiful clothes, you know. I got all the things that a woman really would love to have.
Right.
I even got a ukulele.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, you know. I can play that with not Devin.
Right.
Devin can show me how to play the ukulele.
Oh, there you go.
See? And then I go to Berlin and play the ukulele on the corner.
Okay.
And you can sing. And then we put a metal pot in front on a street.
Yeah.
And sit on a street and we make our music. And then we say, well, this is the new millionaire out of the USA.
Yeah.
The new generation. The new wealthy generation out of the US.
Right.
Yeah, that's how far we got. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, anyway, but I wanted to tell you, have you looked into that book for these berries? No. Have you looked in how much, if you want to sell your house, how much it was worth, or if you have any profit?
Yeah.
Have you ever thought about that you can sell it for profit?
No, I'm going to die there.
Is that a joke, or are you for real?
No, I'm not moving. That's for real.
So you love it that much?
I already told you. I'm done moving.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Right. After all these years, of course.
Yeah.
You know, and then starting all over again with 50. You know, that is not actually easy either.
No, I'm not doing that.
Okay, so I gotta, you know. All right. Okay.
I'm not moving cold ass friggin' Germany. You know, which is, you know.
Yeah, then you have to go to other stuff too, right?
I would love to see it again. I would love to visit and be free to move around, but I'm not going to move back there. What for?
Right.
I don't know anybody there. Not that I know many people here, but...
Well, never will I ever. I just went when I had enough from one place. I just went to the next. I didn't know if I cared a language or whatever. I made it.
Right. Well,
somehow.
that's different when you're 20-something, but I'm going to be 50 here pretty soon in another year. So
yeah, but I'm 70 and I'm supposed to move.
Yeah, but look at your situation, too.
Well, yes. Yeah, my situation, yeah. Could be okay. My situation could be okay. If I had a different kind of more understanding and more not so selfish husband.
Yeah, but he's always been that way.
Yeah, but I didn't realize that what he was anyway. And besides, be totally honest with you, I was never in love with him.
I know.
So it didn't really hurt. It didn't hurt. It hurts only when I get left that I'm supposed to be treated. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
I'm supposed to be treated decent.
Mhm.
You know, but he can't get over that racism. He can't get over the racism. And I'm sick and tired of it because we went to the same thing we went through, okay?
Yeah,
2 world wars, hunger. Okay, when he talks about they eat all the shanks from the animal and the pigs that we slaughtered and had nice out picnics and we were eating dry bread with margarine, right, and a little marmalade on it. That was our food. So talking about misery, okay? I can show you misery.
I know.
So I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm back in the house now. I'm sorting my things out, you know. And then that guy pesters me constantly with that computer. And I need $100 to have that computer back fixed up to make it working again, you know. Every time I turn around, something else comes up. So, oh, by the way, talking about that, I went today. It's no problem with the passports. I got all the passports. They're doing it right in Office Max. You know, the next time he going out of town, I'm going to Office Max. Otherwise, he's going to make a pain out of himself. He may be my pain in the ass for the whole day being there, you know. So I got to do that by myself. And I took him with me, the passports, right? I had all the passports with me for me and you on the backside, you know. Your name is on it as my daughter, so it is all clear. You know, it's just now finding a place where you got to go. There I have a day or two for myself, you know, when I can do my own things. You understand? Without him sticking his nose into my business. Such is not his. You know. But the way I feel anyway, I think he wants to go to some woman in the South that he knows and he thinks he got children with, and she keeps on telling him that the babies are his, and he tells me that she was a one-night stand and he was wrestling, you know. And he has so many children everywhere and so many affairs everywhere. The man can dig his out. It's going to stick out of his grave.
How old are they?
Huh?
How old are these kids?
How old these kids?
Yeah, the ones that...
Oh, they're about his age now, but they all think he's this great, big, like way back.
Oh.
And he got money and he plays still the big kahuna, you know, with them, because, you know. And if they really know the truth, that they could, if they be kind, they could send him money, you know. If I had known all that shit, I tell you, I would have been better off. But then on the other hand, he had no place to go. Neither did I. So, you know. Well, here we are. The same old story. Now I'm sorting out my life here in paper. You know, checkbook, passport, all these kinds of things, you know. Yeah. And my passport is up too, by the way. But I had all my passports with me. I just didn't have the time anymore to have them copied. They do it. They do the copying in an Office Max.
Right.
So as soon as I get a free day for myself, I got them all packed up, quite nicely. So I make all our, passports. Make all the copies. It takes me just half a day, and all that other stuff. So then I send it to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
And it is not all that expensive either. It's just a few cents.
Okay.
All you do is copy it. It's all.
Yeah, we'll photocopy.
Yeah, I was not going over consulates and this and this and this. Not necessary. All I have to do is copy the pages, right?
That's all I need.
Right. Okay, I got the information today, So like I said, as soon as I have a day off by myself, I'm going to go back and have these copies made. All right?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Hello?
So are you still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, now we have stirring in the envelope. I mean, we have the connection is getting bad.
Right.
So anyway, I call you later, okay?
Yeah.
And like I said, pretty soon he's probably gonna knock on the door. Hopefully not that soon. I need a few more days to recuperate.
Yeah.
And you have no idea how pissed everybody here is in this area. He's scared, pissed, in a nasty mood. How everything is going.
Yeah.
So listening to these people, and he's so open, they can't keep their mouth shut. You know what I'm saying? They're so open. When I was out today, oh my goodness, they talk about politics. And I don't want to discuss politics with them.
Yeah.
And then I always just nod and and let them, but tell them what they want to hear. I agree with them. I agree with everything they say. In the meanwhile, I think you ignorant motherfucker,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. But what can you do? The brainwashed like the rest, The brainwashed, stupid.
Oh, yeah.
That's how they keep them together, with brainwashing. Mental acrobatics. Before you realize all that, you realized that before.
Yeah.
But it took me a while to not agree, but I mean to find out what they were really thinking, Yeah.
I went to school for it, so I did go to
So-
college to learn. You there?
So, are you there? Because if you're busy, I gotta hang up anyway. I gotta hang up too. And we talk later, okay?
Yeah. You have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Talk to you later.
Okay, bye.
Bye. Yeah, bye.
Wrestling fans, join Boston Wrestling Sports as we explode into our 20th anniversary. Live events, live watch-alongs, new hosts, a new Tuesday beginning September 7th, and shoot interviews 7 days per week. This Sunday night during NXT TakeOver 36, help keep in-studio shoot interviews rolling as we're having a cyber mega raffle for a lot of officially autographed NXT posters. One winner will get a jackpot of Adam Cole, baby, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Nikki Cross, pre-superhero, former NXT champion Finn Balor, and now Ring of Honor superstar EC3. On eBay, that's a $250 plus value. That's just the beginning. Once we sell $250 worth of raffle tickets, we include an autographed Lio Rush NXT 8x10 photo. Once we hit $500 worth of raffle tickets, we include an NXT 2019 roster poster signed by all 15 superstars. Once we sell $1,000 of those raffle tickets, it includes the NXT 2018 roster poster signed by all 21 superstars on the poster. As we keep going, when we hit the $1,500 mark worth of raffle tickets, we include an autographed NXT Halloween Havoc 2020 autograph poster signed by every superstar on it. Then, when we hit $2,000, we include the NXT War Games 2020 1 of 100 autograph posters signed by everyone on it. Then, the big mark, the jackpot. When we hit $2,500 worth of raffle tickets and more, we're going to include the last one we have, the NXT TakeOver Phoenix 2018 autograph poster, 1 of 50, signed by every superstar on that poster. If you want more superstar shoot interviews, more live episodes, more cyber autograph signings, this is the way to help. Raffle tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where you'll meet the icons up close and personal, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more 80s Hall of Famers to be announced SummerSlam weekend. Plus, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with a hot night of in-ring action at this interactive wrestling event and Fanfest you'll never forget. Make your plans to be there live. Get your tickets at bostonwrestling.com now. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of The Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, and cyber autograph signings. Support wrestling superstars. Pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty. As noted earlier, we're going to be having an all-new Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after WWE NXT, starting Tuesday, September the 7th. Tony's friends in New York, you know, they shot more ammo our way this week, so this Tuesday night we fire right back with another in-depth episode at 10 p.m. You're not going to want to miss if you enjoy this real-life tension, I guess is the best way to put it. If you want to keep Wrestling Insiders rolling 7 days a week, we invite you to check out the great selection of items in the Boston Wrestling eBay store featuring superstars of every era. Each purchase not only helps these fine talk shows come to life, but you get an on-air shout-out from one of our featured superstars as thanks, I should say, for helping the team. And again, you're helping keep wrestling legends working. You can find the link to the Boston Wrestling eBay store in the description box below. Along with giving tonight's supersized Wrestling Insiders Week in Review a thumbs up, subscribe to our YouTube channel. It's absolutely free, over 2,000 videos. It's the best way to show YouTube that you guys are interacting and enjoying what we do. Leave your thoughts in the Premier Chat or in the comment section below at any time. As always, the Super Chat button is open for business, that little gray $ symbol under the Premier Chat, just like service you'd get from a server at a restaurant or a bartender. You know, recognize the great entertainment you're getting tonight. We're also using Venmo at Boston Wrestling. Welcome to technology in 2021. Every dollar raised helps us keep the lights on and bring you more great talent to share their stories with you. Coming up, it's our Wednesday Night Wrestling Insider Special Edition, as I'm joined by our good friend Dutch Mantell, a.k.a. Zeb Coulter, for now in his final episode, as he shoots on WWF 1995, The Undertaker, helping get Undertaker into WCW through Jim Cornette when they worked in Memphis, the Supreme Fighting Machine, Pamela Anderson at WrestleMania, Alberto Del Rio, Jack Swagger, and tons more, and another great episode with Dutch. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, welcome back. Dan Marotti, so happy to be joined by this guy, a man I've got a lot of respect for. We tell a lot of jokes and go back and forth. We've talked some serious stuff. We've had some laughs, a little bit of everything. We did a live cyber autograph signing by the time the fans have seen this. We've spent now, I think this will be our third WrestleMania weekend together. We did it in Orlando, we did it in New York City, and now we're doing it. Yep. I don't know how far you live from here.
Your buddy was with us in New York City.
Who? Jerry Briscoe?
Tony.
Oh, man.
He was with you.
$55.
That was that was back when you guys kind of liked each other.
The thing is, Dutch, I still like the man.
Yeah.
I don't understand what is going on with this Facebook nonsense because I don't know the whole story.
If you hadn't underpaid him.
Huh?
You hadn't underpaid him.
You think he was worth 55?
Well, oh yeah, he's worth 55. But if you hadn't underpaid him, you'd still be friends. See?
I wish more than anything I know the whole story. And he owes me, I don't want to say a substantial amount of money, but he owes me some money on top of it. So there's the saga continues. But at least I was very happy you got a chance to tell your side of the story when Tony dedicated almost a full episode to you.
For the record,
yes.
Where'd that gentleman go? The
Which
cameraman.
one?
He said my story
Glance
and Tony's story
was basically
identical. The same.
Yeah. Tony's brain
so
works.
I have heard that I've heard, and I covered this 2 shows ago, that he has said that my story has changed.
Fluctuated.
Yeah, over the years. Remember I said, no, if you can tell the truth, the story stayed the same all the time. And my story has not changed from that night.
Much like Marty Jannetty, I equate Tony's brain to almost a GPS gone wild. He will come from Portland, Maine to Boston, but he'll wind up in Chicago first to get there.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I am.
I'm gonna tell him you said that.
I've told him.
I am. Okay.
I am personally hurt by what's happened because I know my intentions towards the man have always been good.
You
and
said
I
you ran
about
into him when?
This weekend.
Where?
Well, it was funny. Barry Dasso, Demolition Smash, had no idea any of this had gone on. And as we had dropped Barry off at the airport, not the airport, at his hotel, he started yelling, "Oh, Dan, come here. And I got out of the car. I said, "What?" He goes, "It's Tony." And Tony was in the car behind us.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of this awkward situation where at first Tony just kind of looked right through me like I wasn't there, like I was a ghost. And then we had banter for a minute and a half, and I just
What kind of banter?
I just said, "What are you having for dinner, you rascal?"
Yeah.
And he showed me his dinner, and he has this god-awful Orlando Magic jersey that he's worn now for the better part of 15 years, where almost 99% of the lettering is worn off. And I said, "Why don't you wear the Patriots jersey we got you for Christmas?" And then he said, "Oh, I'm a Tom Brady fan, not a Patriots fan." I said, "Well, you got a Tom Brady jersey. Why don't you wear it?"
Yeah.
And a couple of little things like that. And I said, "Well, I hope you do good at your fan fest this weekend." And I guess all the fan fests were an abomination as far as how few people attended because there's no one in town really for WrestleMania, you know?
You're talking about here?
In Tampa, yeah.
So Tony's in Tampa?
Yeah.
Okay.
There were 2. There was WrestleCon, which we've done. And there was one called
So you didn't think
WrestleCon
WrestleCon would do well?
No. Well, because it was not, you've seen the crowds at the WrestleCons. It was knocked down into 5 blocks, limited to 320 people each. Now, that's a big difference compared to the WrestleCons we've been to. You know what I mean? So
only 300 people on the floor.
320 people, including staff and wrestlers.
Ooh.
So I don't think we would.
So you probably only have 100 customers there. 150.
I would say a little more than that, but not many more. So the only bath I wanted to take when I was down here in Florida was in my fine luxury suite back there, not out of the wallet. So we came up with this idea to try and tape some great content for our show, where there were going to be so many guys still in town to rent a beautiful home such as this. Mansion, I guess is the best way to word it. A mansion.
Elvis looked at this place one time.
Really?
To buy it, yes.
To buy it?
Yes.
You were going to do your own
This was going to be,
house.
this was going to be the Graceland of Florida. That's what it was going to be. I've heard about this place.
You've heard about this place. 6220 Millionaires Boulevard in Tampa.
A luxurious house.
Yes.
In downtown, beautiful. Overlooking the bay, by the way.
See, the fans can't look out that bay window we have right there.
Oh, yeah. It's beautiful. Fans, if you're watching, of course, you wouldn't hear me unless you're watching. Beautiful view right outside that window. We would turn the camera, but the cameraman I think he's passed out in the back. So.
No, that's why they call him Glance. But I know you brought your bathing suit, and it almost looks like you have a life vest on in case you drown.
I do, in case I get in there and can't swim, which I can.
All right, back to the world that was the World Wrestling Federation in 1995. It was not certainly 87 as far as what the houses and paydays would have been at that time. But we mentioned Lawrence Taylor coming in as part of the big build-up for WrestleMania the 11. WWE also tried to replicate WrestleMania 1 by going the female route with a woman who I understand had her eyes on you at the time from Baywatch, Pamela Anderson.
Yeah, well, hard to keep her off of me. It was embarrassing, and she was on the other side of the room. She kept coming over. I kept walking away, so we were just doing like that circle around the room. And finally I said, "Look, Pamela, listen, just stay over there. I'll stay over here, and we keep the bullshit down, okay?"
And did it work out that way?
Well, it did.
I know Tommy Lee was a little jealous.
He was hot about it.
Yeah.
So.
But who could resist?
Well, I could.
You're a man's man.
Right, because, that's not right. You know what I mean?
Well, I know Marty Jannetty said that things did wind up getting, after she wasn't able to get her hands on your mustache, she wound up getting her hands on different parts of Shawn Michaels. And Tommy Lee was not happy.
Did you hear that?
During one of Marty Jannetty's no holds barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll filled episodes.
And he said, Marty Jannetty says that Pamela Anderson and
Shawn Michaels, there was no heartbreak involved.
They connected.
They connected. No one's heart broke, except for Tommy Lee. Maybe.
I never heard that before.
You never heard that before? No.
First time.
Well, all right.
And he was hot about it.
Tommy Lee was not pleased that his wife wound up with Shawn Michaels, believe it or not. No.
Let me speak to my personal assistant.
All right.
Will, have you ever heard that?
All
See,
right, well.
my personal assistant never heard about it.
Well, it's a good thing you have a personal assistant. I have a 15-year-old here wearing a shirt that says boots to asses. So, I mean, that's what I can afford.
Experience, buddy.
You know what?
Stay with it.
Stay with it. That's right. But did you think, again, Pamela Anderson was, I would say, a worldwide celebrity at that point.
Who did the singing? Who did sing a song?
Oh, go LT, go LT, go. It was, what was their name, Dave? Salt and Pepper?
Yes. Salt and Pepper. What happened to them? They folded, faded?
Well, you know what happened with coronavirus? They don't leave the salt and pepper on the tables anymore, so they just get rid of them.
They were actually just in a movie.
Oh, really? Were they?
Coming to America, too.
Oh, were they?
Yeah,
Did they sing?
They made a cameo,
Yeah. Did they reference WrestleMania 11 when they sang Lawrence Taylor to the ring? No. I don't think salt and pepper added much to WrestleMania. But do you think with Pamela Anderson, even though beautiful woman, well known from Baywatch, which was a very popular show, I don't think she had
Never saw that show.
You never saw Baywatch?
I was working. Every night I was gone. So all the Dallas show, guess what? Do you watch that?
No. You didn't either.
I wasn't home. I was gone all the time.
Well, I could have seen you in the role of David Hasselhoff on Baywatch.
Very, very, he's over in Germany.
Hasselhoff is,
Big time German.
Much more than in the United States.
Big time baby face there, yes.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know. Baywatch.
He's over, and I don't even know why he's over so much.
I think he sings.
He does?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, you're telling me things I've never heard before. I'm getting more out of this interview than you are.
Did you think, though, that Pam Anderson, as beautiful of a woman as she was, and on a very popular syndicated television show, do you think she added anything to the buzz of Mania 11?
No, not a bit.
Not the Cyndi Lauper effect?
No.
No. All right.
Well, she did. She was an actress.
Yeah.
In a role that she just basically showed her body.
And saved people that were drowning.
You see, so.
Maybe she's out there.
If Pamela Anderson was on the street right here, I wouldn't walk across the street.
Really?
Nah.
All right. Well, fair enough. Also, back in that time frame, you were around a man you knew quite well in Memphis. In WWF, at that point, he was known as the one, the only, the Phenom, the Undertaker. Mm-hmm. You knew a much younger version of Mark Callis in Memphis. Any memories of him in the good old days when he was first breaking in? And what did you think of him as Undertaker?
Oh, I thought he put the Undertaker. He fit the role exactly. But when he was starting out, he was Mean Mark. He was what do we call him? Master of Pain. And he just started out in Memphis. He's greener grass. He was trained by Buzz Sawyer.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Kinda. Right.
He did pay for the services.
And he paid him, and he didn't finish the training. So Undertaker always had it in mind that when he ran across him, he was going to beat the crap out of him. But very athletic, and I told him, I said, if you ever go to WWF, I said, because they like big guys, you'll do well. So, and I don't know if he saw himself going. I think he did, because he's so big. How many guys are that big? And he's a great athlete. He's a great basketball player too.
And I've heard that people that play basketball take to the wrestling movements well. I don't know if that's true.
Well, because that's who I think makes the best wrestlers are basketball players. Mm-hmm. You know why? Because they have to move more and twist their bodies and finesse.
Yeah, that's what I just said. I've heard that. Yeah, just because of the way the bodies move.
It's
they
finesse.
can take to it more than
So,
a football player. Or
I used to play. We go to say a high school for a show,
Mhm.
and we'd get there early, and there's some basketballs laying in the dressing room, and me and Mark would go out there and start
a
shooting.
little one-on-one.
Well, I played him one day with a guy called Action Jackson. You remember him?
Yep.
We played him 2-on-1, in a horse, or 21 or whatever we played. He beat both of us. I mean, he just stay around because we'd hit one every now and then, but you couldn't drive in on him and try to lay it up. He'd block it, and it was embarrassing, really.
Well, even though I may not be able to walk all that well, I did very well in a game of horse in Orlando back in Thanksgiving week in 2019. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings here in the room, but I can still get the shot off, Dutch. I might not be able to run
Really?
if my life depended on it, but
Pinpoint that person.
boots to asses.
Here we go.
And he wasn't very happy about it that I won the game of horse, and he denied it to the mother.
He did.
He denied it to the mother.
Not only is he a sore loser,
He fibbed.
he's a liar.
He lied.
See?
He didn't want to admit that someone that couldn't walk beat him in horse.
See? I'm ashamed to hear that about you. No, but I thought Undertaker would do very well.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I remember I was in Memphis, and I called Jimmy Cornette, who was working in WCW, and I was trying to get Mark booked in Atlanta. And I made and he asked me, "Will you make the call for me?" I said, "Yeah." So he's leaving on a trip one day, and I said, "Come in, and I'm gonna call Cornette." So I called Cornette, and he says, "I'm glad you called because they had, who was Dan Spivey and
Sid. They were the skyscrapers.
Skyscrapers, and I think Sid went down, didn't he?"
Yeah.
And he says, "We're looking for," and he asked me what he looked like. I said, "He's about 6'8", 6'9", maybe. He weighs, I don't know, 250, 260 or whatever. And he says, "Sid just went down. We're looking for a replacement for the Skyscrapers with Spivey." And he says, "That guy may fit the bill." And he says, "Can you have him call me?" I said, "Well, he's standing here right now." He said, "It's a true story." And I handed it to Mark, and they talked a minute, and then he handed the phone back to me, and I says, "Well, what do you think?" He says, "Can he make a Saturday show, or whenever they did too? Can he make he was going to start within a week." I said, "Yeah, he can start." And I asked him, I said, "Can you do it?" He said, "Yeah." So even though he didn't really give a notice, I knew it was better for him, and I could cover for him. And so when he went to Atlanta, that's when Vince saw him. And when Vince saw him, and the Undertaker gimmick, I heard, was really what Vince thinks about himself. It's almost, he built the image in Vince's image in his head. Like you can't die and you got all these powers.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And he put him in that image, and he took off.
What did you think of The Undertaker the first time you saw it? A dead man come back to life. Did you think it would have the longevity that it would turn into? 30 years of a main event
what
talent.
he didn't go out there and do a bunch of stuff he just beat people up. And you can get by the show business part. And he never came out of character.
Right.
Ever.
With the gimmick.
He never did a bunch of interviews with the dirt sheets. He never did a bunch of interviews because he just stayed quiet, and he became a mystery to himself. So when people tried to look what he was really like, they never really found out the background. They knew the background, but he didn't tell them the background. So I think you can be mysterious to the point to where it actually helps you, and it helped him.
And you also had a little bit of a background right here in the Florida territory with my longtime friend, a guy I still miss every day, Mr. Paul Bearer.
Yeah, well, I booked him here.
Yeah.
I booked him in Tampa.
And didn't you help create his name?
Oh, not the Paul Bearer, but
right.
He was called Percy Pringle.
Right.
And I didn't have anything to do. I called him Percy Pringle. I don't think I had anything to do with Paul Bearer. But
But
the
didn't you
Paul
help him
Bearer.
develop Percy Pringle?
Say what now?
Didn't you help him develop Percy Pringle?
No, I said he was the heir to the Pringle potato chip.
That was it. Okay.
He was the
yeah.
heir to that fortune. And who he was a friend of, Michael Hayes was here too.
Right.
And we were looking for something because we had Coco Ware and Norvell Austin coming in as a PYT. And I brought him in for them to be their manager. So, and he did well. He was good. So, there's something else I was going to tell you about him and I forgot. But I remember we brought him in one time. He'd only been here a week, and I remember Hayes walked in a room. He said, "Percy, I don't know how to tell you this, but we're going to have to let you go." "Oh, God, oh, no." That's where he got started. He sounded really like he did. "Oh, no." Then we told him we was kidding him, and he got mad. So, I mean, to go to a place and you only been there like a week, then he tell you you don't have a job anymore, that was pretty hard to accept. But it wasn't that funny to me, but it was to Michael. Yeah, I had a background with him and the Undertaker, and I was trying to think of somebody else I had. Barry Horowitz. I started his losing streak here, and they actually took it to WWE.
I still think it's going on.
Yeah, and
but he wasn't. What was his name? Hot.
Jack Hart.
Jack Hart. That's right. Right.
And he was great at the row. He had more heat than my top heels did, and he never won a match. And you know where I learned that gimmick?
Well,
right here in Tampa. Remember when Tampa Bay couldn't win a match? When they first started, when they got the NFL franchise.
Oh, you mean the Buccaneers couldn't win a game?
They could not win a match.
They were horrible.
Their own fans booed them when they would come off the field.
So Barry Horowitz became the Buccaneers of Florida Championship Wrestling.
Before they became the Buccaneers. It was, old time Booker told me one time, he says, "Whatever you do, always do one thing that you enjoy, that you like to play with." He said, and that was mine.
That was yours, Barry Horowitz?
And it was easy to put together. And I had him at TV one day. I said, "Barry, I got to tell you something." He says, "We can't continue to beat you here." He said, "What?" I said, "We got to put you over today." "No."
You didn't want to go over.
"No, don't do that. It'll kill me." And it would have killed him. So
WWE did something similar within the past few years with Heath Slater, where he went, my God, it was probably, what, Dave, a couple of years before he won a match? Yeah.
But they didn't really did they make a big issue out of it?
Of course not.
See, but you see.
The closest thing they did to it recently was Kurt Hawkins.
Who did I say?
But they didn't do an issue.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Kurt Hawkins.
Yeah. But they didn't do an issue with it, right?
No.
Not as big as it could have been. He just
Yeah.
had a shirt.
See, when you bring somebody out and you accent them, and all of a sudden you don't do anything with it,
Nobody cares.
no, nobody gives a crap. You got to make it a story.
Well, that's why we keep Glantz around. We never run into those issues.
Oh, yeah.
Another guy that returned to the WWF in early 1995, around the same time you did. I believe you had Memphis experience as well in WWF, first known as Papa Shango, then Kama, the Supreme Fighting Machine.
Mm-hmm.
I believe he had a stop in Memphis around the same time you were there too, did you
Undertaker was there too,
Mhm.
right? Very green. But I didn't, that's the type of guy that, he didn't have the moves that Undertaker had. And I didn't really think he would go as far as he did.
Mm-hmm.
But Vince liked him, big guy. And he put the gimmick on him and he progressed. But to me, the Papa Shango gimmick wasn't anywhere close to Undertaker's.
No.
Nowhere close.
No. Very memorable. Little interesting, but not a long shelf life.
So then he came out as
Kama, the Supreme Fighting Machine.
And who was he? He was the pimp too, right?
Well, that was a little later on. He said he stole that gimmick from you. Yeah. So. But any memories of him as the Supreme Fighting Machine? I think the guy's name in UFC was Chemo or something along the lines of that. Was that what it was? Chemo?
Chemo.
Yeah. Not therapy.
He's got cancer.
No, that was the man's name in UFC, and they tried to replicate that, and I just thought that gimmick fell very, very flat.
Well, there's a lot of gimmicks that have fallen flat. That's just one.
That was almost all of 1995 for WWE.
95 was a flat year.
It was a very flat year, not like Vicente Ray, who wishes he was a little flatter, but that's all right. Now, Mr. Willis in the back, was that 1 or 2 fists, sir? Number 1. All right, wrestling fans, right now, we're going to take a brief timeout. When we come back, we're going to continue our trip down memory lane with the one, the only, Dirty Dutch Mantell. Stand by. Tickets are on sale now at BostonWrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was live at Township High School Gym in Vernon Valley, New Jersey, Tuesday, August the 18th, 1981. In the opening contest, Tony Altamore beat Roberto Soto. Larry Sharp victorious over Angelo Gomez. Bulldog Brower defeated Larry Sharp. Pedro Morales battled WWF Intercontinental Champion Don Morocco to a double disqualification. And in the main event, Angelo Mosca beat Dominic DeNucci. If you were in Vernon Valley live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive studio shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at Patreon.
Wrestling fans, I'm Dan Marotti.
And this is the man of the hour, Leo Rush.
It was all over BostonWrestling.com and our social media. But Leo, brother, they got to check out some of this merch.
They got to.
Check it out, fans, right now available on eBay.
The Undisputed Era kicked ass and took no prisoners in WWE NXT. Now you can own this limited edition collector's autographed art print personally signed by Adam Cole, Roderick Strong, Kyle O'Reilly, and Bobby Fish. Also signed by the original artist, Rob Schamberger, one of only 50 made direct from our friends at WWE. Help keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this awesome collectible for your collection now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back to part 2 of this fine episode, the third installment of our Wrestling Insider special edition episodes with Mr. Dutch Mantell. We look forward to the day when we can get you on the bird up to Boston and have you in our fine studio. You have yet to see our fine studio, I guess, other than video.
I've seen it on video.
Yeah, but that's about it. You need to experience it.
It's a fine facility.
And you've never even seen it.
I mean, just on pictures.
Just in pictures. It is a fine
and
facility.
not even moving pictures, just a
stills. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a still picture. Yeah, still fabulous.
Well, you know what? We've had a lot of memories in that building. It all began with the Iron Sheik's toothless, drug-induced tirade on violating Brian Blair and Hulk Hogan anally back in 2004, and it's only grown from there.
Really?
Yes.
So what's he mad about? What is his problem with Bryan Blair?
I don't understand. We tried to dissect this with someone else. So, something happened at WrestleMania 3. I don't know. And 17 years after the fact, the night after a live event, we decided to try to do these interview episodes. And the Sheik came down extremely coked up with no teeth. He had on a baby blue USA jumpsuit with a fake Olympic medal on and a Kurt Angle t-shirt.
So you can still see this?
Oh, yeah.
How do you see it? Tell the fans how to see it.
It's the best place to find it, fans, especially if you want to keep professional wrestling legends working. Get early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders along with all of our studio shoot interview DVDs while helping keep professional wrestling legends working. Patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You can get this acclaimed 3-hour studio shoot interview along with hundreds of more for your viewing enjoyment.
So how many episodes did you do with him?
Instead of episodes like this, we just did one giant 3-hour block.
Went through it.
And
he was out of control the whole way.
It started off interesting and sad. He talked about life in Iran.
Yeah.
He talked about how he became the bodyguard of the Shah in Iran. He talked about almost like a military...
Do you know this, Will? Any of this stuff?
He talked almost like it was almost like a military test. They drove him out to the middle of the desert. In a grave was his cousin with an ice pick in his head. And that's when he decided he actually left his 2 sons that he hasn't seen since in Iran and came to America.
So they killed his cousin?
Yes.
And let him see him?
Yes. And that's how he came to America. So it started off kind of interesting conversation like that. And then he started, depending upon...
What was the purpose of him seeing his cousin? Because the same thing can happen to you?
To see if he'd speak. Or tell people about it, I guess. You know how like sometimes they talk about I don't know if it's the CIA, but some form of United States government, they say you have to break into this room and shoot this person and it's a parent or something like that sitting there. I guess it was along the lines of that, only a little bit more stern, where there was the actual death that took
I never
place.
heard that story.
Yeah. Well, that's what led him to the United States, and he has not seen his 2 sons since, I think that was the early 70s. So... And it started off very
interesting. He was the bodyguard for the Shah.
Very true story. And he was an AAU wrestler in Iran, which is how he got the job. He was a shooter amongst one of the baddest men to ever be in this business. And then, as we started talking more modern day wrestling, he started talking about how he saved Bob Orton from a group of rednecks after he beat up a redneck woman. And he started talking more and more about the medicine. And then it ultimately led to the climax of WrestleMania 3, and he wanted to make Bryan Blair humble, sticking a beer bottle in his ass, apparently along with the anal violation that was going to go along with it. Because in Iran, I guess it's not considered a homosexual act if you are the one that does the humbling, only being the humblee.
Yeah.
And he thought Bryan Blair, for this disrespect that apparently was shown to him at some point in his life, deserved to be anally violated.
But for what reason?
I don't know. Something at WrestleMania 3. He didn't like his attitude. Then it went on to the Hulkster needed a little humbling. Jake the Snake Roberts, the Sheik was kind enough to bring him...
A humbling?
He was kind
of... Oh, please, let me humble you.
He wanted Jake, the Iron Sheik brought Jake some cocaine into Canada, and Jake only gave him a smidge. So Jake deserved a little humbling.
He deserved it too.
Yeah, Randy Savage.
Does he have a humble list?
He does. Randy Savage needed to be humbled. Andre, I think, was too big to be humbled, so he was just called a big French fag. So it was an interesting 3-hour interview as he continued to...
What about Vince?
Always liked him, but he said he was homosexual as well. Linda McMahon was a nice lady, though.
Yeah, he liked her.
He liked her.
What about Shane and Stephanie?
He didn't really mention them at that point, but it's just for the whole interview.
So he hated Vince. I mean,
he liked Vince. He was just...
No, he hated Hogan.
Hated Hogan.
And hated Blair.
Blair the most.
And Randy Savage.
Randy.
And
Jake.
What about Andre?
Andre.
And what about $1 Million Man?
Really didn't have anything to say either way. So they didn't have anything
So
to
that
say
was
either
kind of
way.
his list.
Yeah, those were the top 5 from what I remember.
Oh, I see.
And then, well, Ultimate Warrior came in future interviews because
Yeah, he wanted to humble him.
he made some, well, the Ultimate Warrior already was humbled, which I guess the Ultimate Warrior took offense to the Sheik talking about during his bodybuilding days in Georgia, when, you know, that's how they would survive. And the Sheik had a handler that would bring the Sheik to get his picture taken with different people at conventions. And they went up to the Ultimate Warrior, who he said was a man that was, you know, paid for homosexual activities as he was a bodybuilder. And believe it or not, the Warrior didn't want to take his picture with the Sheik at this convention. And the Sheik was extremely...
Now, they had a video of this, didn't they?
Yes, and he slapped the handler and started screaming at the Warrior. And during this interview, I told the Sheik what the Warrior had said, that the Sheik hit lighter than a 6-year-old girl. So the Sheik said, how old are the Ultimate Warrior's daughters? And I said, well, I think they're about 6 and 8 at this point. And he goes, well, when they're 18, they're going to tell Ultimate Warrior, Iron Sheik has 10-inch Iranian cock.
God.
So that was heat.
That was heat. That's too much.
That was a little much. But
Yeah,
you
it
know
was.
And they didn't take him out of the Hall of Fame, but they did Hogan and Snooker, so I don't know.
So Hogan's out of the Hall of Fame.
But he got back in.
Oh, so
After his
he's
incident.
at Master of Ceremonies.
He is, yeah.
During WrestleMania.
And inducted into the Hall of Fame for the 2nd time. And Jimmy, I don't know
Did he get inducted in the last bunch?
He was inducted the 2nd time this weekend as part of the NWO, which I don't know why they do that, but I think once you're in once,
I thought he had a lot of heat about that language he used.
they have welcomed him back into the community.
And I thought that Tony Atlas, I'm not Tony Atlas, who's the guy's name? The other one?
That guy.
No, the other guy who is he, Will? The guy that's the other, he's from here. Titus.
Oh, Titus O'Neil.
Titus is one of his biggest anti-voices against him.
And they're both co-hosting WrestleMania together, which is kind of, almost sounds like a reality show, but
it does.
I don't know. I don't
know.
But I think I know you're a future WWE Hall of Famer without a doubt, but do you think when you go in once is enough, or do you like these multi-time inductions?
Why?
Yeah.
Why do you want to go in twice?
Well, I think the race is going to be who is going to be the first 3-timer. Is Rick going to go in 3 times as part of the Evolution faction, or is it going to be 3 times for Shawn Michaels for his tag teaming with Marty? Not what they did on the road, but you know, they're tag teaming in the ring.
Well, I don't get.
X-Pac might be.
I don't see that happening. I think he's Hall of Fame out.
I don't see the.
You don't see the need.
I don't see the need for it. I mean,
You'll be happy with one.
I would be happy with one.
Who would you like to have induct you into the Hall?
I've been asked that question again. I said Vince.
Vince.
Somebody said, "Oh, Vince don't even want his name. Vince doesn't even want his name mentioned." But
he did it for Austin. But
it would probably be either Kane.
That'd be a good one.
Or maybe Austin.
What about the King?
Yeah.
No. All right. Well,
I don't know.
Maybe if these interviews go well, they'll ask me. I don't know.
They could.
I still think I should induct him.
The King would be a good one, though.
He shares the same birthday as you, too, does he not?
Does. He does.
You, JBL, and Jerry Lawler all have the same
And
birthday.
I heard Mean Gene.
Well, he's not with us, so I don't think he'll be inducting you.
Yeah, but I asked him one time. Somebody
Yeah.
told me he has the same birthday as you.
Oh, he's November 29th.
Is he?
I don't know.
That's
Can
what I heard.
someone check the Google machine on Mean Gene's birthday?
But I asked him one time, is that his birthday? He said no. And I said, well, how'd that start? That's how rumors start, you know.
December 19th.
Well, close.
December 19th. That's
Close.
That's like a whole month away from November 29th.
It's like saying my birthday is almost
And
near Halloween.
There's actually a girl, active talent now that has November 29th birthday too.
A WWE talent?
Yes, now.
Which one is that?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Yeah. Well, she really left an
Not
impact.
Alexa
in
Bliss,
you.
but she was a blonde-headed girl.
Yeah, one of them.
Yep, I think. And one of the kind of better-known names.
No. They're lucky to be in such a fine group.
I watched SmackDown this week for the first time in forever.
And what did you think?
It's all right.
Yeah.
It's not a bad show. It's the go-home show for WrestleMania. It wasn't bad.
Well, we had Al Snow with us, so we missed it.
You had House Nowhere?
Here, in the Wrestle House.
Oh, in this luxurious mansion.
In this mansion.
Yeah.
He did. He invited some guests over and they went swimming last night.
Could have been a potential Graceland.
Yes.
So you got to keep
if you
bringing
bought
it
it first, but
Yeah.
you gave up on it.
Yeah.
Maybe when you get the payoff for the Hall of Fame.
I think Eddie Graham bought this one.
Did he? Well, I hope this isn't we already ended things, but we don't need the ghost of Eddie
You know, the
Graham.
thing about the Grahams, and I was thinking one day, you know, I do think sometimes, Eddie Graham committed suicide with a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Then his grandson committed suicide with a gun. And then Eddie's son, Mike, killed himself the same way. So it was father, son, grandson. They all killed themselves with a gun.
Isn't that something?
Within about a 10-year period.
I think Eddie Graham was Super Bowl weekend '86. So he was quite a bit before Mike Graham.
It was Super Bowl. No, it was Super Bowl, right? You said Super. It was Super Bowl weekend. It was. I was in Orlando. I was actually here booking. And I get the news about, somebody told me while we were, I think the Super Bowl that night was, it was a night Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
We had an afternoon show in Orlando. And right when the show was finishing up, we got the news that Eddie had, first heard that he had killed himself, but he didn't. This is something you don't probably know about it. He died the next day because he put him on life support.
So, he didn't die immediately. Oh.
Actually shot himself twice.
Oh.
Because the first time, I think they said he had it in his mouth.
Oh.
And he was trying to, I guess, move the gun. He just shot out the side of his jaw. And I can see Eddie now saying, motherfucker, I can't even fucking kill myself. And I bet he got mad. I know Eddie. And then the second time he made sure he did it.
Wow. Do you know who found him?
I think his wife found him. Because I think she went to the store,
Mm-hmm.
like to the grocery store, to get something, or he sent her, and she came back and found him.
Wow.
But he wasn't dead. They called the police, of course, and the ambulance. They took him down and put him on life support. And he still didn't die.
I mean,
No,
honestly, that's quite the story.
Yeah, they had to pull the plug.
Oh, they had to pull the plug on him.
Yes, he was on life.
I see. I understand.
He was on life support, and I guess it's making him breathe. And after he shot himself and still didn't do the trick, and then they had to pull the plug.
Was it a surprise to you guys? I mean, did you have any indication that he was hurting inside?
I knew that something was wrong with Eddie because I would come in from the shows and sometimes I had to run by the office. That's where the old office used to be at 106 Albany Street or whatever they used to say it was.
Mm-hmm.
Because wrestling was big here.
Yeah.
I mean, they had good ratings. It was probably territory that I would consider close to Memphis. Was here.
Oh, yeah.
It was good wrestling.
Everybody wanted to be in Florida.
A good show, and I would go by the office. And one night I went by the office, and they had a big plate glass window where the guy, I can't remember his name now, that he would sit, and he was like the receptionist. He was like 100 years old,
Mm-hmm.
but Eddie liked him and just gave him a job, just running the front desk. And I would ride by there at night, and I would ride by in front of the office. And about twice I had to do this, and Eddie was sitting in that seat with the big fluorescent light on.
Mm-hmm.
And he was just sitting there, and he's just looking straight ahead.
Really?
So I pulled over one time, I said, is something wrong here? And I looked through that plate glass window, and he sat there for about, 5 minutes anyway. And he all he was doing is he would blink his eyes, but he was deep in thought. You could tell something was bothering him. Because if somebody's not bothering you, you're just not going to sit there. For what reason would he sit there in that chair? Oh, he should have went upstairs. I don't know. But you could tell that something was bothering him. And that was only about a month before he killed him. He did the shooting.
Was business going down? Was it bad? Or was it a wrestling-related thing?
This was when He was looking for a booker. He calls Jerry Jarrett. He says, do you have anybody that has a little bit of a head for this business that, could help me book this place? And Jerry suggested me. So I went down for the interview. I met Eddie, and he said, okay, I want you to start. And I went back home and get prepared to come down here. But the reason business was down because Dusty had just left. And Dusty gutted the territory.
To bring up the...
He took himself out, which was the biggest blow. Then he took Wyndham out. Then he took a few more out. And I mean, he took the guts. So when I took over, it was a bunch of just guys that I had to get over again.
You had some spare parts that you needed to make a car with.
It took me 3 months to get it going, to get it up to where it was kind of making a little bit of money. And it was tough. And I could have probably hot-shotted it and brought in some big names, but the ratings were still there. Just that nothing interested them in coming to the matches. About 3 months, it started to click a little bit. That's when I started doing the Jack Hart thing, and the Freebirds come in, and then the Pretty Young Things, and then Brian Blair was here, and the Iron Sheik loves him to death. And
pre-humbling days.
And we finally got it up to where it was doing halfway decent. I mean, you wouldn't go to a building and you'd just see open seats. They would be at least half or 3/4 filled. So,
now how long did it take for the promotion to kind of cease operation? Did it keep going, or because there was a little bit of a gap?
Well, I think when I left, Wahoo came in, and I think it went another year or two. But it was on fumes. It was running on fumes because, Vince did a lot of damage because he saw the little rinky-dink wrestling they were watching.
Right.
Was no competition for the
superstars,
the fire and thunder that the WWE programming was putting out. When you see Broadway, you can't go back to the community theater.
Right.
I mean, you can, but you got to have one hell of a story.
And you didn't have much to work with when you were doing the booking, like you said. Most of the top talent had gone on to greener pastures.
Yeah, they all left.
It was the money
And
down here too.
Oh well, if you're not drawing, see, we didn't have contracts. You made what you made.
Right. Percentage based.
Yeah, that's it.
When did you leave?
After Eddie, did that. I was only here about 6 or 7 months.
And then did you go back to Memphis?
Well, after Eddie shot himself, it kind of sapped me because I liked Eddie. He was always very good to me, very good mentor. If you sit and you listen to him, he would give you, well, try to do this. And he instilled in me, him and Jerry Jarrett, he instilled in me, tell the story and stay on the story and take it to a kind of a climax that people think is a climax, split off of it, and then come back to it. Once you got something over, don't leave it. You can split them off and then come back into it. Because the fans don't forget. You've seen that, right?
Oh, sure.
All of a sudden, they don't want you to believe this happened. And all of a sudden, the guy's teaming up with somebody
exactly, yeah,
like me and Alberto Del Rio. That was the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
And it never got over.
Hell no.
Nobody cared. Well, no one really cared about him at all at any point. But
well,
I think
me and
his
Jack,
ring announcer was more over than he was.
I think me and Jack got as much out of him as anybody did.
We'll ask this young fan right here, Boots de Asses. During the Alberto Del Rio days, did you enjoy Alberto more or Ricardo Rodriguez doing the big Alberto Del Rio more? You liked Ricardo more? Well, there you go. I thought Del Rio was boring. He didn't have much personality.
Boring. He wasn't that exciting.
And then he went on to have his exploits with these women. He had the Paige situations. And
just had to bring it up, didn't you?
What?
His downside.
Well.
See? Just had to remind everybody. Hey, the latest thing he did.
He wanted to leave the baby in the middle of the road.
That's what I heard. Is that true?
I was told that there was some exchanges of green that went on, and luckily he has got out of that charge.
Oh, he has?
Yes, so that is good for Alberto, but I certainly can't see him in this PC day and age winding up in a American wrestling promotion, at least.
What are his chances of making the WWE Hall of Fame?
I would say I don't think Paige would be inducting him, that's for sure.
No.
And she ran into her own issues with some of her films and pictures that came to light.
Now, this is what, it's like, okay, Hogan can say that, now he's back in. Paige can do what she did. She's back in.
Well, I don't think any of them sodomized a woman for about 6 hours and threatened to leave their baby in the middle of a highway.
Well, you don't know he sodomized the woman.
Well, that's what she claimed.
Oh, okay.
It's a long night of sodomizing, 6 hours. But
that is. So he was humbling her.
I don't know if that was the entrance that he used, but
yeah,
there was a lot of inanimate objects used, and maybe even some animate object used. It was a rough night for the poor lady.
So there were actually no charges brought.
There were.
They were.
But I guess before it went to trial, she wound up claiming it never happened and dropped them after an envelope exchanged hands.
But so they settled out of court.
I guess maybe that's the best.
But that's
way to
criminal
put it.
charges.
Yes.
So she dropped the criminal charges, not a lawsuit.
Right.
Okay.
So what did you think of the guy?
Alberto?
Yeah.
He had bad temper.
Did he?
Bad temper. We went to Germany. Here's a story nobody knows. Went to Germany, and he's in this bar, and it's late. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning. Alberto liked to drink, and when he drank, he got a little bolder. And I got along with him, but he was sober, and I was at the matches. I didn't go to the bars. And so some guy said something to a woman in the bar, and Del Rio called him out on it. And he's getting in each other's face, and all of a sudden, here come a beer bottle across right here.
Really?
And he showed up on TV with a black eye for like a couple of weeks. You remember that?
Yeah. That's
what hit him.
Wow.
A beer bottle hit him because he got on the guy for getting onto a woman. Like all of a sudden, he's Mr. Virtuous. And he's going to take up for it. And then his buddy stepped over and took the glass bottle and hit him.
I think it was over in Europe that he got into a major brawl with his brother, and they both wound up in jail. And then once they got to jail, they beat the hell out of each other in the jail, and there was blood all over the walls.
Mm-hmm.
So, short-tempered man.
Yeah, he's got a bad temper, and he got released from WWE is because there was in catering one day, and it was a couple of production guys. And it was Alberto and somebody else. And the guy got up, the production guy that got up. And somebody said, are you gonna clean up your plate or take your plate out or something? And he said, nah, Alberto will get it. Oh, he got so mad. He got up and he ended up slapping the guy. That's what got him fired.
I think that was justified.
He got the other guy fired too. The production guy got fired too.
He got canned too?
Yep, they both got canned.
Well, you know what? I don't think that was a comment that should have been made.
No, it shouldn't have been made.
You know, but again, it shows how hot-tempered he was.
But I think the guy was just kidding.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he was friends enough with Alberto to reach that threshold of a joke. And he got up and it made him hot and he slapped him.
Well, it cost him some big money for a couple of years, too.
No, it did.
And then he came back that infamous night with John Cena and you. And I said, what on earth are they doing?
Oh, yeah, that's what
I said.
Not
that
too.
I wasn't happy to see you, because I've always enjoyed your work, but, I mean, to have you come out in the little scooter with him after you spent years
and I had a great
eviscerating him?
I had a great idea about how to make that work.
And what was the idea?
Well, the idea was that Jack was going to surprise us one night when we were in Raw, but he was going to come out on stage and just start talking to me. He said, you mean to tell me all this time I spent with you and you called him a son of a bitch and all this? And you were like, you were lying, you were faking, this, that, and the other. He said, I ought to kick your ass. And he comes down there and, you know, I was on the crutches at the time. And he come down there and what he got to do is he kicked one crutch out. And Alberto was standing in the ring, let us handle it till he kicked the crutch out. Then I'd go down, and then he would grab me. Now Alberto would make his move. And then he'd pick up the mic, and Jack would go up the ramp a little bit. They say, let me tell you something, Swagger, or whatever. He said, why don't you pick on a man who will fight you back, who's able to fight you back? Now, if you want to go, the ring's right behind me. But in the meantime, I get up, and I get my crutch. Right when he says, get in the ring, you want to go? He said, yeah, let's go. And right when he turns around, I nailed him with the crutch, and we beat the shit out of him. Now you don't have to tell them what we did.
Yeah.
It's a setup,
Yeah.
and it would have took off.
Yeah. Do you think that you guys should have left MetLife Stadium in New Jersey that night at WrestleMania 29 with the title where Del Rio was so flat?
I think so.
Because that gimmick was really, even though it was kind of new, it was really taken off.
Well, you know the reason, right?
Was it because he got pulled over?
Yeah, he got
the gimmick?
The charges were still pending.
Oh, it wasn't resolved yet.
No, it was only like 2 weeks later.
Yeah.
See?
That's too bad, and I think it cost him because this is a guy you look at, big guy, decent-looking guy, great, real, legitimate athlete, and after that run he had with you, they really didn't do much with Jack Swagger at all. Now he has like this Al Bundy wardrobe that he wears on AEW, like he's going over to Grandpa's house for a barbecue in the summer. I don't understand why you'd take an athlete that's the real deal and dress him like that. I don't know. That's just one man's opinion, but at least it's nice to see him doing something of relevancy.
They put him in Jericho's circle.
Yeah.
So, and it all revolves around Jericho.
Yeah.
So,
just the wardrobe. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
You'd think they want him looking like a badass athlete, not a guy, you know.
You would think.
That's getting ready to collect Social Security.
You would think.
Yeah.
So.
All right.
You would think.
You think.
I think it's time for a break.
Well, no, we're running out of time. We got to get ready for...
if you didn't talk so much.
Well, you know what? Usually that's what we do here instead of playing cards. You know,
hey, the guy's doing this. What's this mean? Shorten it up? Let's go.
Skull and playing cribbage.
What's that mean? What's that mean?
What was that? Was that what Glantz did? Oh, I don't know. All right, well, wrestling fans running out of time. Would love to know what you thought about this episode. All of our episodes. The premiere box is going to the right of me. Let us know what you thought of tonight's episode. If you're not watching the premiere, leave some thoughts in the comment section below. Again, we'd love to have Dutch up to Boston. The super chat is open always.
See, he's dying to get me to Boston. Didn't a lot of damn mafia figures go up around Boston?
Oh, don't tell anyone. Don't tell anyone. The super chat button is open. Don't forget to tip the bartender, folks. The Patreon, it is out of control with early ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders. You get the acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online. Millions more daily on the Howard Stern Show. Plus, some Patreon exclusive in the knowledge that you, yes you, are helping keep professional wrestling legends working. And if the coronavirus is killing your nightlife, much like Dave Willis back there, as it is on Tinder and Bumble and all of these other apps. The eBay store is open 24/7, baby.
Grindr. He's on Grindr.
Grindr. Well, I didn't want to mention that part. All right. Well, for Dutch fans, I'm Dan Marati. We look forward to seeing you again soon on Wrestling Insiders. Until we speak again, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Wrestling fans, join Boston Wrestling Sports as we explode into our 20th anniversary. Live events, live watch-alongs, new hosts, a new Tuesday beginning September 7th, and shoot interviews 7 days per week. This Sunday night during NXT TakeOver 36, help keep in-studio shoot interviews rolling as we're having a cyber mega raffle for a lot of officially autographed NXT posters. One winner will get a jackpot of Adam Cole, baby, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Nikki Cross, pre-superhero, former NXT champion Finn Balor, and now Ring of Honor superstar EC3. On eBay, that's a $250 plus value. That's just the beginning. Once we sell $250 worth of raffle tickets, we include an autographed Lio Rush NXT 8x10 photo. Once we hit $500 worth of raffle tickets, we include an NXT 2019 roster poster signed by all 15 superstars. Once we sell $1,000 of those raffle tickets, it includes the NXT 2018 roster posters signed by all
21 superstars on the poster as we keep going. When we hit the $1,500 mark worth of raffle tickets, we include an autographed NXT Halloween Havoc 2020 autograph poster signed by every superstar on it. Then, when we hit $2,000, we include the NXT War Games 2020 1 of 100 autograph poster signed by everyone on it. Then, the big mark, the jackpot, when we hit $2,500 worth of raffle tickets and more, we're going to include the last one we have, the NXT TakeOver Phoenix 2018 autograph poster, 1 of 50, signed by every superstar on that poster. If you want more superstar shoot interviews, more live episodes, more cyber autograph signings, this is the way to help. Raffle tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where you'll meet the icons up close and personal, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more 80s Hall of Famers to be announced SummerSlam weekend. Plus, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with a hot night of in-ring action at this interactive wrestling event and Fanfest you'll never forget. Make your plans to be there live. Get your tickets at bostonwrestling.com now. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, and cyber autograph signings. Support wrestling superstars. Pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty. You never know who or what to expect on Wrestling Insider Special Edition every Wednesday night at 10 p.m. after AEW Dynamite. Look forward to having more episodes with rotating superstars and legends this fall. If you want more of Dutch Mantell, and I know I do, again, folks, that Super Chat button is working. We are also now taking donations using Venmo at Boston Wrestling. And along with that, we have our NXT merchandise mega raffle tomorrow night during NXT TakeOver 36, where one lucky fan will win between 6 and 12 autographed NXT posters for their wrestling collection to help keep wrestling legends working, to keep Wrestling Insiders rolling. Depends on how many raffle tickets we sell. The jackpot starts at 6, and it could go all the way to a dozen autographed NXT posters. You got to check out the video as you'll see it throughout Wrestling Insiders Week in Review tonight. Another way to bring you more live episodes, more cyber autograph signings, to get your help, your support, folks, is by joining the family in what is going to be a revamped Boston Wrestling Patreon family over at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You get early ad-free access to our weeknight Wrestling Insider shoot interviews, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, Patreon exclusive videos, plus the knowledge that you're helping keep pro wrestling greats, pro wrestling legends working. Again, we're going to be revamping the Patreon this fall. We have more exclusive content coming your way. You can find the link to patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, if you cannot remember it, in the description box below. Again, we cannot keep these productions rolling unless you help. One great way to do that for very little is by joining the Patreon. As we prepare for our next episode on Wrestling Insiders Week in Review, if you missed the news, our Thursday night partner in crime, Marty Jannetty, returns to this fine studio live Wednesday, September the 1st, Thursday, September the 2nd, Friday, September the 3rd, 3 big days of tapings. I think it goes without saying that this promises to be interesting. We have some respectful ground rules set, and I'm very optimistic we're going to have 3 awesome days of taping. I love having Marty with us. We have a lot of fun. We have a lot of laughs. He and I both really enjoyed this past week's episode, which is coming up in just a moment, as it's time to put the women and children to bed. Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty is here. It's his no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll look at the 80s and 90s. This week, Marty continues to look back at the year WWF 1990, an angry Ultimate Warrior, Brutus Beefcake's life-altering July 4th accident, a Haku bar fight and arrest, the formation of the tag team Power and Glory, and more.
Wrestling fans, it is Thursday night. We are your home away from home here on Wrestling Insider's Party with Marty. If you could, share the link across social media. Let fans know that we are on. There are millions of lapsed fans from the 80s and 90s that have given up on the sports entertainment of today that would love to party with Marty on Thursday night, reliving the good old days of professional wrestling. Marty, we can talk about the Legion of Doom debuting on our last episode.
Right.
At that same TV taping, Dino Bravo defeated Paul Romer in a innocent enough squash match.
Was it a squash match?
Pretty much. At the end, as Dino tried to take some liberties with Paul Romer, out came the Rockers to try and make the save, and that led to Hercules coming out, who was a little fired up.
And that's the build of Power and Glory, right?
Yeah, yeah. So we saw the beginnings of Power and Glory come together as you were wrapping up your house show run with the Orient Express. Your thoughts on I guess, first of all, the pairing of Hercules and Paul Romer?
I thought it was pretty good because they were good friends anyway.
Oh, were they? Okay.
Yeah, they were workout buddies, and so they had so much in common. They got along. I mean, both were pretty decent, good workers, and worked a different style. Well, there was a Power and a Glory, And so we liked it. Again, that's another team we haven't mentioned too much that I used to love to work with. Both good in different ways, like you said. I forgot about that too. We talked about all the tag teams earlier, and I forgot about that. But yeah, man, they were good for I don't remember how far they pushed them. Do you?
Oh, they had a tag team title match run with the Hart Foundation.
Okay,
they didn't
but
get the
they were
belts,
never champions, though.
No,
okay.
no. I think they kind of used you guys were the stepping stone to get to the Harts.
All right.
Once the Harts had the belt, but we'll get there later in
Remember what we talked
year
about,
as time went on.
Every time a new team needed to,
here
we are.
Yeah. Like what was the terminology that Billy Gunn used? The springboard.
Yeah, springboard.
The springboard. Yeah. What happened with the Young Stallions? I mean,
there was a tag team name. The Springboards.
The Young Stallions, I always thought they were a pretty solid team. They never did much with them. Is it true that they didn't get along all that well? Romer and Jim Powers?
They didn't ride together, but most of the tag teams didn't. Sean and I were the only ones that really could, spend 24/7 around each other. And I, loves them both, and hung out with Jimmy, and didn't really hang out with Paul. But I mean, Paul and I got along great, so I would get to hear both sides. It's not that they didn't get along, they just, I think they were buddies, but, Paul would have a couple of negative thoughts, on Jimmy, and Jimmy would have a couple of negative thoughts on Paul. And that's about it, though. It wasn't nothing serious, you know what I mean? It wasn't he's an asshole type thing. It wasn't none of that. But I thought they were good, too.
I always enjoyed their matches. I like the Young Stallions.
Good energy, good-looking guys, great bodies. As a team, probably the best bodies, at least.
Yeah, together, yeah. I mean, they were really, I'm sure helped, but, they would look the part very much on WWF television.
And you'll find this hard to believe, but with them and Sean and I hit the clubs together, nobody went home empty-handed. Night after night after night. And we did, we'd all hang out. Paul wasn't crazy, Jimmy and I got real close as friends, and especially after Sean and I split off, we couldn't be hanging around.
Yeah.
Plus, there seemed to be some animosity there somehow. Not bad, but again, we weren't going to be hanging out. So Jimmy and I would keep going out and
stuff.
He
was your new riding buddy?
Yeah, that was my road partner, and we had so much in common. Same, loved the working out, loving to, the nightlife, and loving the wrestling business. So we had, all that in common. And so, I got to see the other side that a lot of the other wrestlers didn't, that thought, because one said something negative, I'll say now, Paul always thought Jimmy was kissing ass too much to other guys. Like, when he's around Warrior, he tries to be like Warrior. When he's around the Bulldogs, he wants to be a Bulldog.
And do you think there was truth to that?
Well, those were likable people. So, I mean, so.
Oh, okay.
You know, I mean, Jimmy's probably the only other person other than me that Warrior liked.
Well, you like Jim Powers?
Yeah. Jimmy and him were more so than me. I mean, he just, I think he could just tolerate me, whereas he couldn't tolerate nobody else.
He really liked that few people in the locker room, the Warrior?
That's why he had his own dressing room.
Wow.
And even if it was a closet size, I mean, there's nowhere the Warrior we can put you but this closet. Just the chair will fit in your bag. There ain't much more space. That's good enough.
Any idea why he had such a negative attitude towards people?
Most miserable person I'd ever met in my life. And I've met a lot of miserable people in the wrestling world. You meet a lot of people. And
yeah, I can attest to that.
He was just the most miserable. I mean, a good-looking dude, built out there, built as good as you can be. On TV, you're a star. And you're getting to push through the world. Why do you walk around 24/7 negative? I don't think I can explain it any better than this. And I'll brief it because I've told it on here before, but it might be new people who didn't see it. One time we were going to a club in Detroit, and you remember this? We were going to a club in Detroit, and Warriors come up, where's everybody going tonight? I said, straight up the road. That's where I'm going now. He goes, I'll be there later. I'll see you later. I'll look for you. And we went into the club. There was a regular club right up the street from where everybody stayed, and they were having a banana contest with the girls. The girls go up on stage, and they put take a peeled banana. The girl has to put as much down her throat and then pull it back out, and they measure without breaking it. If it broke, it was disqualified. And so, all the guys are going crazy. It don't matter how much, I wonder where they got the idea for that contest.
I don't know.
Yeah, but so they were, we got to 5 inches. They would announce it, 5 inches, 6 inches, and when they got to 5, that was they had the final. The girls that were breaking it at 2 inches and 3, then they had the finals go again. Because maybe the second time around or whatever the case. And Warrior shows up right as the final girl, she just did it, I think they said 8. That's the longest banana. And they measure, I mean, all the guys seemed I think that was the end of the banana. I mean, there wasn't nothing else. Couldn't go 9, there wasn't 9 inches of banana. But when the announcer dude, he says 8 inches. The whole place is going crazy. You know the guys, right? What they're thinking. And Warrior walks in right at that time when everybody's just hooping and hollering and throwing their hats in the air. And he sees me, he comes right to me. What the hell's going on? I said, they're having a banana eating contest. So look up there, that girl just put 8 inches of banana in her mouth. He goes, so what? Look how fucking thin the banana is. You just can't please the man.
Do you think maybe where there was some accusations thrown the Warriors' way, he wanted to compete in this banana contest?
They probably would have let him. Yeah, maybe he was like, come on, make it a challenge.
But just for years, he was really that unhappy being around?
Most miserable human I've ever met. I mean, he walked through, like I said on the other episodes, he walked through the airport and people want to come get autographs, especially when you're just standing there. When you're walking this, they're going to let you walk a little bit. When you're standing there waiting on your baggage, they come up and want an autograph. And, even the ones that didn't, I didn't mind, I don't care. But then again, I was never a top guy. Maybe it's aggravating as hell when you can't catch a break. I'm not in character. I don't have a paint on. Can't you see that? I'm not going to sign. I'm not going to take. Boys taking the pictures more so than the signing. If they ask for a picture, I'm not in character. Of course not. I'm not going to take a picture with you. Well, you didn't have to scream at him to tell him.
He would yell at them?
Yeah, oh, well, pretty much. I mean, he'd be loud. I'm not in character. I ain't got my paint on. And then, he would do that, and then yet show up with a jacket with his picture on the back. Get tattooed his own Warrior, his own body, and say, got cowboy boots that say Ultimate on one side, Warrior on the other, but don't want nobody to recognize you. What the fuck? I mean, he would go to, we had to get a rent-a-car every place we go. He goes, coming down the escalator, going to the rent-a-cars, and you hear him yelling, and you think, oh shit, one of the boys, something's trouble. He's sitting there pounding on the counter at the Hertz rent-a-car, wherever it is, because they didn't have his car ready. It was some kind of mistake. I spend all my days off getting the reservations and you don't have it ready. I do that shit so I don't have to wait. God damn it, it's an incompetent mother. We're like, oh my God, he's screaming at the Hearst people. Another time we were at the restaurant eating, and you know, he's dieting, he's getting his things. He ordered egg beaters. The girl brings it. The boys are all in there. And she sets it down. Oh my God, I saw it when she set it down. There was butter. It was almost floating in butter. It was so much. And when he looked at it, I was like, oh shit. All of us were like, what's he gonna do? Because we know how he was. What the fuck is this? And he swiped it off of the table, the little thing that was in, breaks all over the floor. I ordered egg beaters. You think I fucking want butter all over it? What's the fucking point? Poor girl almost started crying and walked away, and we're all scooting away from Warrior. Don't want the whole restaurant's looking at him, and you know.
You think it was roid rage?
No, he was. Whether he was. See, I really don't even believe in that. I think Roy's, you might bring out what's already in you, you know, because there's a lot of guys that are big and bad and they never change, you know, when they're doing it, you know, the boys. I mean, when you've got to be miserable as hell when you get pulled over by a policeman and you jump out the car, he's behind you, he's got the lights on. You pull over, jump out the car and go back screaming and pointing at him. What the fuck are you pulling me over for? I haven't done nothing. And the policeman just cracks the window, goes, you're on the one way, the wrong way. He was on the wrong way, he made a turn, didn't know where he was at. You know, kind of, that happens a lot on the road. But the chase, run, fuck. I mean, most miserable person stays that way. Jimmy Powers was with him when he went to the Mustang Ranch or whatever it was out in Vegas, where you can go pay for a girl and get the back room.
Fellatio.
Yeah, well, you know, Annie. And Jake the Snake was there. They were together. It was Jake and Warrior and Jimmy Powers. And the lady recognized him. She was a big fan, and other people there were going crazy. She went and gave them a voucher for a free one.
Oh, really? Wow,
yeah. Well, I think she wanted. I think because they were messing up, all the guys in there were paying more attention to them. So she was like, "Here, give them." And you know, Jake standing there, and Jimmy got one. And when she gave Warrior, she goes, "What the fuck? You think I'm poor? I don't need that." And Jake said, "Yeah." Jake said, "Let me have it." But Jimmy Powers says, he sits there and talks to one Warrior. Well, talks to this one girl Jimmy says for a little bit, and I'd finally said, "To hell with it, I'm going to take that back." I said, he said, he was sitting there trying to talk that girl into coming back with him. He didn't want to do nothing there or whatever.
This is Warrior or Powers?
Warrior was talking to a girl about, get out of this shit, just come back to my room, and I'll pay you double or whatever, you know. And I mean, just a miserable, I mean, every aspect of it was miserable. I just never seen nothing like it.
There was really that few people he got along with other than you and Powers? I mean, like, for example...
Well, Kerry Von Erich, but then, you know...
Yeah, they went to world class way back. Did you, how did he get along with Sean? No? No good, or?
No. I mean, he wouldn't really have nothing to do with it.
What about...
We'll put it this way, Jim, when he got in little closets of a room, you know, Jim and I we could sit there and talk with him bullshit, but we're not going to dress there because it's like crazy. But he wouldn't let anybody else come in there and sit with him or anything.
Wow. What about it? Did you ever observe his interactions with top guys like Hogan or Savage or Piper? Or
just business, everything.
Was he more respectful towards them at least?
Yeah, he didn't do
yell
all that.
and scream at them?
No, he didn't. Not that I know of.
I mean, I can't see someone.
I think it seemed, according to the biography on A&E, don't do it. Go ahead and do it. Let me sing. Denver, Colorado. Where's my phone?
Oh, right there. Nothing to worry about.
What was he saying? Oh, about Something about Warrior. Oh, on A&E they said that's kind of all they talked about was his business deals. It came off as like he tried to strong arm, Vince, manipulate Vince all the time. Like, I did as much in 2 years as Warrior did, or as Hulk did in 6 years. I built a character faster. I want the same pay as him when they had a WrestleMania or something together, or
SummerSlam.
SummerSlam was it? And I don't know. And then another. He had all these contingencies, that he added on after he was, brought back.
Yeah.
He had the cartoon character thing, and he wanted Vince. Comic book was it? He wanted Vince to pay for $100,000 to be issued or some shit. Yeah, he was something. But yeah.
Well, I know. Just trying to, if you were interested in using him for an independent show, he was off. That's number one, Johnny. Very difficult as far as some of his.
You can't see him on an indie show.
Well,
maybe seminars. He loved doing seminars. They're not wrestling seminars, although he ran a school. We didn't understand how. We just shake the ropes and hold your hand out for money. That's what else could he teach them? But it's like motivational speakings.
He did do those, and look at all the trouble that he got himself into.
All over at Yale or one of the universities?
Many of them.
Oh, really? I knew the one they showed.
He had derogatory comments about homosexuals, and
yes,
I think some of the things he said about Bobby Heenan were deplorable. He was glad that he had cancer.
Oh no, he didn't say that.
Yeah, he sure did.
Come on, Jim.
And he treated Bobby Heenan like he was a rag doll, and threw him around like he was nothing. Well, remember when they would work singles matches? They did those weasel suit
Bobby's
matches.
the nicest guy in the world, wasn't he?
Bobby took a couple of shots at him in his book, but I think they were receipts that were deserved. He hurt him physically, regularly, to try and get himself over. But then to say...
he hurt everybody. That's why Rick had to punch him, that time.
It's one thing to say, you're an asshole, but to say that you're glad he's got cancer, or you deserve the cancer... That was low, and that's why I don't understand.
Now I got to question myself for liking him so much.
How WWE has a Warrior Award at their Hall of Fame. Please.
Yeah, they hated
of
him
all
for
the
so
people,
long.
Exactly.
They did that video to destroy him.
They did a DVD,
DVD to destroy him.
The self-destruction of the Ultimate Warrior, whatever it was called.
Yes.
And they had people bury him for 2 hours.
Yeah, Chris Jericho was good at it too.
And he didn't even really work with them. But I mean, I don't know. Wrestling fans, we got the cue from old John C. in the back. Right now, I'm going to take a brief timeout. Perfect time for you. Check out the eBay, the Patreon. We'll be right back.
Tickets are on sale now at BostonWrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was live at JFK Coliseum in Manchester, New Hampshire, Sunday, August the 19th, 1984. In the opening contest, S.D. Jones drew Charlie Fulton. Rocky Johnson with the win over Fred Marzino. Greg the Hammer Valentine beat Rick McGraw. Chief Jay Strongbow victorious over Mr. X. Iron Mike Sharp defeated Terry Daniels. And in the main event, the Superfly, Jimmy Snuka with the win over Mr. Wonderful Paul Orndorff via disqualification. If you were in Manchester live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston Wrestling Sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's No Holds Barred Sex, Drugs, and Rock and Roll Journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Dan Marotti along with
MJ in the house.
Unbelievable. As we continue our journey through 1990.
Did you forget who I was?
Never.
You never asked
You
me
think
after
I
the
could
intro.
forget you? You think I could forget you? What turned into almost a day of reckoning in the world of wrestling. July the 4th, in 1990, the victim, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, almost had his face torn off.
Yeah, they showed that.
In
They
a
talked about that.
parasailing accident. They showed it?
Well, they talked about it on biography.
Oh, I see.
No, it was actually
the
the
treasure
treasures.
hunt one,
Yeah, treasure hunting with Greg Valentine. Don't do it.
What would I possibly do about Greg Valentine?
You know what you do.
To make him smile?
Well.
But,
no,
I mean,
you always go to A&E on that one.
well, that's what channel it was on. I can't control that. But I mean, in all seriousness, what a horrible accident. When he was just trying to enjoy a rare day off, a July 4th barbecue, and some woman's knees, I think the woman's knees broke. She hit his face so hard.
Yeah, for those who didn't know, he was parasailing and taking off for it or something, and the boat stuttered or something. And
no, I think he was in the water and the woman's knees hit him in the face.
Oh,
she was taken off, yeah.
Okay.
He was just in the water.
Oh, I heard it differently. He was parasailing and the boat stuttered and crashed into somebody, but that makes more sense.
And his face the bones and the inside of his face was so shredded he couldn't speak.
Yeah,
he could barely breathe.
He said on there that the doctors were saying he ain't gonna make it.
Yeah.
But I don't know when they say that right in front of you.
I know his hearing must have still been working.
Yeah, his hearing was working. Nothing else was working, but he heard that.
He has a very interesting book where he talks about it in great detail. In that book, he discusses Greg and a personal friend he had in Boston from the A&E network.
Am I going to have to sing?
No, we won't go there, but you know who we mean. But the fact
I'm sure everybody does.
The fact that Brutus would actually include a mini chapter in his book about it just shows to me the level of the intensity of the A&E.
Did he talk about in there? He did about me buying him a midget for his birthday.
I haven't finished it yet. I don't remember that. But I guess we'll have to. Why did you buy? I'm going to ask now. Why did you get Brutus Beefcake a midget for his birthday?
It was kind of joking on him. Just giving him.
Was it a female midget?
Yeah, a female midget, and her job was to,
service.
Yes.
Did she?
I don't know. I didn't. We were all laughing too hard.
Well, how did Brutus react to you about the midget?
I think he called me and said, "Get this out of my room." I don't remember.
You just gave the midget his hotel room number, and
Yeah, we
she
was
went
all
and knocked on the door?
I think he was at up there, the Howard Johnson.
Oh, it was in Boston?
I think it was.
Yeah?
I'm not sure on that either, but.
Did you see the midget go into the room?
Yeah, I think a bunch of us saw, but didn't. We're laughing.
Well, I mean-
we're trying to hide, so we ain't got no idea who did it.
If the midget went into the room, I can't imagine they
It's
sat
all
down and
midgets,
had a
not making
conversation.
fun. Not making fun or light of anything about midgets. Just, you know, we just wanted to give him a hard time because he's so big and they're so small.
Yeah.
Did that make sense?
It did. Do you think he did a little bit of strutting?
And stroll.
A little cutting? He maybe trimmed the midget.
He had his scissors.
Oh, poor Brutus, a very polarizing individual. A lot of his peers weren't the biggest fans of his.
Where do you say that? What
As
that
we
means? You
mentioned,
either
that
love him or hate him?
Bret Hart pretty much buried him in his book.
What's polarizing? You love or hate?
Yeah.
Basically. Sort of like Donald Trump was polarizing.
You could say that. Much more so than
Well, they
Brutus
did on
Beefcake,
TV.
but-
I always figured that's what it meant.
But how did the boys react when you hear about something like that? The guy, when you get back on the road, you know, he was working B teams with Mr. Perfect
Well,
for the
we all felt bad about it. you know. The sadder part to me was the fact that, you know, he had to go through all that. You know, I know how it is with these. But imagine your face is glued and stapled and bolts and screws and all, because it crushed everything up here.
Oh, his nose was crushed.
Everything.
His jaw was wired shut. 8 steel plates, 40 screws, 100
You
staples.
got it written down?
I do. I had it written all down. Just to try and put Brutus's face back together again.
And
they did a pretty good job. I mean,
yeah,
he looked
they did a great job.
He looked almost like his old self.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, for considering that, yeah. He did. But sadly, after, and I can't, you know, I've been through the injuries and the surgeries. Just as you're getting over the hump, and now we're on, okay, we can deal with it now, it's getting better. Falls down in the tub and hits his face. You know about that?
No.
He didn't put that in the book.
I don't remember it, no.
Yeah,
He
man.
fell over in the bathtub?
Yeah, hit his face on the tub and cracked it again.
Did they have to bring him back to the hospital?
I think so. They had to redo or something.
I think didn't he stay with Hulk for a little while?
He probably, I would imagine, he probably did. I don't know that for.
Well, I do remember him saying that Hulk was a great friend to him when it happened. And I mean,
That's not a
his
surprise.
whole world imploded. And that, you know, no matter what you think of the guy, you have to feel for him. That's that's just horrible.
What did you say it like that? No matter what you feel about it.
Well, there's
Always
a lot of people that
polarizing,
don't
that's
like
right.
him, you know.
Yeah.
Did you ever go, well, you were a Florida guy, did you ever go and see him when he was out of commission for so long?
Couldn't, was on the road 300 days a year. We didn't have a chance.
You didn't want to take a day off to go and see him.
And I didn't want to, just.
You didn't have time.
Yeah.
Did the boys try and do anything to help out? Maybe try and collect a little money for him?
I don't know. I don't know if they need to. He was doing pretty good at that time. That was another thing, you know, it was probably, was that during the barbershop or after? Do you remember?
Long before. That they started doing the barbershop because he couldn't
Afterwards?
work. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He couldn't have matches because of his face.
Well, he was still climbing the ladder even before the barbershop. He was climbing the ladder. He was getting up pretty high.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he was working a feud with Perfect for the Intercontinental title on the road. So
What do you think about if Beefcake would have? Well, who was the heel though? Now we was looking for partners to feed Warrior, wasn't we? Earlier episode, we were saying they didn't have nobody to feed him. They gave him Rick Rude again.
Oh, you mean if they turned Beefcake heel to work with Warrior?
Yeah.
Oh, I think those matches would be horrible. Could you picture that being? I mean, Warrior was someone that was difficult.
You know, for me, it'd be fun because
maybe once as a rib.
I could hear Beaver complaining about it, but I'd love to hear exactly what he. Jesus Christ, I just love to hear him, how he would put it.
He would complain too, Beefcake.
Honky Tonk would complain. You know, he had to. I think he was the first one, wasn't he? Didn't he have to work with him for the Intercontinental title?
Oh, at SummerSlam '88, they were going to do Beefcake and Honky, and then they did the angle where Ron Bass cut him open with his spurs, and the Warrior got the spot. And I think at SummerSlam '90, 2 years later, it was going to be Beefcake and Perfect again for the Intercontinental belt, but because his face was destroyed, they gave Kerry Von Erich the spot.
Yeah.
And Kerry wound up with the title for a very short period of time.
I just remember Honky talking. Jesus Christ, he almost killed me and my career. He was like,
Who was he talking about?
Warrior.
Oh, Warrior?
Yeah.
Did Warrior like Honky at all?
I don't know who he liked besides who I've told you earlier.
I mean, did you ever hear him yelling at Honky like he yelled at everybody else?
No, he didn't yell at the boys, really.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Just people else?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I tell you these stories. I got to ask you about...
Man, what'd you just swallow?
Oh, my God.
That fly?
I think the fly went down my throat. Hold on 1 second. I got to get a drink of water.
Did you throw? We had a horse fly big as a bird.
We've had some interesting people and some interesting insects in and out of the studio. That July...
Interesting insect.
Interesting insects on the
It was
inside.
bigger than this. What is this? Oh, don't forget to drink your Fabo. That's
Fabo Puff. You got it, baby. July the 16th, Omaha, Nebraska. Dear Lord, I don't know if the story is true, if you ever saw anything. It was a TV shoot, so you would have been in the building. Bret Hart wrote about the ultimate...
Dan.
What do you need, brother?
Oh, you forgot.
No, you're doing the Cosrow Vizeri.
Yeah.
Do you need a timeout?
No, what were you talking about?
Oh, the TV shoot, July of 1990. Ultimate Warrior was set up to do a Make-A-Wish with a child that was on a breathing ventilator. He had on the Ultimate Warrior t-shirt, the tassels, the face paint, and Ultimate Warrior blew him off the entire night. He wouldn't even meet with them.
Really?
Bret Hart called him.
Damn, man.
Bret Hart called him
That's just
a
horrible.
coward, a weakling, and a phony hero.
He called who that?
Warrior.
Called
a coward, a phony, a coward, a weakling, and a phony hero. That he wouldn't meet with the Make-A-Wish child. And I think if that story is true, I think
Warrior didn't want to meet with the kid.
Right.
That's messed up.
You had a Make-A-Wish kid on a ventilator and a breathing
I just
tube.
forgot.
What did you think? We weren't shooting?
No, I forgot about getting up.
Where
I was
were you
going to get the bottle top there. But
leave it. Forget about that.
I had to now.
We got Johnny C, baby. What a horrible, I mean, if that's true, what a horrible person.
You know, if I'd have known that, I would have yelled at Warrior over that kind of crowd. That's bullshit. Excuse me.
I mean, a dying kid. And, you know, funny enough, is the weekend we're taping this, we're doing the Make-A-Wish. Is that signal too, Johnny? Oh, all right. What the hell did you come out for then?
Get the beer top.
Don't worry. We can wait. It's not going to grow legs and run away. Thank you, John.
You don't know that with the
we
flies
appreciate
around
your
here.
attention. The fly may pick it up and run off with it. But did you, other than this instance, did you ever hear of guys that would ignore a Make-A-Wish kid that was set up by WWF?
Sean didn't ignore, but he
You told me he didn't like them after the one experience.
He didn't like doing them because we'd go see a kid and have the best time with him. We'd, you know, you're supposed to be there half an hour. We were there an hour and a half.
Oh my God! Wow.
You know, and then you got that letter, you know, from the family. They hug you out the door. Shit, I'm about to cry telling you. In the family, you'd get the letter like, well, Joey died, and you're like, you got a hurt in your life that you know wouldn't 2 days ago you had, you know, 4 day, whatever it was. You didn't have no clue anything about that, and now you carry that with you. Yeah, but you learn to. I kept doing it. Sean just didn't. He didn't. You know, because it was hard to do. I don't know how Cena does it. He's got.
He's got more than any person ever. Athlete,
and
actor, and
I'm sure
actress,
it has
singer.
to affect him.
Yeah, he's a strong person to be able to do. I mean, it's been years, but he's done over 500.
Yeah.
I know that much. But I mean, honestly though, how could you even?
And for you to just like, this kid's. Oh, man,
That's a warrior. That's a warrior that blows off a dying kid on a ventilator in his T-shirt, wearing his makeup and with tassels.
Yeah, I'm getting pissed
And
off.
I agree with everything
I
that
was
Bret
just
Hart
from
said.
crying. Now I'm getting pissed off again.
That is a coward, and that is a weakling, and that is a fake hero.
I don't understand it either. Why?
God, I remember that. And you know what? If it's untrue, apologies, but I can't see anyone making up a story like that.
Who actually said it?
Bret.
Bret Hart. No, Bret wouldn't make nothing up like that.
No, he wasn't a big Warrior fan, and that was just one of the many reasons why. But did you ever hear of any other? I know you just mentioned Sean a minute ago because it was, you know,
Well, Sean's a different
hurt
reason.
his heart.
Yes.
Did you ever? Were there guys that you, geez, I don't want to deal with these kids? They were an annoyance.
Not that I know of.
Well, that's one thing you can say about WWF. Think of the kids that they've helped
over the years.
And they do
through
a
Make
great
Wish.
job of that.
Nobody does it better.
Another thing I did a lot was with the Special Olympics. Well,
Yes.
Sue would hook that up. Sue Aitchison.
Right in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Well, no, that's where I know they're based out of Connecticut.
And that was the first Special Olympics I did was in Connecticut. And that's another thing I enjoy doing, man. You know, hugging up with the little kids and, you know, helping them do something like a run or throwing the ball somewhere or whatever. That was always fun to do, you know, because there's smiles on their faces and, you know, they
it gives
feel
them some
good.
life instead
Yeah.
of being just stuck in the house.
Yeah.
And you know what? We've been proud Special Olympic partners since 2011. I don't know if you knew that
I
here
didn't
in
know
Boston
that, but I'm
Wrestling.
glad to hear that.
We do a lot of good work with Special Olympics, especially at our live events like we have coming to Memorial Hall Saturday night, November the 13th. Back to the 80s WrestleFest. For ticket information, head on over to bostonwrestling.com as we celebrate our 20th anniversary with some of the great legends that made this industry what it was during that big 80s boom. Right now, we're going to take a brief time out. When we come back, we're going to wrap up another intriguing night with Marty Jannetty. Stand by.
In the house.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns' moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster, direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
Wrestling fans, welcome back to Wrestling Insiders as we continue Marty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey through the 80s and 90s. A man that was rocking since he came out of the womb. There must have been a lot of music playing around your mother. When you were in the womb, maybe she had little headsets on and you were already rocking.
I just know when I was born, I slapped the doctor, took a cab to the club, been partying ever since.
Well, maybe someone that was partying a little bit too much on July 18th, 1990.
Why, what happened?
Haku and Brady Boone arrested in Sauset, Illinois after a big barroom
East St.
brawl.
Louis.
Were you there for that?
Well, I heard about it. I wasn't there.
But
But
you weren't there for that one.
Which is, I guess that's basically East St. Louis. It was when you go over this big bridge there's off to the right going into Illinois. It was a flats area, and there was clubs there. There was a great place for partying, and you know they were probably in St. Louis that night. We were wrestling on the other team, wherever the heck we were.
Gotcha.
Word got away to us right away what happened. I guess barroom brawl, and nobody could do nothing with Haku. No one ever could. Immediate where we got was that he got beat up at a bar. And
Haku got beat up?
That's what got to us at the other show. We're like,
impossible.
Yeah, and Hacksaw, remember Hacksaw in particular said, hey, anybody on any day, you never know, there's always someone out there. But we still, that being true, we know that, but now Haku though, right? And as we found out the next day, actually what happened was nobody did that to Haku. that's why the police came, because Haku wiped everybody down, and the police wanted to get him, and he wouldn't let them, so they sprayed him with mace and kicked him, in certain places, and why he was. They said at first he was just eating the mace, and then I guess they power sprayed him or something. He had a mark down his face for like a week or so.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But they got in his eye somehow to where it slowed, he stopped him, and they nutted him, and then they put the boost to him, I guess. Still didn't hurt him, but
just enough to arrest him.
Yeah, and just like I said, the only thing he had was a line down his face. You could, he's dark complected.
Yeah.
It was a little bit darker line from where they did the mace thing.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Why is it that Haku got into so many barroom brawls?
Because he's a wrestler. Just a big guy. He's not a bodybuilder big, but he's pretty big. I've been solid as a rock.
And he was trained.
But he's very nice and polite. Because I was with him one time, and I don't know what bar that was that night. It probably wasn't the same bar, but he's so nice, so gentle, that a lot of people, when they're like, oh, fucking wrestler shit, and then you see how soft and nice you be, and they say, oh, they ain't shit. He ain't. Look how he's, and he would take it. He'd let you say one thing and give you a pass, and then people would take that kindness as a weakness and go overboard, and then generally you had to put your hands on him. When I was with him, they put the hands on him, and that was it. That was a no-no. It's probably, I imagine that's what happened that night, and like I said, the gentle giant, nicest guy, but if you're gonna take it to the physical, it ain't gonna be nice. They ain't gonna like it.
It wasn't a nice night for whoever was in that bar. What about Brady Boone? This is a name that may never come up again. Any memories of him?
He got, and he was an athlete. Was he an Olympic, or he was something with gymnastics? He was pretty good.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was a pretty good athlete. But he got knocked out right away, I think. Kurt Hennig was with him. Kurt had about 14 stitches. He got hit with a bar stool over there.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
He had like 14, 16 or more, either staples or stitches, whatever it was. Actually, you could see it. Kurt came up to us right to the front of his hairline. The next TV, you could see, for us who knew what we were, looking at, how you had the curly hair. But
yeah.
It was situated right to where you could see the stitches that come right down to here. I think they ran, across his head there. Yeah, it was them three. Brady got knocked all the way. Kurt didn't get knocked out, but he got busted open pretty bad.
And Haku just took out everything.
Haku wiped it out, and then the police come to get him.
But Haku, he was arrested so many times for barroom brawls. Was it ever a concern to the company?
It was all the time.
Well, it was a couple times a year.
Always in the right. Another thing that I don't really want to touch on here, because I don't want to, get that crap started up, but he didn't like being called N-word.
The N-word, yeah.
Yeah, and
I don't understand why anyone would even throw it in his direction where he was Samoan.
Stupid as hell.
Yeah.
But that would piss him off more than you phony wrestler, or you fake fucker, you ain't shit. But you call him that, he'd go off on it. In fact, tonight I saw him go off. That's what they had, you ninja, and then snatched him. I say snatched him like, you ain't nothing but a, and then I say ninja, but they didn't say ninja.
The other N word.
Yeah. And boy, whap, 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 and I'm thinking, oh shit, there's more of them. Bap, 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 bap. I'm like, well, goddamn, I ain't got to do nothing. I mean, shoot.
What was it? Was he trained as a sumo wrestler? Is that what it?
I don't
where
know.
His strength came from?
It probably could have been, but I know he was so high up in the marsh. That's your boy, probably.
No, that's your phone.
Charlie, no, probably Charlie calling.
You can take a peek real quick if you
I'll do it in a second, but I wanted just to say that. I forgot what the heck I was saying.
He was like a machine.
Yeah, it was something else we was going to say, but anyway, I don't know, but he was. I didn't know he got arrested a lot of times though. I know
a couple times a year at least.
No, it wasn't that much.
It was.
How many times has it come
well,
up
you
in
know,
these?
Jimmy Jack Funk, you remember, I wasn't there for it, but, you know, Jimmy Jack's
It was a
pretty...
bad night for Jimmy Jack Funk that night.
You know, he'd caused us that problem. He was the reason we got fired.
Yep.
And he was just strung out from the road. Some guys just didn't do well with it, with the 40, 50, and 60 days in a row. And it is, man. The ring is a break. It's the road, you know, the routine of, you know, one city to the next, the same routine, the hotel, to rent a car, to find a place to eat, find a gym, get back showered up, find a place that you go eat after the show, get to the show. It's just you can't mess up. You got to, you know, the whole day is timed at different places, and until you're in a city enough times, you're lost. You know, that's the most frustrating thing.
No GPS.
You got to time. Yeah, no GPSs. You got to find a place. You know, the city map ain't gonna help you much. You got to ask. People send you the wrong direction. Some people in country ass towns, or you can't get there from here. Shit like that. But yeah, man, that's a hell of a schedule. And Jimmy Jack, that's the only reason he screwed up Sean and I. He was just, he wasn't really comprehending the you know, everything that was going on, and did it with Haku, something similar. Evidently, I wasn't there. We got the boot already. And, you know, from what I heard, though, he did one of his keys. He was more deadly with his feet than his fist. The only time I saw. You know, I actually only saw him that one time, I was telling you.
And it was his feet.
Yeah, pop, pop, pop. I mean, he could kick a face. I mean, you could put a pin on the wall and tell him to kick it, he'd hit it. But he kicked Jimmy Jack, evidently, and knocked his eye out of socket.
Yeah,
he had to put his eye back in the socket.
Wow.
But yeah,
I wouldn't want him mad at me.
No.
I wouldn't want him mad at me.
That's the thing, he wouldn't. He's the nicest guy in the world. Same with Barbarian. There's another guy that can hurt you. That's how we knew how badass Haku was, because I think they're cousins or something. And you know, Barbarian had, some guy was talking. He was a big brute guy that just got through with Barbarian in the ring, and he comes in you know, the match was what I meant. Comes in and he starts throwing chairs. Fucking Barbarian stiffed me. That son of a bitch is kicking shit around. We're like, damn. And Barb walks in the dressing room and he goes, "Oh, thank you, Barb, for the match." We're like, wow.
What a phony.
The chairs around. And we asked Barb after, what's it like to be the baddest boy in the business? And he's like, you know, hey, okay. Now, Haku, he bad. And that's what, like, wow. For Barbarian, and Barb's a martial art, too. They can do all that stuff. Yeah. I think he was. I mean,
I didn't know that.
Or I didn't see him. I heard him, you know, he did the feet, too.
I know he threw a pretty good kick.
Yes, he did. I can tell you that.
Well, yeah. You took it many a times, yeah.
But it really was light, you know, for
was it light?
Big man, yeah.
All right, wrestling fans, we're running out of time. We got a lot going on here in the world of Boston wrestling sports. Again, we ask you, please, if you're chatting with us during the premiere, give us a super chat. Don't forget to tip the bartender. A thumbs up. Subscribing to the YouTube is free. It alerts fans through YouTube about all the great stuff we're doing here in the world of Boston wrestling. You can share the links to our great talk shows on social media to get more fans engaged. The eBay store is open 24/7. You can find the link in the description box below. Never mind our world-renowned Patreon streaming service where you become a member of the Boston Wrestling family. The link is below. You can also check out patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. And again, Marty, Saturday night, November the 13th, as we celebrate 20 years of Boston wrestling.
In that nice building.
In that beautiful building, Memorial Hall, downtown Melrose, Massachusetts. MWF Boston Wrestling. We're going back to the 80s for WrestleFest. Great legends from the great era of the sport and the hungry young athletes, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow are going to light it up in the ring. For ticket information, head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Our goal is to give you the best value in professional wrestling. For my Thursday night partner in crime,
MJ
Marty Jannetty. I am not Haku.
I do want to brag on that building a little bit. I just saw it last night for the first time on the outside. That's a nice-ass building. And you were saying it's even prettier on the inside, huh?
Yeah, they had wrestling and boxing in that venue back in the 30s and 40s. So it's a classic. It's that old,
wow.
Yeah. Road Dogg thought it was haunted. Seriously,
I
true
mean,
story.
I can see that.
Yeah, it's interesting. But Great venue. There's not a bad seat in the house. It holds about 800. It's got a floor seating and just one lower loge. Again.
How much? 800?
About 800.
I
yeah.
suggest get your tickets early.
Well, I tell you this, the tickets were flying up until coronavirus hit, and then it got delayed a year and a half. But such is life. For Marty Jannetty, I'm Dan Marotti. Don't forget, tomorrow night after SmackDown, it's John Cena Sr.'s Fabulous Fridays. We'll be back next Thursday night to party with Marty. Until then, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night.
Sir.
Wrestling fans, join Boston Wrestling Sports as we explode into our 20th anniversary. Live events, live watch-alongs, new hosts, a new Tuesday beginning September 7th, and shoot interviews 7 days per week. This Sunday night during NXT TakeOver 36, help keep in-studio shoot interviews rolling as we're having a cyber mega raffle for a lot of officially autographed NXT posters. One winner will get a jackpot of Adam Cole, baby, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Nikki Cross, pre-superhero, former NXT champion Finn Balor, and now Ring of Honor superstar EC3. On eBay, that's a $250 plus value. That's just the beginning. Once we sell $250 worth of raffle tickets, we include an autographed Leo Rush NXT 8x10 photo. Once we hit $500 worth of raffle tickets, we include an NXT 2019 roster poster signed by all 15 superstars. Once we sell $1,000 of those raffle tickets, it includes the NXT 2018 roster poster signed by all 21 superstars on the poster. As we keep going, when we hit the $1,500 mark worth of raffle tickets, we include an autographed NXT Halloween Havoc 2020 autograph poster signed by every superstar on it. Then, when we hit $2,000, we include the NXT War Games 2020 1 of 100 autograph poster signed by everyone on it. Then, the big mark, the jackpot, when we hit $2,500 worth of raffle tickets and more, we're going to include the last one we have, the NXT TakeOver Phoenix 2018 autograph poster, 1 of 50, signed by every superstar on that poster. If you want more superstar shoot interviews, more live episodes, more cyber autograph signings, this is the way to help. Raffle tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where you'll meet the icons up close and personal, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more 80s Hall of Famers to be announced SummerSlam weekend. Plus, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with a hot night of in-ring action at this interactive wrestling event and Fanfest you'll never forget. Make your plans to be there live. Get your tickets at bostonwrestling.com now. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, and cyber autograph signings. Support wrestling superstars. Pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty.
Marty's back every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after Impact Wrestling. Don't miss an episode. Again, Marty returns to MWF Studios for 3 big days of taping, September 1st through the 3rd, I should say. Again, I just want to note, there was this misconception that Marty left the show or that we didn't want Marty to come back. That is 110% untrue. We had an incident in June, but Marty is our friend. We keep in mind that the man has gone through 2 major surgeries this year that he's trying to recover from. Life has not been great. As I've told Marty and as I've said here on this show, I don't just want him with the show in 2021. I want him with the show in 2031. So, you know, I don't know how many different ways I can say it, but it seems to pop up at least once in almost every premiere. I look at this as a long-term partnership, a friendship, and we want you guys along for the ride. Fans, the countdown continues. We are 12 weeks away from Boston Wrestling's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose. If you're in the Northeast, are you going to be there? Are you going to meet Marty Jannetty live? We humbly hope so. Along with Marty, you'll have Jake the Snake Roberts, Hacksaw, Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, and more as we celebrate Boston Wrestling's 20th anniversary as we go back to the 80s. What a decade it was. We're going to have live wrestling, an autograph photo fan fest, a VIP exclusive Q&A session. Again, discount tickets and all-inclusive VIP packages will be available at that price until our 6th featured guest, the WWE Hall of Famer, is announced. We're hoping during SummerSlam, but indirectly they've been involved in a COVID situation which slowed things down. Just another story for the book that is turning into this event. As we close out Wrestling Insider's Week in Review this week, he's back. If you thought CM Punk made an impact on AEW Rampage, John Cena Sr.'s ready to take the gun out of the holster and shoot. This week, he talks about The Fiend, Ric Flair, and NXT releases, the big matches at SummerSlam, and what it would mean to Johnny for his son to become a 17-time world champion, breaking Ric Flair's record, and more.
All right, Johnny, it is going to be, I think, one of the most memorable few days in wrestling in quite a while. Tonight, as we speak, AEW is ready to explode at the United Center in Chicago. They have all but let the fans advertise that it's going to be the debut of CM Punk in his hometown as AEW gets ready for 3 big live shows again next week in Chi-Town. Then tomorrow night, Rare on a Saturday. The first time I think SummerSlam has ever been on a Saturday. It was a Monday night tradition from 1988 through 1994.
Correct.
But it has been on Sunday ever since. But we get a Saturday SummerSlam from Sin City. I know you've been doing a lot of Summer Slamming with Majo.
No.
And then on Sunday night, we have NXT TakeOver from the Capitol Wrestling Center in Orlando, Florida, which potentially could be the swan song of Adam Cole. So a lot to break down in the world of wrestling, Johnny. We talked a lot of AEW last week. Let's try and sink our teeth into the insanity right now that is WWE. Johnny, every day it seems like there's something new, something breaking.
Wow.
You had that crazy investors call. And, you know, I'm a stockholder, and I believe you have a little WWE stock yourself, or am
Not much. No, I have a couple.
You have a little, okay.
Yeah.
When Vince was asked if he considered AEW competition, he said no. It's not like Ted Turner was pulling out the vault back during the Monday Night Wars, and he said maybe we'll even give them some more wrestlers. And boy, did he hold up to his word on that one. Yet there was another beheading. But let's first talk about some of the major headlines before we get to that point. The big one, I don't understand it. I think it's one of the worst decisions they've made in years, was the release of The Fiend, Bray Wyatt.
Let me tell you something.
And I want to say this before you continue, because we like to link the superstars to these shows
Sure.
when they premiere. If we could ever work out a deal to have that gentleman at one of our live events or in this studio, we would absolutely love to make that happen. I think I speak for both of us.
I have nothing but respect for him also. I know the fans say, oh, Cena has respect for everyone. You know one thing you learn in this business?
Except for me.
You have respect. Respect, in order to get respect, you have to earn it.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't earn it by being a jerk or an idiot. You give respect, you listen, and then you go from there. But Wyatt, I understood, had just renewed his contract. And it was a multi-million-dollar contract. Whatever caused him to leave had to be monumental. Whether it was the storylines, whether it was somebody give him a line, there's something that caused this gentleman, and he is, when I first met him backstage, some people hate me, but I said to him, it's an honor to meet you, sir, because I think you're one of the best gimmicks right now in WWE next to The Undertaker. That guy was unbelievable, unbelievable. And if you just look at the following he had, those cell phone lights, that said it all right there. Why destroy that? Well, we'll destroy that. Then Wyatt, who's smart, comes up with a new character. Why destroy that? So
I think the first version of Bray Wyatt was simply just overexposed, where it got to the point, what more can you do with him when he's on? Especially before they did the brand extension,
you had the opportunity to see the man 104 times on free television every year. That's a lot of exposure for one character and one talent.
But it's just like any movie or any series, introduce the new character. Sister Abigail needed to be part of that family. That was the question mark, the mystery. It was like The Undertaker, who burned his brother. That, you see, there's a lot that can be done with this. That's why I don't understand the writers. When you look at what you had, don't tell me.
Look at what they had. Kenise Mobley.
Oh yeah.
That's what you have coming up with stories for WWE
See,
talent.
it doesn't work. And if you can't take that gold, and he's Money in the Bank. Money in the Bank. If you can't take that and tweak it, maybe not do 104, maybe stretch it, and come up with that new storyline, man, there's something wrong with you. There really is.
They destroyed that version of Bray Wyatt when they decided to team him with broken Matt Hardy. That was it.
Over. Worst thing they ever did. Worst thing they ever did.
That was like giving the man cancer, his character. That was awful.
Nothing
broken
against
Matt
Hardy.
Hardy was not over. It was dead on arrival in WWE. And to put Bray Wyatt with him, I knew, the fans of Impact Wrestling loved broken Matt Hardy. They loved doing, I don't know if he was broken or woken. If I'm saying it wrong, he was
Woken Matt Hardy.
They loved to do delete, 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 and then the bell rang. And you have to have the match, and they weren't all that great. Nothing against Matt, but, he's closer to the end than the beginning. He didn't need to be exposed on weekly TV, especially in a lousy comedy gimmick that I still don't understand even to this day. AEW I thought was crazy to try and use it, and they dropped it pretty quick too.
He's gone.
Yeah, now he's a different version of Matt Hardy. And that's not to say that Matt Hardy doesn't have a lot to contribute to the world of pro wrestling. I just don't think it's broken or woken, Matt, that is that version. But as far as Bray Wyatt goes, I loved, I wasn't big on the Mr. Rogers version of The Fiend. I didn't like the puppets and the fun house. But The Fiend, man, I tell you, that is a character that was over. The merch that they sold, and one of the reasons why I like to attend the live events and just sit there. You open your ears. You observe. The fans were into seeing that character. They were buying tickets to see
He was putting
that
asses in seats.
character.
Yep.
And to just, what a ridiculous match they had at WrestleMania with Randy Orton, where he just vanished into that box. And I guess that was the end. That was the death of the character. Now, I was told, and I don't know how true it is, WrestleMania weekend, by those in the know, that he had been battling some, maybe, I guess what you'd best describe as mental health issues. And if you go back to when they burned him alive at TLC last year, he's had one match going on 9 months, and they're paying him a substantial amount of money. Now,
But he's putting the asses in the seats.
Well, if he's not on the events, I don't know how many asses he's putting in the seats.
His merch is still selling.
The merch was still selling.
So that tells you something about the character.
I don't know the whole story. Maybe someday we'll get the whole story. Maybe someday, I'm sure it would be with an expensive price tag. We could get the gentleman here in the studio. We'd welcome him to be part of the Paul Bearer Holiday Headlocks Toy Drive. And again, I can't put over his brother enough, Bo Dallas. I thought that was such an underrated release as far as people's disappointment level. I know they didn't do much with him. When they did do things with Bo Dallas, it was usually on that comedic level. But when you would go and see him on a non-televised event, a WWE Super Show, house show, WWE Live, however you want to phrase it, I mean, his work was so good, so crisp, so believable, so solid. It was just a real waste that they never gave him the opportunity to be more than Believe or the Social Outcasts or B Team, go, go, go. And then they took his contract and they said, go, go, go.
They get rid of the whole family.
And IRS, yeah, Mike Rotundo
He's gone.
was an
They get rid of
agent.
Rotundo, the two boys.
We could have a whole family reunion.
It's gone.
It's too bad Blackjack passed
I'd
away.
like to have them all, really.
Yeah.
It'd be wonderful to have that. But like I say, there's something going on with WWE. There's too much cutting.
It's just the wrong people. I would have said, other than maybe Roman, I couldn't think of anyone more untouchable than The Fiend. On that, can you?
Who didn't like him? That's all I've got to say.
or were there health issues that went to the?
You know what? I'm sorry.
You don't even buy that.
No, I'm sorry. I really don't. That guy loved what he did. He loved the character he was doing. I just think you beat the shit out of him so many times, destroyed what he's created.
The Fiend?
The Fiend, yeah. By killing off the character all the time. He develops this thing. So what do you do now?
Well, I'm going to disagree with that. I think they used him almost too strong. I mean, he destroyed Seth Rollins' character to the
I
point
love
where
that. They should get
he
rid of
was
him.
cast
There's a
or-
guy that should be gone.
Or just needs a fresh coat of paint and needs to be reinvented.
I would agree with that too. How's
Man.
that? Sorry, Seth. Don't wipe me out of your Facebook now.
Shield Seth Rollins, great. The Seth Rollins that was with that McMahon Helmsley era with the little blonde streak in his hair, great. Once they let him beat Brock Lesnar, and the follow-up to that was his first feud was with Baron Corbin, and instead of being the WWE champion, he became Becky Lynch's boyfriend. They castrated the man. Then Fiend crushed him, and he was dead on arrival, and he started this boring Monday Night Messiah persona.
He's gone now.
Friday. Well, he's on SmackDown now.
I know.
so
Bye.
guess
See you later.
It's just
1 foot to the door.
It's a waste of a great talent because Seth Rollins has a lot to contribute.
He does.
His voice is a little not manly.
Get him a
but-
mouthpiece. Get him a mouthpiece.
well, that's why I thought he was good with Triple H and Stephanie and Kane and Big Show when they were that big corporate unit for a while back in 2015. I thought that was a great use of him. But, hopefully better days are ahead for Seth. He seems to be dropping the Messiah as he prepares to take on Edge tomorrow night in Las Vegas, Nevada. I almost wish I was going, but the Cauliflower Alley Club is so soon, it doesn't make sense. It's hard for me to fly with my back and my other problems, as you know.
I just think that Rollins needs some time off.
Yeah. I think that would have been better than just trying to reinvent him.
Right. Just let him rest. Let him rest. Create the new character, then bring that back. We'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes.
But at the
I'm
end
not
of
a big fan of Rollins. I'm really not.
I like his work. I just don't like his character.
Thank you.
Fiend, I didn't like the Mr. Rogers version, but I loved Monster Fiend.
It was over.
Oh,
it was over. They both
man,
were over. Those puppets sold like crazy. The masks
What
sold.
about our puppet down here at the studio? You weren't a big fan of him.
Who's that?
The puppet. You'd know him if you saw him.
Oh, I don't get into that stuff.
Well, he's a person.
Well, that's all right.
Kinda.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, someday I hope the whole story comes out behind this. You cannot say to me that a company that is making record profits is going to get rid of the guy that sold the most merchandise last year. Can you imagine if you are 2K that makes the video games? Okay, now we have to erase the Fiend from our video game. Or if you're Mattel, okay, now we have to eliminate all the Fiend action figures. Thanks, Louie. Or, the third-party licensees that might make T-shirts or other, these Funko Pops.
When is he free to compete?
It would have been 90 days. I think it actually would expire right around Halloween. Wouldn't that be funny? A Halloween debut of some form
Thank
of
you.
Wyndham Rotundo on AEW. I don't know
you.
what day of the week Halloween's on this year. But
Anybody-
guys, what day of the week is Halloween on this year? We got our great technical director extraordinaire, Howard Miller, back there, along with newcomer Louie. What day?
It's on a Sunday.
Well, you know what? That doesn't do us any good.
Pay-per-view. Pay-per-view.
Well, you know what? Funny, they have a pay-per-view the Sunday after.
They used to have Halloween Havoc. Vince doesn't own that, does he?
No, now they use it with NXT. It's somewhere on this set.
Well, all I can say is
it right in front of
that
us? No.
everybody's entitled to a mistake. And I said it
That's
before.
a massive mistake.
It seems like
If I was WWE, to me, perhaps other than Roman, unless there's some real extenuating circumstances, sometimes I know there are drug test failures that are kind of swept under the rug, or steroid test failures that are swept under the rug, and I'm not insinuating anything. I'm just saying these are things I know. But unless there was a massive problem that went unreported, on paper, other than Roman, the biggest mistake they could make is getting rid of him.
I think if, what can I say? You're cutting the bottom line because you're getting ready to sell a product. That's all I can think of. He's butchered. He's gutted. NXT now.
We're going to get into that after the break.
Triple's got nothing. Triple H, his baby has been thrown. What's the old story? Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. He just did.
There's no water left in the bath.
All gone. All gone. It's him, Laurinaitis.
And it's not even funny, but
no, him, Laurinaitis, and I forget who the third person is. That guy.
Well, like I said, we're going to get into that after the commercial break. But
I guarantee you, Wyatt's going to show up somewhere.
I'd like to see him show up Saturday night, November 13th at Memorial Hall.
Well, they tried to save the contract.
What do you mean?
They were in negotiations from what I understand, and it just didn't go the way it should.
With Wyatt?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear anything about that.
Yeah, they didn't want to lose him. They didn't want to let him go.
So why'd they let him go?
Because I think, I have no idea. I'm just being me, Bray Wyatt, and I'm saying, you know what? You've made me all kinds of promises. I've seen this happen with other talent. You get me to sign, and he did sign a new contract, so I won't go anywhere else. And now you're going to shelf me and pay me. What the hell's the point of this? I love what I do and I want to do it.
Do you think, Johnny, and maybe we're almost talking conspiracy theory, again, I know we're going to cut into the break time, but
it's all right.
Do you think that where WWE did with The Fiend what they did at WrestleMania, they were planning this? Let's throw him in a box and get him off of television for 4 or so months and then release him. Do you think they thought this out?
But well, here's what I understand. He renewed the contract. 2020, didn't he renew in
that I'm not sure of, to be honest.
All right. So if that happened, there's something not right here. He must have asked, like Flair asked for his release. Why would you let the man that draws money?
Well, I was told he was being prepared to, he was advertised on some of the shows in August.
Flair?
No.
Wyatt?
Fiend.
Yeah. So I don't understand what's going on. I'm at a loss.
So someone, it seems to me as if it would be a last-minute decision if they were planning, if they were promoting him at being at live events. Why would you set the fans up for disappointment when you know he was going to be gone?
Well, McMahon has a favorite saying. I made you, John Cena. I can make another one. He created The Fiend, and he didn't because Wyatt, that's Wyatt's baby. That's his idea. That guy is a genius when it comes to this stuff. And I asked one day, who taught you how to do that spider walk? You know who it was?
Who?
His mom.
Really?
Yes. I was
Really?
talking with her back and forth, and as a matter of fact, it was at an event, and I said, that spider walk is awesome. Who taught him that? She went, I did. And I'm going, what? That was just, the whole thing was scary. When he was out there, man, he created the atmosphere. I think you're going to see him in AEW. They'll have the 3 top draws as far as I'm concerned, outside of Roman Reigns. They'll have Daniel Bryan, CM Punk, Bray Wyatt.
I agree with you on 2 out of those 3.
You know,
I wouldn't put Bryan as one of the top 4 draws in wrestling.
When he was there, he was there.
He was over. I'm not saying he wasn't over, but I don't think he's a top 4 guy.
Well, his time is coming too.
Well, you know what? And I hope that he has great success in AEW. But right now, fans, we need to have some great success. Check out that eBay store, baby. So much going on. We have great merch from superstars of every era. NXT may be gutted, but we got some great merchandise you can add to your collection. And of course, you can check out that Patreon, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Howard Miller says it is an insult to call yourself a diehard wrestling fan if you're not a part of it. We'll be back on the flip side.
Tickets are on sale now at bostonwrestling.com for our 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest, Saturday, November the 13th at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Mass. The World Wrestling Federation was live at Pershing Auditorium in Lincoln, Nebraska, Sunday, August the 20th, 1989. In the opening contest, Tim Horner beat Barry Horowitz. Mr. Perfect with the win over Hillbilly Jim. In the main event, the Ultimate Warrior defeated Andre the Giant in 28 seconds. Demolition victorious over WWF Tag Team Champions, the Brainbusters, via disqualification. Tito Santana drew the model Rick Martel, and WWF Intercontinental Champion Ravishing Rick Rude retained the title over Brutus the Barber Beefcake. If you were in Lincoln Live, share your memories in the comment section below. Use the links in the description box to keep Wrestling Legends working in our eBay store and on our world-renowned Patreon streaming service so we can bring you more interactive superstar shoot interviews to relive the good old days of professional wrestling. Check it out. Boston wrestling sports in the MWF explodes into a new year with professional wrestling content galore and need you to join our family. Every Tuesday night at 10 p.m. after our Monday Night Raw review, it's Wrestling Insiders at your house with WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas. Wednesday nights at 10 p.m. after NXT and AEW, join rotating legends on Wrestling Insiders Special Edition. Every Thursday night at 10 p.m. after our NXT and Dynamite review, it's Marty Jannetty's no-holds-barred sex, drugs, and rock and roll journey on Wrestling Insiders Party with Marty. Friday night after SmackDown, don't miss John Cena Sr.'s Wrestling Insiders Fabulous Fridays. Plus, look for classic clips, history videos, bonus live episodes, pay-per-view watch-alongs, and more. For less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks, get early ad-free access to our Wrestling Insider talk shows, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library, and help keep wrestling legends working during the worst of times. Join our growing family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Expect the unexpected in 2021.
Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store.
Check it out.
Here's your chance to own a piece of history from the 2020 WWE Draft. On the second night, October the 12th, The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, and Alexa Bliss unleashed hell on Andrade and Zelina Vega. This limited edition 11x14 collector's poster is number 26 of only 50 made, personally signed by both The Fiend and Alexa Bliss, direct from friends at WWE. Comes with certificate of authenticity hologram on the poster itself, suitable for framing. You'll also receive a bonus autographed mystery photo and an on-air shout-out as our thanks to you. Get this ultra-rare autographed Fiend and Alexa Bliss poster now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. Hopefully we're going to have some new members of the Boston Wrestling Patreon family. Johnny, just being able to access those full-length DVDs streaming is worth the price of admission alone, but to me, even if there was no content, just being able to help the wrestling legends keep working by coming into the studio, I think it's a great thing. And you know, you and I have spoken. We have some great guests we're trying to line up when we're out in Las Vegas. The 80s, back to the 80s legends that are coming to Memorial Hall Saturday night, November the 13th, are going to be making little cameos here in the studio throughout the weekend. We're going to be having some great live episodes with them. We're going to try and do more live streams for live pay-per-views and classic WWF pay-per-views headed into that Back to the 80s event. So a lot of cool stuff. Again, if you're watching on YouTube, share your thoughts in the premiere chat to my right, or if you're watching after the fact, in the comment section below. You can give us a big Hacksaw Jim Duggan-like thumbs up. It doesn't cost a penny. And you can subscribe to the YouTube channel for free. That lets YouTube know you enjoy what we're doing so they can spread the word to the millions of fans that vanished from the 80s, the millions of fans that left after the Monday Night Wars and the Attitude Era that may not enjoy what's on WWE right now, but when they get to enjoy interactive
programming and talk shows like we have with 80s history, 90s history, current events, they'll come to love us. We'll make more friends, more fans, new family members, Johnny. And we know we're hoping for about 800 of you Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall as we celebrate not one, but 2 decades, the 20th anniversary of Boston Wrestling as we go back to the 80s for WrestleFest. Jake the Snake Roberts, Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, a 6th featured superstar to be announced tomorrow night, SummerSlam Saturday, and then after that announcement, the tickets go to their regular price. The ticket discount expires. So you have about a day to save some money if you want to get your tickets to WrestleFest. We're going to have a lot of fun at Memorial Hall, but a place that hasn't been a lot of fun to some right now, the world of WWE, the man that's known for a little bit of styling, a little bit of profiling, asked for his release, and with all the cost-cutting WWE has been doing, they said, woo!
Bye.
Can you believe it? The Nature Boy.
Yeah, he wants to pursue wine, his own private wine and clothing label, I believe it is. The two of the things that he wants to do.
I don't know why he couldn't do that with the WWE contract. He's only an ambassador.
Yeah, but you got to remember something, that WWE basically owns you.
Yeah.
It's like they just came to agreement now with Miss Green to release their copyright. That's a birthright name.
Well, we had that conversation about your son before.
Yeah, how the hell do you do that?
When he made that statement on Howard Stern, which I kind of threw me.
They own him.
But they don't.
But you can't take a birthright name and say.
That's what I'm saying. They can't. That's almost like saying, geez, well, we can have you sign a contract that says you can do cocaine every Wednesday, but it's illegal. You can't sign someone to a contract and say we own your birth name. You just can't.
Can't do it.
No.
Can't do it. So
I'm glad that worked out for Chelsea. I really don't know her, but I'm glad it worked out for Chelsea.
But
Green.
I think Flair wasn't being used. He was
used well.
Yeah, he wasn't.
And when he was used as a patsy for his daughter,
nice.
Come on,
nice. It worked out well.
Don't even.
Tongue in cheek, I said that. I hope you realize that.
I will say this. I thought the angle with him and the lady
that was good.
Was great. He didn't seem to like it in interviews that he's done. But I thought, oh my God, with Charlotte, talking down to him and disrespecting him, and Rick still wanting to show that just like you, he's still got a little bit of game with the lady. You know what? I would have made him the dad of Lacey's baby. But unfortunately, they had to do that boring, pointless storyline last year with Lacey Evans and Bailey, where Bailey would go at it with Lacey's daughter and husband sitting in the front rows. So that's why just keep the family parts out of it unless it's absolutely needed.
I was
Well, you're different. You're not involved in any kind of what could have been a sexual relationship outside of you and Marjo, at least. But I mean, that Ric Flair, Lacey Evans storyline would have been perfect. It could have kept her active for a while without getting in the ring and having matches. So, lost angle right there, but Rick didn't seem to like it. But you got to look at Rick. If I'm Rick, I was told by a higher up in WWE, he was making more as an ambassador than a good majority of the roster on Raw and SmackDown every week. Plus, he was free to do all, Comic Cons and things like that where he charged a substantial fee. Plus, I don't know if it's a car insurance or a windshield type ad. Those commercials run all over television where he chops the guy. I'm sure he was paid a substantial amount of money for that. So, I mean, as much money as he blew on women and booze and all those things, trying to be the man in the 80s and the 90s, he was doing very well for himself in his early 70s.
That's a guy we need for the show.
You talk about the personification of the 80s. Only thing is with him is he's been around a lot. You know what I mean? And he does not come with a cheap price tag.
And he shouldn't.
I don't know, but I'd still like to see The Fiend as a special guest. Even though he really wasn't an 80s star, to say the least. He was born in the 80s, so maybe...
Here we go.
Maybe that's how
Marty
he fit.
Stretches it.
Well, no, I mean,
Go
like
ahead.
I said...
Contact him. Is he an agent?
Oh, I've been trying to do... I've been working.
All right, that's it. You keep working.
I'm working.
I want my investment to pay off here.
I don't know. how successful we'll be in the end, but I'm trying because I think every current fan on the planet in this area would love to meet him.
If you got that man for WrestleFest, whatever you're doing down here,
back to the 80s, Saturday night, November the 13th.
800, that number's going to at least 1,200 people.
Well, the good thing, in a best case scenario, if we were to do that well ahead of time, we have the capability, almost like at the Lowell Memorial Auditorium, we could open the stage and use it as seating and use the 2 locker rooms that are upstairs for the talent. So not impossible to expand upon that number if we really needed to. So we'll see what happens.
See what happens. Any women on the card?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you about with your fabulous women of wrestling.
I think that's gone out the window.
Why?
I have had no response.
Well, you're talking about a venue. But I mean, we have women around the country, around the globe that are ready to...
I probably could call Ed Hunt and see if we could grab a couple of people.
Well, I'm not worried about finding the female talent. It's just the venue to house it. I think Memorial Hall might be a little too big for it.
Yeah, you need a VFW or an Elks Hall. The venue that we're looking at in Tewksbury, that would have been perfect.
Yeah, what's going on with that? I don't know if you want to say it on the air. Or...
No. Very kind. She's very, very, very kind. Excuse me. She had a comment about setting up the ring. I answered that. I've had no response. Now, you got to remember, I do a lot of weddings there also. It's a very active country club, very unique, very nice. And so right now is crunch time with them. The last thing they have on their mind is wrestling.
Well, it's another booking, though. It's another payday. I always go with the 72-hour business rule. Someone doesn't get back to you within 72 hours, business days, that's when I would email them again. But that's me.
Maybe I ought to give her an email, and you can do it. The only other place, the other wrestling show that I haven't done much with, I did a lot before the pandemic, you could run there in Newburyport if it's an all-woman show.
As noted, this is kind of your pet project, your baby. I want it to take place where you think it'll do well, where you think it's a respectable institution, and a good platform for these women.
I need Vicky Guerrero for that.
Well, it's not the first time. It wouldn't be the first time we've had her.
I think because she has talked actively on podcasts, etc., about and she's doing it with AEW, about starting an all-female roster like Fabo is, or John Cena Sr. is. What a great person to co-chair, be the co-part of setting this whole thing up.
But what about her involvement with Cam Zagami and the Uprising?
I think
that doesn't bother you?
All I'm going to say is this. I don't know what you have planned for that night, or your matchmaker has planned for that night. I certainly hope there's something involving myself, a wrestler, Zagami, and a wrestler. Because I'm going to say this. Even if you don't, I'm going to promise the fans right now. I will end the reign of Cam Zagami. Trust me, it's going to be like your co-star thing. Loser. I promise you, Zagami, whether I'm there or not, you're finished. I will make sure of it. Whether you and your cronies decide to put a match together.
Cronies?
Yeah, cronies. Decide to put a match.
We got a board of directors.
Oh,
We have
board
the
of directors.
Dr. David Reese.
Please. You
Tiger
know,
Mulligan's on the board of directors
I've
now?
been begging and begging for something with Zagami, and they're thinking about it. It's under advisement.
Well, let me ask you this. Where were you for the holiday headlocks endeavor we had back in right before coronavirus when he brought out Vicky Guerrero? Why weren't you there to confront him that night? He had Christian Casanova, who's now in NXT as Carmelo Hayes.
Great man.
He had Brian Pillman Jr. with him, who's part of AEW now. He, for as much as I don't like him and you don't like him, he is, between the contracts that he all but stole from you when he purchased them with his Fox TV reality money, and the talent that he added to the faction, hiring Vicky Guerrero as his senior advisor, he hasn't made bad decisions.
I didn't say he did.
Okay, fair enough. You have not, fair enough.
I have not. I never once said that anything he made was bad, because all the decisions that he made, I probably would have made myself. He's only made MWF, Boston Wrestling, better by what he's done.
Well, he learned from you.
But
when he was your flunky, he learned from you.
What's the one thing you never do? Challenge the master. Well, the challenge is done.
He challenged the master.
So you and I, Cam, have a score to settle. And I just keep telling the fans, please come that night. Please come that night. It's going to be a night full of surprises. It's going to be a night full of autographs and pictures, some of which you probably won't ever be able to get again.
I think the group photo, when you get your picture taken with all 8 80s legends,
Oh, man.
that you talk about credibility on social media, you look like the coolest guy on the block.
I'm there.
You're probably going to want one.
I want one.
You
Yes,
want
I do. I'm marking out. I'll tell you right now.
That's one thing, fans. You know what? There is going to be a lot of hot in-ring action. There's going to be some tense in-ring action. But as far as the memories we're going to create with these legends, man, you're going to remember it for a lifetime. That's what's going to be so much fun about it and why I'm really looking forward to it. And again, if fans have been following us on Facebook, Dr. Reese has already given us the green light. If the Back to the 80s event is successful on Saturday night, November the 13th at Memorial Hall, we're going to go back to the 90s in the early spring. So it's up to you guys. You know, he says twice a year, fan reunions like that in that venue might be a lot of fun. Well, you don't see, oh, look at that, Captain Lou, Louie. You think Lou Albano has anything to worry about?
No.
No, all right. Well. All right, wrestling fans, we are getting the cue right now. We're going to take a brief time out. We'll be back to wrap up the show on a huge weekend. Between AEW Rampage as we speak in Chicago, SummerSlam Saturday, NXT TakeOver Sunday, and a man that's fabulous 8 days a week. We'll be right back. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
And I'm Mr. USA WWE Hall of Famer Tony Atlas.
The road to WrestleMania has begun. Wrestling fans are looking to add to their man caves. You got to see what we have in the eBay store. Check it out.
At Night of Champions 2020, Tribal Chief Roman Reigns successfully defended the WWE Universal Championship against his cousin, Jey Uso, in a must-see battle. Here is your chance to own a piece of Roman Reigns moments before battle on this beautiful limited edition autographed 11x14 poster direct from friends at WWE. It's number 19 of only 50 made. Includes WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Suitable for framing and matting. You'll also receive a bonus Legends autographed 8x10 photo in an on-air shout-out on Wrestling Insiders as our thanks for helping keep Wrestling Legends working. Get this ultra-rare Roman Reigns autograph poster now.
Cheer. Why, hello. I would ask what was on your mind, but I already know. You want to know what has got my beard looking oh so majestic. And I'll tell you, it's sexy as hell beard care. Coconut oil, vitamin E oil, almond oil, both sweet and bitter, shea butter, it's all natural. Yes, JTG has actually come out with a high quality product. So support your boy by going to sahbeardcare.com and take one step closer to becoming sexy as hell. Cheer. Ooh, cheer. You know?
All right, wrestling fans, welcome back. We're talking about the disappointing departures of WWE, of The Fiend, Bray Wyatt, the Nature Boy, Ric Flair. Do you think one is a bigger loss than the other?
I think that they're equal. I think
kind of in different ways.
Yes, both different ways. Yep. You lose a superstar and you lose a legend. So I think we've got two caliber of individuals. That's a tremendous loss to WWE. I don't know who the hell's doing the thinking back there, but it ain't making any sense to this guy.
Well, to me, and I don't want to go too much more in on The Fiend, but I think in moderation, there is a man that could be your new generation version of The Undertaker for the next decade. Almost like what I've said about Ricochet, how I think he could be this generation's version of Rey Mysterio, and they generally have him sitting in catering or on the main event show on WWE Network, but different story for different time. You know, where so many of our brothers have passed, when it comes to the quote-unquote icon, the legend that you have left to pick from, it's really slim pickings. I mean, you've got Nate, you've got the Hulkster, maybe Bret Hart. I don't know if I'd put him in quite their category, but I mean, you know, Roddy Piper is gone, Macho Man's gone, Dusty Rhodes is gone, Andre's gone, Warrior's gone. I'm just trying to think of guys from the past that were on top that could fit
all
that
the guys
role.
are gone.
I don't
yeah.
think Snuka they'd put in that slot with everything that went on with him.
But I'm looking at all the guys that you're looking at, and you know, I'm saying to myself, wow, the slim pickings out there. And then for WWE, and it's just my opinion, to take the future of their organization and let those guys go, and then somebody sits in the office with a pen and a pencil. Some of the talent they let go at NXT, I think that's stupid.
Well, you know what? Now it's that time of the show. I definitely wanted to talk NXT. You know, Vince McMahon kind of alluded to the fact that when he kind of made that off-the-cuff remark during the investors meeting, maybe we'll let AEW have some more talent, and then went bye-bye Ric Flair, bye-bye Bray Wyatt, and then 13 NXT cuts. I was told that Vince, our good friend Bruce Pritchard, another friend, John Laurinaitis, he's been very good to us in the past. I don't know if the new president of WWE, Nick Khan, was there or not, but
absolutely.
They had extensive. I don't think they were. I don't know. I wouldn't call it tryouts, obviously, where they were already under contract. But all the talents in NXT at the Performance Center were watched in person. What confuses me is this, Johnny. They own NXT. They own the Performance Center. How do these people not know what's there? That confused me a little bit. That says to me there isn't enough attention to detail. Maybe because there's so much attention on the big picture with Raw and SmackDown, but even those presentations have lacked, and especially on Raw, the quality of the show in a lot of ways. SmackDown I generally enjoy. I think the head of the table story has been great. To see Edge back has been great. And, you know, a lot of great wrestling week in and week out on SmackDown. Maybe it's easier to digest because it's only a 2-hour show instead of a 3-hour show on Raw. And that may be because they have that extra hour. It adds so much of the fluff that fans generally don't like. I don't know. But for WWE to come out of that session in Orlando saying, we don't want any more people starting in their 30s. We don't want any more midgets. I mean, you know, that says a lot.
How about discrimination? You know what?
Why is that discrimination?
Well, you know what? These little guys, these little women, they bring a lot to the table. I don't know, you're probably too young to remember, but when I was a kid and my father would take me, that was the highlight of the show, the midgets. They were funny. They brought that comedic relief you needed.
Moderation.
Yeah, Little Beaver.
You don't want the midgets on every show. Well, you know a lot about Little Beavers.
Yeah, you had a lot going there. And my whole thing is, you know, I'm looking at some of these guys they cut. There was some great talent that they just lopped off. And Khan has come in there as this budgetary genius. He's been lopping heads left and right. And John Laurinaitis, I understand it was Laurinaitis, McMahon, Khan. I'm not sure Bruce has a lot of input on that.
Well, he's the executive producer of Raw and SmackDown. He's looking at what perhaps the future of the shows could be.
But why would you take the future of both those shows, which is your NXT? That's a WWE college for professional wrestlers. And to say we're not going to hire any more guys that are 30 or women that are in their 30s? Whoa, stop. You could have a breakout guy like the Boogeyman was, or who knows, and say, sorry, we don't want you. That's poor thinking. You're going to eat your words. You really are going to eat your words. And you know, Vince, one of the dumbest things I think you should say, or he said, was, maybe we'll give AEW some more talent. You know what? You're not giving him anything. You letting these people go, you're only hurting your own product. So that's a very poor statement. I don't take kindly to those kinds of words. That's childish talk, you know? And when you say that, all you do is you put fear in your rosters. And that's the wrong
How do you not
thing
walk on
to do.
eggshells right now?
You have to.
No matter what brand you're on.
You don't give a shit who you are because it
Look
could
at the
be the head of the
theme.
table.
Right.
You know, that's getting old now. People like it, but it's getting old. It's getting old. They're either going to have to turn him face, tweener, or something's got to happen there. He's got to get beat. It's got to happen at some point. Has he done a wonderful job with Paul Heyman? I'm the first guy, and I said it before, I'll say it again. I did not like Roman Reigns. Not the person, the character. They pushed. They should have done with Roman what they started now. Perfect. He came off of that threesome, and he would have been a SOB. It would have worked. It was already there. But no.
The thing is, it was working.
Yeah,
if you go back to Survivor Series 2013, Royal Rumble 2014, the fans wanted him bad. But what happened was, once they went full-fledged babyface with him, they took away what was working, and they went with what I call Kevin Nash syndrome. All of a sudden, he was fun, he was funny, he was telling jokes.
Didn't work.
He was doing 20-minute promos.
That's not
Remember,
Reigns.
they gave him the blue contact lenses
yeah,
in his
that's not
eyes to
Reigns.
make him more handsome. Oh,
No.
come on.
No, but this character, Roman Reigns' character now, head of the table, I'll be honest with you, I like the episodes, but I think it's getting old. Something's got to change. He's beating everyone. Boom, boom,
Well,
boom,
I think that's what
boom.
you should have.
He's going to beat Cena, which is,
That's your prediction tomorrow night?
Oh, yeah, I predict that Cena takes the pin. Yep.
Or maybe guillotine, submission. Makes him pass out so he doesn't have to get pinned.
I think it's going to be clean.
You think it's going to be a clean pin?
Well, in some shape, manner, or form, it's going to be a 3 count. And I think Reigns comes out ahead of the game. Madison Square Garden, I have no idea what's... I'll get the call. You're always throwing me under the bus. Well, here we go. It'll be thank you, fans. It's been an honor and a privilege. I'll be gone, but not for long. He'll be back.
And that's why I have so much respect for your son.
Thank you.
And I would say that even if you weren't here. I always have. I told you about this video, not to get shy away from SummerSlam, but he met where it has been called, quote unquote, the summer of Cena, where John just hasn't come back to do TV tapings, but he's out working the house shows too.
Yes.
He met with a handicapped child after one of the events, and signed 1 million autographs, took 1 million pictures, then helped the kid out of the wheelchair and helped him take steps. And you said you didn't see that video? Oh my! I tell you this, you would have got moist in the eyes.
I know that we was at Madison Square Garden.
What a just a phenomenal thing to see for anyone to do that. It didn't have to be John Cena, even if it was just a neighbor of his that was being kind. But just that poor little kid that's in life in a wheelchair, for John Cena to help him get up and walk for a couple of minutes. I mean, you did something right, Johnny. You instilled a lot of good values in that human being.
Well, I remember.
And I'm sure you did with all your sons.
Every one of them.
Yep.
You never forget where you come from, and you never forget the people that are keeping you where you are. And as long as you can remember that and treat everyone with respect, regardless of what they do to you or what they say to you, open mind, be kind, respect, heal the wound if you can. I remember one time he was being driven, and there was a young man in the front at one of the shows that he couldn't get to. When he was coming out, they were at a stoplight. He was in a wheelchair, the kid, and he stopped the car. Got out, took his hat off, his shirt, and his bands.
Wow.
And he's done that at hotels. I think that people only see one side. They don't know the other side. As I try to teach my boys, life is a journey. You can make it as pleasant or as shitty as you want. Reach out and help. Be kind, be generous, because in the long run, it always comes back. People say to me, oh, that other promotion hasn't called you. The hell with them. No. If they need me, they call me. If they don't, there's no animosity. You know what? It's a whole different world. They're telling a whole different story. I'm not part of that. Move on. Not like some of these people I know from up there, and I don't mean your buddy, TA. Oh, why not they using me? I'm great. I do a lot of that. Please. You know what? When you stop believing your own stuff, you're in trouble. So thanks for that, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens down the road.
Well, the summer of Cena isn't over yet. What about your prediction for the Raw WWE World Championship match when Bobby Lashley defends the gold against Billy Goldberg? What do you see as the end result for that?
I said it earlier about John and Reigns. When you can predict the end, what's the point of watching the match? If Goldberg wins that match against Lashley, you're on for a steak dinner. Same thing with Reigns. If Cena wins, you're on for a steak dinner.
Well, I'm going to ask you this, Johnny. Do you think you and one of your females, mate, we were going to have such a wonderful spread where we're trying to do the big fundraiser to try and enhance the Wrestling Insider programs. Jack Sy at Red Rose is going to be sending down a feast and a half, and you, of course, are more than welcome to come if you and one of your lady friends would like to.
That's what is it? What's the date?
Well, it's tomorrow, Saturday, August the 21st. I know the weekends in the summer are tough for you.
Yeah, I've got weddings too. I'll check that out.
Check
We'll
the
see.
calendar, yeah.
We'll see.
We'll have fun if you're able to.
Yep, we'll see
I
what
remember
happens.
you were here for the the Royal Rumble watch along when we saw McIntyre and Goldberg, and that one was pretty quick.
You know what? I said it before, and I'll say it again. I would not want to face Bill Goldberg as a person. I really, and trust me, nothing but respect for Bill Goldberg. They're doing him a disservice. But the fact of the matter is, in my eyes, it's a disservice. In his eyes, it's like Lesnar. It's a paycheck. So you do what you have to do. But
you know where I think they've missed the boat? When he's come back for all these matches, I would set up a scenario, and maybe they will because he has the 2 matches left in the final year of his deal. Captain Louis has given me the X. Why not have someone call him out? Instead of just having him show up as the badass and return and challenge whoever. Yeah, why not have a heel say, you know what, Goldberg, you know what, I'm going to make a name for myself. I'm taking out, Randy Orton, the legend killer, for example. I know he really doesn't go legend killer anymore, but I don't think they ever did Goldberg and Randy Orton when Goldberg was kind of full-time back in 2003.
Back. Randy's back now. You know what? Goldberg used to draw.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure he draws anymore. And you're going up against a young athlete. If you look at the way Goldberg is...
Bobby isn't exactly someone I'd call young.
Yeah, but you know what? Take a look at his persona. He projects the image of what you want to see.
He doesn't look his age.
A badass champion. He's ready to destroy anything and everyone, like Reigns, that gets in his way. So, Goldberg's going in. I think they're going to carry him out.
Do you think that next year is the last year, or do you think they'll renew him?
Goldberg?
Yeah.
No, he's done.
You wouldn't use him after
I wouldn't
next
use
year?
him again. No. And it's nothing against Bill. I just think that he's done the circuit, so to speak. Who is there to face?
Well, I think Orton would be a fresh match. Maybe that'll be one of the 2 next year.
I think Randy's got bigger fish to fry than that. If Reigns is still playing the dance, then it should be Orton against Reigns.
Well, they're on 2 different brands, but as of now, the draft is coming up. But also another match that they never did that I think would have a really good storyline to it, and I know you're going to laugh, would be Roman and Goldberg. Roman backed out of their match at WrestleMania the week before, so Goldberg, unprepared, had to take on Braun Strowman and lose. Goldberg could say, Roman, you were a coward. You say you've beat everybody. You and I had that match set up for WrestleMania 36, and you backed out like a coward. At least there'd be a little steam to it, a little something, as opposed to him just showing up saying, I want a match. I like a little steam to the
only way
storylines.
that's going to work is if Goldberg kicks his ass and lets him go out with a diamond shine. Otherwise, it's just another, okay, give me the list of matches, I'll give you who's going to win. I'll tell you who's going to win those matches. Even if I wasn't in the business like you are, I can sit here as a fan and go, Cena loses, Goldberg loses. The women's match, you don't think Miss Q is going to lose. Bianca, she's not going to lose. Want me to give you the whole rundown? And when you can sit here and do that, there's something wrong. Because when I was a kid, Boston Garden, watching TV, you sat there and you could never figure out what was going to happen and when it was going to happen. The night that Bruno Sammartino got beaten in Boston Garden, holy mackerel. I thought there was going to be a riot. And everybody thought he was going to win. He was supposed to win, I guess. But they switched. Vince was famous for that. And that's not happening anymore. When you can do predictions and you can sit there and write the end, what the hell is the point of paying for a pay-per-view? That's really not a pay-per-view.
They're only $10, yeah.
Yeah, well, all they are glorified Raw and SmackDown shows.
Well, I think they've done a good job in making SummerSlam interesting. With at least it feels a little fresh with Cena and with Goldberg. I guess maybe we respectfully disagree on that.
Read the internet. Every one of them on the internet is saying Cena's going to job to Reigns. John did an interview, I guess, so it was on there. He said, well, if I beat, wink, wink, Roman Reigns for the title, it means I'll have to come back. Well, maybe he might know something that we don't know. Maybe he's getting more time off. Who knows?
I still think, and you know what would be a great swerve? And the only reason I wouldn't want to do it is because I think they've done such a fantastic job in building Roman. Let's just say they hadn't booked Roman the way they've had the past year and Roman was a relatively new champion. Do the surprise. Have him win at SummerSlam, and then in the world's most famous arena, have Roman submit John. And have a great Madison Square Garden moment where Roman Reigns beats John Cena for the championship.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
See,
but I don't think they should end Roman's streak where he's at right now, where they've done a magnificent job in booking him.
They need to do something new. They really do. I mean,
I think they're saving their big guns to try and fill 102,000 in Dallas.
Maybe that's where they bring Cena back for the end, you think?
I think Cena should chase Lashley. I think if you can't get Brock, I know there's been a lot of talk that it could be one of the reasons Jimmy Uso wasn't castrated for his DUI is to try and keep Dwayne in a safer position. They wanted to do Roman and Jay against Rock and Jimmy. And I think that's kind of lackluster. I think the money match is Rock and Roman. But if they're worried about Rock, where he's on whatever it is he's on, tearing whatever body part, maybe it's safer for him to do a tag match.
But the only way it makes sense is to do what he did with John. And I say it openly, he put John over when John won the belt.
Yeah.
And that's the only thing you can do.
And I'm sure he would. That's family.
He would. No, and that's the way it should be, as it should be. That's the money match. The tag match is not a money match. It's not a money match because you know who's going to take the pin. It's not going to be Dwayne. It's going to be the other Uso.
And then you have the other money match, I think, with a very magnificent storyline, is Reigns and Lesnar. Who does Paul Heyman side with?
See, I like that angle. That's the first time you and I agree on an angle. I like that angle. That makes a lot of sense. And you can build that. Lesnar comes back. Roman still keeps coming out with Reigns, but he's giving advice to Lesnar on the side. Hey, I'm the man, right? I'm the head of the table. Who are you with? You with him or you with me? Now we really don't know. Milk it. See what's happening with this business. There's no more milking storylines. No more. The only thing that they're really milking is the head of the table. Everything else is, okay, and Lashley. Everything else is, I got a belt that'll be going in 3 days.
Well, and I think for the Raw side for WrestleMania, my storyline would be on paper. I don't know what anyone's life commitments are outside of WWE right now, but I would have John come back as a surprise at the Rumble. I'd have him win the Rumble, and the next night on Raw says, Lashley, baby, I'm coming for you for number 17 to break the record. I think WWE, now that Flair is gone, will have no problem pissing on that record a little bit and having someone else be the greatest champion of all time. And I think that will be your son.
I think that's the wrong word, pissing on it, because...
Well, okay,
talking
not
to Rick,
respecting it as much as they would if he was still there.
I've done a lot with Ric Flair.
Yeah.
Great guy to work with.
He has a lot of respect for you, I'm told.
Well, thank you. He's a great man. I really mean that. And, you know, his feeling is, go ahead. I'm all for it because he has a lot of respect for John. And I think that everybody in the business can see it. Whether they want to make it happen or not, or he wants to make it happen or not, that's another story. Because if you do, I don't think it can end with 17.
Well, the funny thing is, and geez, we're running short on time. I wanted to get into the NXT a little bit more.
What time do we have?
We're right about noon on the dot. I don't know what time.
5 past. I'll give you another 10 minutes.
10 minutes? All right. Fans right now, Howard Miller, can you cut to the center, please? Dead center. We'll be back after this brief timeout, wrap up the show. Wrestling fans around the corner, around the world, I'm Dan Marotti.
MJ in the house.
Future WWE Hall of Famer, mind you. Let me tell you this.
I'm not in there yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
But you will be.
Yeah, I will.
You know Sean wants to be the first three-timer.
Three-timer,
yeah.
yeah.
There you go. Let me tell you, you enjoy the in-studio shoot interviews 4 times a week. It isn't cheap to put these productions together, folks. We need your
No,
help.
because he got to pay me.
Okay. Coronavirus has killed the nightlife in a lot of ways. We are night owls, Marty and I, but that's a different story for a different time. One way you can help is to check out the great merchandise we have in the Boston Wrestling eBay store. It is perfect for any wrestling man cave or any collection.
That's right. Check it out.
Support Wrestling Insider's in-studio shoot interviews on eBay with this brand new personally autographed WWE Royal Rumble 2021 11x14 poster signed by WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns, his advocate Paul Heyman, and Kevin Owens. Reigns and Owens battled for the Universal title in a last standing match January 31st in the Thunderdome in Tampa. This limited edition collector's poster is number 31 of only 50 produced. Comes with WWE authentication hologram on the poster itself. Also comes with an on-air shout-out from WWE Hall of Famer Mr. USA Tony Atlas and a bonus autographed 8x10 photo. Get this rare, awesome collectible for your man cave and help keep wrestling legends working now. Wrestling fans, especially here in the Boston area, we want to thank our great friends at Red Rose for their support for all of our charitable endeavors and programming efforts. Red Rose is 2 years young and extremely thankful for all the support they've had from our neighbors here in Melrose and beyond for an amazing first 2 years. Red Rose thanks Melrose and all of the first responders who have fought the good fight and have never given up hope during these unprecedented times. We did it together. Follow Red Rose on Facebook for their anniversary special, facebook.com/Red Rose Melrose. You'll be glad you did. Open until 2 a.m. Red Rose will give you fresh, piping hot, mouth-watering food that'll put an ear-to-ear smile on even the toughest critic's face. Check out their full menu online at redrosema.com or give them a call, 781-620-1889.
Johnny, we're going overtime almost. Real quick, I want to ask you one question before we talk the NXT, which we really didn't. What would it mean to you for your son to be the greatest world champion in the history of wrestling? Something you loved, something you promoted, doing spot shows for the WWF under Vince McMahon Sr. in the 70s, WWF Raw, main eventer against Randy Orton, appearing on pay-per-views and various Raw segments with various nemesis and enemies over the years. What would it mean to you as someone that loved this industry your whole life to have given birth to the greatest champion in the history of the genre?
You know, what can I say?
What would it mean to you?
I keep saying to you, I have 5 sons. They're all champions. Everything they accomplish.
And I get that, and I always try and note that you have 5
I'm proud of everything
sons.
they accomplished in life. Would I be proud of the fact that he was a 17-time world champion? Absolutely. How could I not be happy to see that happen?
And you know how that WrestleMania goes off the air? The confetti explodes, the pyro goes off, John holds up his arm in the ring, and to his left is you. Would that not be a WrestleMania moment?
That would be an honor and a privilege.
That's how it should happen. And you know what? I'm going to tell you this. If they get to that point where they do the push for the 17th title, I am going to push to everyone I know in WWE, whether they use it, laugh at it, piss on it, throw it in the trash, that should be the finale of WrestleMania.
Well,
father and son in the ring. I think that would be a moment for the ages.
I've been in the ring with Triple H and Shawn Michaels.
You were a DX member for a night?
I was. That was fun. I didn't know it was going to happen.
That was out in Worcester, I think, right?
Yeah, I didn't know it was going to happen. I don't know, and it's just not me. Believe me when I say this, I'm very happy with where I am in life. I don't know why Reigns hasn't started picking on me. That's the boil. That's what seems to set everything off. You know, I'm not talking about a kick in the head. Holy God, no.
You've had enough of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that again. But there again, that just adds to the fuel to the fire with the assumption now that this has happened, he's going to go over. He's going to go over. And I'm not so sure, but the night before, or the last show before the pay-per-view, I'm not so sure that they're going to not make it look like he's going to go over. He's going to get beat down. He's going to get a beat down. That's my prediction. Mm-hmm. And it's okay. We all know whoever gets the beat down usually wins the match.
Right.
That'll be a swerve right there. But whatever they do, I'm proud of my son. I'm proud of all the people he works with. I'm very proud of the company he works for. So whatever they decide, whatever he accomplishes, he accomplished, and we'll all, my whole family, will be proud.
I just want you in the ring for it. Anyway, I wanted to talk a little NXT before we go, Johnny. As we noted, all the executives went down. 13 cuts. There were 3 that kind of stood out to me. Bronson Reed, big guy. I guess he had done some dark matches recently at TV tapings. I don't know if it was his accent, being I think he's from Australia.
Yes.
And that didn't help the cause, but certainly someone with a great physical presence that I think belongs on some form of someone's national TV show.
There again, you and I will come right back to what I always keep saying. I'm a manager. That's what this man needs. And I'm not taking anything away from Roman Reigns. Without Paul Heyman, the gimmick would still be there, but would not be as intense. The agitation by that man is just what he needs. This man, who is huge, I don't get this. They literally gutted NXT. And I say gutted, and I mean it. Somebody took a knife and just opened up cesarean section. They took all those people and washed them down.
Now,
he's one I can't understand.
We disagree a little bit. I think it's great that WWE says, okay, we're going to focus on trying to recruit and bring in bigger guys that can be superstars on Raw and SmackDown and be potential WrestleMania main eventers. I think that's a great mindset because as much as you know I'm angry with Tony Atlas and the theft and so on, one great point he has made is a big problem, and part of what he feels is the reason of the erosion of the fan base, is that there's so many guys on WWE television that are not physically impressive. If you look at the NXT roster, look at someone like Johnny Gargano. Look at someone, I love Tommaso, but look at Tommaso. Look at Adam Cole. Look at Kyle O'Reilly. I mean, they, in a WWE ring against full-size WWE guys, would look like little children.
Yeah,
they did that 5-way with Karrion Kross at the recent NXT takeover, and Karrion Kross looked like he was a foot taller than everybody else in the ring. I mean, I think they would turn into enhancement talent.
Yeah.
I've noted before, when they unfortunately brought up Ricochet, Aleister Black, Tommaso, and Johnny Gargano at the same time in 2019, the luckiest thing that happened to Tommaso, as unfortunate as any injury is, was for him to be hurt at that time and be removed from a situation that likely would not have gone well with him turning into either A, enhancement talent, B, sitting in catering, or C, release. Luckily, he is able to do what he does in NXT. But to me is, okay, if you want your performance center to be filled with these big young guys, don't put them on NXT television and expose them. Train them at their College of Wrestling, at the PC, and to try and appease a certain fan base, because there are, I'd say at least on a bad week, 600,000 people watching NXT. Make that show indie-centric. Have the 5'8", 5'7", 5'9" guys that you don't want to put on Raw and SmackDown, and let them have their own show. Because it's proven that there are fans that'll watch it, and they're getting guaranteed money from USA. Don't bring Johnny Gargano up to look like a midget wrestling Roman Reigns on SmackDown. Let him be a top guy on NXT.
I think those are the next guys to go. Gargano, Ciampa, you wait. And the comment was
so
made.
So you really got the NXT TV show, or you think they're going to?
They're going to gut it because the comment was made, now you can go back to being the highlight of the indies. You know, and that's really what NXT was. It was an indie show.
Well, they feel like they lost the war to AEW, and to their credit, they're willing to admit it. I think they have the right mindset as far as what they should groom for the future, but I don't think they should be so close-minded that they gut and ruin something that hundreds of thousands of fans, sometimes over 1 million fans a week, enjoy a great deal.
You had 2 giants you let go. 2 giants. You lost Paul Wright.
Yeah.
You got these 2 guys that are huge. They're gone.
Yeah.
They're gone.
I want to talk about these NXT real cuts. We're almost out of time.
Yep.
Mercedes Martinez, Connecticut native. I tell you this, you say I'm anti-women, Johnny. I say flashback to October 2002, Wakefield, Massachusetts, the main event that night. Mercedes Martinez took on Talia, the future Velvet Sky and TNA Impact, the lovely Velvet Sky of TNA Impact.
Good friend, nice
Would
lady.
you like to see, maybe, if it happens, Mercedes Martinez in the Fabulous Women's Wrestling?
I've had the opportunity to work with her before she went into the big time.
Good human being.
She's a great human being, great performer.
Sure.
Let me tell you, she taught those ladies down there an awful lot. Why they're doing what they're doing is beyond me.
Would you like to see her in the FWW?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And last but not least, I tell you one that didn't really surprise me because of his last match where he was basically squashed by his former faction member Roderick Strong, but Bobby Fish of the Undisputed Era, one of the biggest merchandise movers, at least the faction, in WWE. They were top 10 in the merchandise rankings. They split the faction up, obviously. Adam is perhaps AEW bound as his contract expires.
Adam Cole?
His contract expires over the weekend, and apparently a big money offer was made to keep him. But again, how do you use him in WWE? He's very, very small.
Yeah, there again.
And very thin. Great talent, outstanding pro wrestler, but in a WWE ring, I think he's exposed. But
No relation to Michael Cole.
no. Well, that's not his real last name, so no.
I know.
And actually, neither is Adam Cole, but nonetheless, Bobby Fish got the axe. Bobby Fish competed against Chris Sabin at Memorial Hall down the street.
I remember that.
At Soul Survivor 5. He's a New York native. Would you like to see Bobby back in the Boston wrestling
Absolutely.
world? Yeah.
See, what they've let go
Good
is
man.
promising talent. This must be
Majo.
Majo. Oh.
They need you on Temptation Island.
No, this is my son, but we'll call him back when I leave.
All right. All right, wrestling fans, what did you think of the NXT axing? What do you think is going to happen with NXT? Are they going to cut it? Are they going to gut it? Are they going to rebrand it? Are they going to just keep these fresh, new, giant, bigger bodies they're looking to bring into the company hidden from NXT? Share your thoughts in the Premier Chat. Everything going on with AEW tonight. The debut of CM Punk, are we going to see it? What do you think of it? What do you think is going to happen at SummerSlam tomorrow night? Is John Cena Sr. going to come down for some Chinese food from Jack Sy at Red Rose? Sunday night we get NXT TakeOver Live. Is it going to be the end of Adam Cole in the WWE NXT universe at the very least? Is Adam Cole AEW bound? There's so much to talk about. What did you think about Flair going? What did you think about The Fiend going? If you're watching live, leave your comments over there. If you're not watching during the premiere, leave your thoughts in the comment section below. Of course, the eBay store, baby. We got merchandise galore from superstars of every era. Link can be found in the description box. Not only do you get the merchandise, you help keep Wrestling Legends working, and you get a shout out from one of our superstar co-hosts. The Patreon is rocking and rolling and growing. We've got Patreon exclusive videos, early ad-free access, no ads on the screen for Wrestling Insiders, plus the studio shoot interview DVD library, seen by millions online, millions more on the Howard Stern Show. Thanks to Sheiky Baby. Join the Boston Wrestling Patreon family for the cost of a cup of coffee, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling, or find the link in the description box below. Finally, the countdown is on. We're less than 3 months away. Remember, tomorrow, after we announce that sixth superstar, the prices to the all-inclusive VIP packages and event tickets go up when Boston Wrestling MWF celebrates its 20th anniversary live at Memorial Hall in Melrose Saturday night, November the 13th, when we go back to the 80s for WrestleFest. Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and a sixth superstar to be announced tomorrow. So for my partner in crime, John Majo Ouellette's partner, baby, I'm Dan Marotti. We'll see you next week on Wrestling Insider Fabulous Friday. Until then, you and yours be well, stay healthy. Good night from Boston.
Wrestling fans, join Boston Wrestling Sports as we explode into our 20th anniversary. Live events, live watch-alongs, new hosts, a new Tuesday beginning September 7th, and shoot interviews 7 days per week. This Sunday night during NXT TakeOver 36, help keep in-studio shoot interviews rolling as we're having a cyber mega raffle for a lot of officially autographed NXT posters. One winner will get a jackpot of Adam Cole, baby, Johnny Gargano, Tommaso Ciampa, Nikki Cross, pre-superhero, former NXT champion Finn Balor, and now Ring of Honor superstar EC3. On eBay, that's a $250 plus value. That's just the beginning. Once we sell $250 worth of raffle tickets, we include an autographed Lio Rush NXT 8x10 photo. Once we hit $500 worth of raffle tickets, we include an NXT 2019 roster poster signed by all 15 superstars. Once we sell $1,000 of those raffle tickets, it includes the NXT 2018 roster poster signed by all 21 superstars on the poster. As we keep going, when we hit the $1,500 mark worth of raffle tickets, we include an autographed NXT Halloween Havoc 2020 autograph poster signed by every superstar on it. Then, when we hit $2,000, we include the NXT War Games 2020 1 of 100 autograph poster signed by everyone on it. Then, the big mark, the jackpot, when we hit $2,500 worth of raffle tickets and more, we're going to include the last one we have, the NXT TakeOver Phoenix 2018 autograph poster, 1 of 50, signed by every superstar on that poster. If you want more Superstar Shoot interviews, more live episodes, more cyber autograph signings, this is the way to help. Raffle tickets on sale now at bostonwrestling.com. Wrestling fans, all-inclusive VIP packages and tickets are on sale now for Boston Wrestling MWF's 20th anniversary Back to the 80s WrestleFest. Saturday night, November the 13th, at Memorial Hall in Melrose, Massachusetts, where you'll meet the icons up close and personal, including Hacksaw Jim Duggan, Jake the Snake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, Marty Jannetty, and more 80s Hall of Famers to be announced SummerSlam weekend. Plus, the superstars and legends of yesterday, today, and tomorrow will blow the roof off of Memorial Hall with a hot night of in-ring action at this interactive wrestling event and Fanfest you'll never forget. Make your plans to be there live. Get your tickets at bostonwrestling.com now. Wrestling fans, it's time to rock. WWE legend Marty Jannetty of the Rockers returns for 3 big nights, Wednesday, September the 1st through Friday, September the 3rd. Marty will be taping historical Wrestling Insider episodes, live specials, and cyber autograph signings. Support wrestling superstars. Pre-order autographed 8x10s now over at bostonwrestling.com. This September, get your sunglasses ready. It's time to party with Marty.
Wrestling fans, hope you enjoyed a little SummerSlam preview with John Cena Sr. Will his predictions be correct? I know Johnny is looking forward to November 13th at Memorial Hall. Forget about Back to the 80s. He's ready for a little 2021 when he comes face-to-face with Club Cam Zagami, son of his son John Cena's American Grit reality show on Fox, along with other uprising members that Cena Sr. once had under contract. The hatred between these two is incredible. Speaking of incredible, just incredible, former ECW World Champion will be with us next Sunday, August 29th, for Wrestling Insider's Extreme tapings. Live episode and cyber autograph signing. Again, Tuesday nights are going to be a lot more edgier and adult themed beginning September 7th, that's for sure. Look for more information on bostonwrestling.com later this week. If you missed our SummerSlam 2021 Watch Along Live, have no fear, barring the hurricane. We'll be back at it again tomorrow night with a live NXT TakeOver 36 Watch Along, where we'll have an NXT Mega Raffle. Fans can win a jackpot of anywhere from 6 to 12 autographed NXT posters, depending upon how many raffle tickets we sell. It's up to you. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com now to win thousands in prizes for as little as a $5 raffle ticket. With 12 weeks to go from our Back to the 80s WrestleFest, this could be your last chance for those discount tickets and all-inclusive VIP packages before we announce our 6th featured superstar, hopefully at some point during SummerSlam when we find out officially who's going to join Jim Duggan, Jake Roberts, Axe and Smash Demolition, and Marty Jannetty. Head on over to bostonwrestling.com. Get the best seats in the house as they are going fast. If you want one of those Ultra VIP packages, it's imperative that you act quick. Between the hot in-ring action, the VIP exclusive Q&A session, the autographs, the pose photos, the Legends ceremony, we're going to create memories that will last a lifetime. Saturday, November the 13th, we'll be here before you know it. The proof is in the pudding. Keeping wrestling legends working is a great passion of ours, which is why we implore you to join the Boston Wrestling MWF family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. Again, I always use poor Marty as the example, but when he is here, it turns into 3 very long days of tapings, as it's the only cost-affordable way we can do it. Imagine if we could afford to bring him in once a month in a much more relaxed environment. It would make great programs even better. Let's make these wrestling greats' lives even easier with a platform like this. Have them fly in, tell their stories, fly them home, nice and relaxed, nice and easy, easier for me. But it's at your discretion. You get the early full-screen, ad-free access to Wrestling Insiders, our acclaimed studio shoot interview DVD library that's been seen by millions online and millions more on The Howard Stern Show. You get Patreon-exclusive videos and the knowledge that you, yes, you, are helping keep those wrestling greats, those wrestling legends working. Again, patreon.com/Boston Wrestling. You'll have the streaming time of your life. If you had fun tonight, and I know you did, please give the video a big-time thumbs up and subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's free. It lets YouTube know you enjoy what we do. And then they'll showcase our video to more and more lapsed fans or new fans that have never seen us yet and could become great fans. There are millions of fans that don't know us, but like I said, once they do, they're going to love the content that we have. Like any high-quality human being, if you had fun tonight, don't forget to tip the bartender using that amazing Super Chat button on YouTube, the little gray $ symbol under the premiere box, or you could be hip to the blade like our friend Captain Lou and use Venmo at Boston Wrestling. Again, we have a big week of news ahead. Truly need the help. If everybody helped a little, it'd go a long, long way. The eBay store is open 24/7. Great rare items of superstars from every era. Every purchase not only helps keep wrestling legends working, but it gets you an on-air shout-out from one of our superstar hosts for helping the team. You can find the link to the Boston Wrestling eBay store in the description box below. And fans, with that said, I know I say it every week, but when it gets to this time, I am a little disappointed. I wish we could hang out together all night and type or talk wrestling or do something like that. That's part of the reason why I think these live episodes on Sunday night are going to be so much fun. I'd love to hear your feedback on all of this week's episode. Again, we have another big week ahead. We cannot produce these shows without you. I know we can do it because you guys are the best wrestling fans in the world. We just have to keep the family growing. The more wrestling fans we have involved, the more productions we can bring to life for you to enjoy for years and even decades to come. So until we speak again, enjoy these summer weekends. There are not too many left. My birthday is a month from today, and then that's it. It's el finito when it comes to the summertime. We got 1 month left, baby, and then it's autumn. We'll be back tomorrow night at 7:30 p.m. with our live NXT TakeOver 36 watch-along. Then at 10 p.m., I'll be joined by the former and first Boston Wrestling MWF Heavyweight Champion Tiger Mulligan for Wrestling Insiders Stern But Fair. Hope you'll join us. If you haven't had a chance to check out my weekly podcast-style episode with Tiger, please do. It's a current event-style program with some history thrown in. It's like 2 old buddies hanging out talking wrestling. Tiger is right around my age by a smidge. Was with us from the beginnings of this great organization. Now he's on the board of directors. It's a heck of a lot of fun. Again, that is Wrestling Insiders Stern But Fair. So with that said, folks, again, from my shattered, broken heart, we love you all. Good night from Boston. Thank you for joining us. Please give the video a big thumbs up, leave us a comment, and subscribe to the channel to enjoy more great content. Don't forget, you can help keep wrestling legends working. Check out our eBay store and join the Boston Wrestling family at patreon.com/Boston Wrestling so we can produce more in-depth shoot interviews.